you?
Yeah, I'm good. How about you?
Yeah, doing good, thank you.
Hmm. So this is the schedule we're going to follow, Srilekha. So this
Mhm.
training, first we're going to start with perform testing core concepts, right? Like what
Mm.
is perform testing and why perform testing is required to my application and key type of perform testing, right? What are the types having perform testing, right?
Yeah.
So first we're going to start with perform testing types. So in this session, we're going to see introduction to perform testing, like what is perform testing and why perform testing is required to my application and perform testing types,
Okay.
right? And
Mm.
what are the tools available in market, right?
Okay. Mm.
So before enter into performance, let me give idea about testing. So testing is classified into two types. One is functional and another one is non-functional, right?
Mm.
So functional testing. What level of experience you have in testing, Srilekha?
Functional, I have done. I have a lot of experience, almost like 4 to 5 years. I
Okay.
did functional
So
testing. Yeah.
okay, okay. So then you can able to understand easily. So functional again classified into two types. One is manual and automation. Right.
Mm.
So either
Mm.
manually we can make test and make sure the application functionality, or else via tool we can able to test that application functionality. Right.
Yes.
Manual means without help of any tool. Automation means by using some other tools like Selenium, QTP, we can able to automate and we can able to run the script. So automatically the tool will run the script and it will make sure the application functional, right?
Mm. Mm. Yes.
So once application is functionally stable, then we will move to non-functional testing, right? Called performance testing. And also security testing will also come under the same non-functional testing. So non-functional means here we will not bother about functionality of the application. So we're going to test non-functional things like response time, transaction rate, error rate, number of concurrent users, and usage of all the servers during that load time. We're going to consider here, right? It's nowhere
Mm.
related to functionality of the application, right? Let's say
Okay.
if you're going to work as a functional tester in banking project means you have to know that functionality of that application. You need to gain the domain knowledge. Then only you can able to test the application and you can
Yes.
able to find the defect, right?
Yes, that's correct.
If you're going to work in insurance application, let's say you worked in banking application for a long time and later the project completed and they move to the different domain like insurance domain. If you move to the different domain, first you have to gain domain knowledge. Then only you can able to test that application, right?
Mm. Yes.
Why? Because that is functional. Without functional, you cannot find the defect,
Correct.
right? But when
Yes.
you are non-functional testers, we will not bother about functionality of the application. Why? Because we're going to test non-functional things. Let's say if I'm working in a banking project means in banking project I'm going to consider how this application responding for each and every page request and how many users this application can able to handle. So during that load time, what is usage of all the servers? So these things I am going to consider. If I am working in an insurance domain, the same I am going to
Mm.
test, right? So how many users it can able to handle and what is the response time it is giving for each and every request, and during the time what is the usage of all the servers, how many transaction I can able to achieve in 1 hour. So these things we going to test
Okay.
here. Entry criteria of perform testing is application should be functionally stable, right?
Mm.
Once application functionally stable, then we can start perform testing for that application. Why? Because if functionality itself having issue means no use of putting load and see the performance, right? Why? Because it
Yes.
is not going to work for single user. So if it is not going to work for single user, then there is no use of automating that scenario and generating load and see the performance, right?
Mm.
First, they need to functionally they need to fix the application. Then we can start perform testing, right?
Yes.
Okay. So now first point is clear. Perform testing is type of non-functional testing, right?
Yeah.
Next, perform testing is test an application or server behavior with expected virtual users load. So here we're going to test two things. One is application and another one is server behavior. Right. So application
Mhm.
means developer will write the code and they'll develop the application, right?
Yes.
So that app like Flipkart, Amazon, Flipkart is one application, Amazon is one application. So whatever application we're going to test, that application code as well as that application they're going to deploy in servers, right?
Mm.
So that server behavior also we're going to test here. So you understand what is
Okay.
application and server, right?
Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
Great. So here we're going to test the application as well as server behavior with expected virtual users load. So virtual users means tool generated users. So what these
Mm.
virtual users do, so they'll do real users activity in the application. What and all real users do in the application. So that activity this virtual user is going to do during our test time, right?
Mhm.
With help of tool, we're going to generate the users. That users are called virtual users, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
users to determine how fast some aspects of your system perform under the particular workload. So how it's going to perform for that load, we will come to know during perform testing time. Let's say I'm expecting 5,000 users in my production, but my application can able to handle that 5,000 users load or not. We're going to make sure in perform testing, right?
Yeah.
Clear the second point, Shilata.
Yeah. That is clear. Yeah.
Okay. Now, perform testing will help you to address the question like, okay, now I understand what is perform testing, but why perform testing is required to my application, right?
Mm.
My application is functionally stable and it is giving quick response when I'm using manually, right? Then why I have to invest time and money for perform testing?
Okay.
Let's say we develop one application, so that application we're going to move production in next week. When it go to production, only less users going to use that application. Like only 5 users going to use that application, right?
Mm.
So in that case, we can have five. We can set up 5 different system and we can assign testers and we will ask them to navigate in that application and we can get feedback how it is responding, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
same application, if it move to production, 5,000 users going to use that application, right?
Yes.
Is it possible to set up 5,000 system and get feedback from 5,000 testers?
I mean, you're asking in QA environment?
In any environment, it won't possible, right? We, if it is multiple,
I
if it
mean,
is
yeah, with
thousands of
virtual
users,
users, we can generate that much, right?
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So real users we cannot, but we
Yeah.
don't know whether application can able to handle that load during production time or not. We don't know. If you not make sure that anything might happen, right?
Mm.
To make sure that we got to take help of any perform testing tool like LoadRunner, JMeter, load. With help of this tool, we can able to automate and generate the script. So with that script, we can able to generate whatever load we want. Right? So
Mm.
this tool will generate the load. That load will go and run in the server. Server will process and respond back. During that time, our tool will collect response time, transaction rate, error rate, all this information. Right? So
Mm.
parallelly, we can able to monitor the server usage. So during that load time, what is the usage of all the servers? Right? Then we will come to know whether application and server can able to handle that production load or not. If it is able to handle, then fine, it is recommended to move production. If it is not able to handle, then it will go for performance tuning.
Okay.
So clear, Srilata, why performance testing?
Yeah, it is clear. Yeah.
So when application is accessing by multiple users, we need to make sure application performance, right?
Mm.
And make sure how quickly application or server will respond.
Okay.
And check stability and reliability of an application or server with expected load. So we're going to generate load and we're going to see how our application and servers are stable and reliable for expected load.
Okay.
Clear this 2 point. What is performance testing and why performance testing?
Yes, yes, I understand these 2 points.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Next, we're going to see key type of perform testing. Perform testing have different types like load test, stress test, spike test, endurance test, and volume test. Based
Mm.
on the business need and customer need, we're going to choose the type and we're going to perform the test. Let's say some client will ask, I need to do load test in my application. So some client will say, I need endurance test. Some client, I want spike in my test. Right? Sometimes
Yeah.
they say, no, I don't have idea. So you just suggest me what type to go for my application. Right?
Okay. Mm.
So if they are not if they are not aware of these types, we have to educate them and let them choose the types whichever they want.
Okay.
First, we
Yeah.
got to see what is load.
Okay. Actually, we are seeing a different lot of variety of testings right now. Yeah. For spike test is like first time I'm looking at. Yeah. Please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. So these are totally new to you, right?
Yeah. Stress test, endurance, volume. I know. Spike is like new.
Okay. What is load?
Load is like 100% peak load. We are uh, testing the application with 100% peak load from
Exactly. Load
production.
is production load.
Yeah.
Defined set of concurrent users. Right.
Yes. For 1 hour. Yes.
Yeah, 1 hour, 2 hours, we're going to maintain that load. Let's say
Yes.
load test will be conducted to verify EUT behavior under normal operational capacity. So EUT means environment under test like servers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
normal operational capacity is nothing but your production peak load. So normally how many users will use the application in production? That load we're going to generate here and we're going to see the application and server performance. So how we
Yes.
going to design and execute this load means it would follow a ramp up pattern where load will be gradually increase. So ramp up means users start using the application. Let's say I'm planning to run 5,000 users load test. So I'm going to increase that load gradually, like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, like that. I'm going to gradually ramp up the users. So once it reaches the peak load, I'm going to maintain steady state for 1 hour. Steady state is nothing but we're going to allow users to continue in the test for 1 hour,
Mm.
right? 1 hour
Yeah.
duration completed, then we're going to slowly ramp down. Ramp down is nothing but users stop using and come out from the test, right? Gradually ramp down, like
Mm.
409, 4,900, 4,800, 4,700. Like that, we're going to ramp down the users till it comes zero. So once it comes zero, then test will stop, right? If you
Yes.
run test like this test will help us to measure and determine response time throughput rate to support peak load.
Mm.
During peak hours and peak load, how application and server can able to serve the response and throughput. We will come to know.
Okay.
So do you know what is response time?
Yes, I know.
Okay,
I
what
mean,
is
like how much, when we send the input, like when we receive the response, how much time it is taking to get the from server, how much time it is taking
right?
to get the
So
response.
whenever we trigger the response request from server our client machine, it
Mm.
will go to server and it will get response. It will get response back, right?
Yes.
So this is three-tier architecture. Like via browser, we're going to send the request. That
Mm.
request will go to web server first, right? So
Okay.
web server will redirect that request to corresponding app server. Let's say if it is Flipkart request, then it will go to Flipkart app server. If it is Amazon request, then it will go to Amazon app server,
Mm.
right? So it will redirect to corresponding app server. In app server only, the developer code will run. So developer writing code, right? So that code they will deploy in app server. So here only that business logic will run, right? If
Mm.
it want to save something, then it will go and save in the backend database. If it need any information from database, then it will retrieve that information from database. Again, it will run the business logic here to frame the
Mm.
response. So once it frame the response, it give back to web server. Then web server will send the response back to corresponding end user, right? So if anyone asks what is response time means web server process time, app server process time, database server process time, and network travel time,
Okay.
right? So
Mm.
this is just like round trip time. Web to app, app to DB, DB to app, app to web, and web to browser. This round trip time is called response time,
Okay.
right? So in
Mm.
some application, they'll place load balancer in between the servers. So load balancer is just like a combination of hardware and software, right? It will
Okay.
equally balance the load to all the servers. Let's say application getting 4,000 users load, we have 4 app servers means this load balancer will send 1,000 to app server 1, 1,000 to app server 2, 1,000 to app server 3 and 4,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
But like during production time, one server failed because of hardware issue or power failure, then automatically this load balancer will balance the remaining load to the remaining
Other
3
three
servers
servers. Okay.
to provide uninterrupted service,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So this is three-tier architecture. So this is how we will get the response from application server.
Okay.
And do you know what is throughput?
Throughput is the data that we are receiving from the server, right?
Exactly. So in here we can refer to two things in terms of throughput. One is amount of bytes download from server, right? That we're going to refer in throughput, and also transaction per second, per minute, per hour. So in general, throughput means amount of work done in a particular period of time, right?
Okay. Mm.
So in performance testing, let's say if I send launch request to the Facebook server, then it will give response. The data will load in my browser screen, right? So
Mm.
to download the data, it may maximum it will take 2 MB or 4 MB, right?
Mm.
If I give 10 users request, 10 users launch request, then it will download 40 MB of data, right? If it is 4 MB for one user
Yeah.
means for 10 users it will download 40 MB. So the
Yes.
data download from server is called throughput. So how much bytes we downloaded from that server we going to refer in throughput, and also transaction per second. So how many transactions happen per second, per minute, or per hour. So that also we're going to refer as throughput,
Okay.
right, to support the peak
Mm.
load. So during that peak time, so how much data we can able to download and how many transactions we can able to achieve in that application, we will find here.
Mm.
And
Okay.
find out resource utilization of servers under the production load. See, resource utilization is nothing but CPU usage and memory usage of all the servers. So we have
Mm.
web server, app server, and DB server, right?
Mm.
If I generate the load, that usage will increase on the server. If it is go more than 80% or 90%, there is chance to crash the server. Let's say
Okay.
if you go to your client's, your personal laptop task manager, you can able to see CPU usage. Parallelly, if you open some more application, then your usage will increase, right?
Mm.
Then if it is reached more than 80%, then your system will slow down. Your performance will impact, right?
Yeah. Correct.
Similar to this production server also, if it is responding for 10 user, then that usage is something like 5%, 10%. If it is responding for 100 user, then usage will be like 40, 50, like that it will go.
Mm.
Once it reaches the production peak load, if the usage is very high, then definitely it will serve very slow response,
Yeah.
right? So
Mm.
during production time, what is the usage of servers? We will come to know during our testing itself. It is very high, then we will upgrade the server.
Okay.
And also identify functionality errors under the load. Functionality errors means like some functionalities will work normally when you are working manually or putting less load, but same functionality will not work under the load. Right?
Hmm.
Some application will crash, some functionality will crash when you put load. Let's say registration. If you try to register in any application with some less load, then it will allow to register and it will generate account. It will allow to create the account. When load is running on server, we will get some set of error. It will not allow to register and get the
Hmm.
credential. Right?
Yeah.
So load testing is for is my application is capable to handle peak production load or any errors will occur under the load, we will come to know.
Okay.
Next, what is stress test?
Stress test is like putting more load on the application to know where it breaks, right? The
Correct.
breaking
Find
point.
breaking
Yeah.
point of the system. So
Yeah.
stress test will be conducted to determine stability of a given system or component beyond the normal operational capacity. So here it is under operational capacity,
Mm.
but here beyond the operational capacity, often to find breaking point of the system. So that means we're going to keep on increase the load till it reaches the breakpoint, right? Once
Yeah.
it reaches the breakpoint, our system will not respond, right? Then we will come to know breakpoint of the system. So how
Yeah.
we going to design and run this test means initially a load will applied on EUT and it would be constantly ramp up. So we're going
Mm.
to increase the load constantly till it reaches the breakpoint, right?
Mm.
So we're going to keep on increase like 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 like that. We're going to keep
Mm.
on increase the load till it reaches the break. At one point the system will crash, right? If it is not
Yes.
able to. So how we will come to know it crashed, it reached the breakpoint means EUT stop responding. EUT means environment. Environment will not respond for our request.
Mm.
Or step hike in the response time observed. Step hike in the response time means initially it is giving response time in 3 seconds, 4 seconds. But after some time it is giving response time in 20 seconds, 30 seconds means we will come to know something going wrong in the server. Some set of issues arising in server.
Mm.
And during the time, if you ask server team to see the server status means they will see the server usage and they will make sure web
Okay.
server getting high usage or app is getting wrong. And
Yeah, we did a stress test yesterday and we noticed that it is almost reaching 100%. That's where it
okay,
started breaking. Yeah.
correct. Our environment errors occur because of load. Environment error means server related errors. Like
Mm.
404 error, 500 errors will come. So during the
Okay.
time, if you use the application in browser, we will get the same set of errors.
Yes, yes.
Right? And server team will come make sure that server status, server is up or down.
Okay.
Right? Again, they will restart the server.
Okay. So in that case, we can, increase the server and then, I mean, memory and CPU usage. I mean, like we can increase that and we can run one more test, right?
Correct. So mainly this stress test is for find the breakpoint of the system. Like let's say if application is already in production, if you
Mm.
make any enhancement or if you modify the functionality, then we have to do load test. Why? Because application already in production, you know the production volume, how many
Mm.
customers you have, right? But
Mm.
these new changes and new environment will able to handle that load or not, then we'll go load test with a defined set of concurrent users. Stress
Okay.
test is mainly for newly developed application. So we develop one application and we're going to launch the application in next week. When it go to production, how many users going to use, we don't know in future,
Mm.
right? Then
Yeah.
what we can do, we can run stress test and find capacity of the system. So this is the load maximum I can able to accommodate in my application and server. If it go beyond that, then your system will crash.
Okay. So they will
Right?
have understanding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So if they want to accommodate more users, then they will upgrade the servers.
Yep, yep.
Clear, Srilata?
Sorry.
Clear these two
Yeah, this
topics.
is clear. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Okay, next spike. Spike test will be conducted to determine stability of a given system when there is an increase and decrease in the user's load. Let's say, so previous two tests we gradually increase the users, like
Hmm.
slow step by step we increase the load. But here if you see 0 to 100 is a ramp up, and after some steady state 100 to 1000 it went suddenly simultaneous ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
Again some steady state from 1000 to 1500 it went,
Hmm.
right? And again some steady state load drop suddenly 1500 to 100 it came,
Okay.
right? So this
Hmm.
is nothing but spike in the load, sudden increase and sudden decrease. Some application can able
Yeah.
to handle the same load in load test, but same load it cannot handle in spike. Load test, let's say I run on load test for 5000 users. Gradually increase the load and maintain the steady state and gradually decrease the load, the test went fine. But same
Hmm.
load I generated in spike. So only difference I going to increase the load suddenly and decrease the load suddenly. Some application will crash. It cannot
Oh.
able to handle the sudden load. Why?
So,
Because
yeah, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, yeah.
I mean, like, what is the difference between the stress test and this one?
Stress test we going to increase step by
S-
step till reach the breakpoint.
So,
We're going
okay,
to keep
slow
on
ramp up,
increase.
you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
slow ramp up and also we're going to keep on increase the load till reach the breakpoint.
Break point.
But
Okay.
spike time, like we're going to increase some set of users suddenly and again we're going to drop some set of users suddenly. So this is
Okay.
recommended for like let's say you know the IRTC website, right? Indian Railway Reservation System,
Mm-hmm.
right? So that have
Yeah.
Tatkal ticket option. Exactly
Oh,
11 o'clock they will open the Tatkal ticket. So you know
mm.
that or it's new. So
Yeah.
you know this website, right? IRTC website.
Yes, yes, I know. Yeah.
Tatkal ticket option, you know, right?
Mm.
So exactly 11 o'clock they will open the Tatkal. So before
Mm.
11 o'clock there will be some less load in that server. Once they open the Tatkal ticket, more users will try to book the ticket on that time,
Mm.
right? Load will increase to some extent. Again, after 30 minutes or 20 minutes, the ticket will sold out. Again, that load will come down to normal. Users will come out from that application,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So you can able to see some spike in the load. Not
So
only
does
in ATC website,
okay. Does this
like
called as a step stress test as well? Because we are doing something similar like this. They are
step
calling it as
test.
a step stress test. I don't know, maybe.
Okay,
It looks
okay, I
similar to
don't know.
me. Yeah.
Okay, so like Amazon planning to give 1 hour lightning offer at midnight 12 o'clock.
Okay.
Before offer, there will be some normal load.
Mm.
Once they announce the offer, more users will try to hit the application at the same time, right? Then
Mm.
load will increase suddenly. And after that
Okay.
offer period, then load will come down to normal, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And also, like university going to publish the results. So once they publish, then more students will try to view the application at the same time. Load will increase suddenly. After some time, that load will down come to normal. Any application getting load sudden and decreasing load suddenly, then that application is recommended to do spike test. Why? Because like secure applications, do you have an idea about session IDs, session
Mm, yes.
concept?
I heard. Yeah, I'm
Mm,
not very clear on that. Yeah.
okay, okay. No, just basic idea is like if I'm logging in any banking application, it will create one session for my login. If I log out, that session will kill automatically. Or if I leave it ideal for some time, then also that session will kill. After some time, that session timeout will happen. Whenever I
Mm.
want to navigate, then it will say your session expired. Please leave login again. Right.
Okay.
If I log in, then again it create new session for my login. So that session will maintain till I log out.
Okay.
So this kind of session application, if multiple users log in at same time, If it is not able to create the session for each and every user, then it will throw some error,
Okay.
right? And
Mm.
sometimes what will happen if I drop the user suddenly, it have to kill the sessions, right?
Mm.
But some application after drop users also that session will active on server.
Okay.
So this kind of issues will come, we can able to find out. So this test will help
Uh,
us find out whether application can able to handle significant change in the load or not. When
okay.
load going to increase sudden or decrease, how our application or server going to respond for that load,
Okay. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Next, endurance test. It's also called a soak test.
Mm.
Let's say we develop one application and we did load test. 1 or 2 hours we run. So 1 hour we gradually increase the load, maintain the 1 hour steady state, and we gradually decrease the load. So it performed well, and we move that application to production. When it go to production, it not only going to run 1 or 2 hours there, right? It going
Mm.
to run 24/7, 365 days. There is no downtime in production, right?
Mm.
So we moved that application to production, but client said first 4 hours your application perform well. After that, I'm facing some slowness and error in our application, right?
Mm.
But we test and make sure for 1 hour here. When it go to production, it going to run continuously, and the client said it is not performing for a long time. Right? To
Yeah.
avoid this kind of issue, we going to run one endurance test. So endurance test will be conducted to verify your system can able to sustain continuously exported load for prolonged period of time.
Yeah. I'm hearing some background noise. Do you hear that too?
Oh, is it clear now?
Yeah. Sometimes it is clear. Sometimes I'm hearing some background noise, which is disturbing.
Oh,
Yeah. It's okay. Yeah.
so endurance is a subset of load test.
Okay.
Subset of load test means like same load test pattern only we going to use here for ramp up and steady state ramp down. Only thing steady state we going to maintain prolonged period of time, long duration we going to run more than 8 or 10 hours.
Yeah. Same baseline. I mean, like same load we have to run for 8 hours, right?
Right.
Okay. I mean, like we have to use a different set of data, but or we can use the same set of data and run for 8 hours.
It's up to the
Yeah,
application. Like
because
some
yeah, the team
application will
asked
allow
me
to
once,
use.
so I was like, what we have to do in that case?
Yeah. So some application will allow to reuse the data, but some application will not allow. Then we have to give unique value every time.
Okay, okay.
And this test will perform with a defined set of concurrent users for prolonged period of time.
Hmm.
This test will help us to discover memory utilization issue and detect potential leak. That is nothing but memory leak in the application. So memory leak
Okay.
is kind of error occurring server. So that errors we can able to find out only in endurance test. Why? Because if you run the test for a long time, then only we will come to know out of memory error. There is
Hmm.
no space to create a new object in heap. So these heap related errors we can able to find only in endurance test.
Hmm.
Right? That
Okay.
memory will flow, then it will throw some set of errors in servers. So that errors only possible to identify in endurance. Why? Because load test or stress test, we just going to run 1 hour. Within 1 hour, that memory will not. Right?
Okay.
Next, volume. So do you know what is volume?
Volume. Volume is yeah, I know, but I mean like a number of transactions, right?
Yeah, let me explain one real-time scenario. Like we develop one hospital management system. Right?
Okay.
Whenever patients come to hospital, they will do registration. The system will generate one patient ID.
Hmm.
Right? So that ID they will share to client, customer patients. So
Hmm.
whenever patient come to hospital, they will just ask that patient ID and they will enter in that system. So it will give the patient history, like patient records.
Hmm.
Based on that, they will give further treatment and they will update everything in that patient ID. So we deploy that application. Initially, they have 500 customers data in their database, right? Whenever they enter the patient ID,
Okay.
they will response quickly. But after 2 years, they're saying your application performance is very slow and I'm getting errors. So during that time, they have 1 lakh patient records in their database, right? Whenever they enter the patient ID, it is taking long time to fetch that particular patient information from the database and give the response, right? That
Okay.
means data volume increase, performance impacted. So to avoid this kind of issue in production future, during testing time itself, we're going to ask database team to have 20% of data in database and run the test. Again, ask database team to increase the data volume like 40% or 50% or 80% and run the test. Then if you compare these two test results, then we will come to know, right? When 80% of data in database, how it is respond. When 20% of data in database, how it respond. If both are
Okay.
same, then fine. If both are varying, then definitely same thing going to happen in production future, right?
Okay. So you mean like we are increasing data step by step and testing it.
Yeah, we're going to increase that. We're going to have look on database volume and we're going to run the same load test,
Okay.
right? Then definitely in production users will increase and data volume will increase, right? So definitely day by day users going to increase and data going to increase in the production.
So to
So
verify that data in step by step, we have to run a couple of tests, right? Load
yeah,
tests.
we're going to run couple
Okay.
of tests and we're going to compare the test results. Then we will come to know how
Yeah.
it going to respond when production volume, data volume increase. If it is
Okay.
increasing, if response increasing, then definitely same thing going to happen in production future. So to
Okay.
avoid that, during testing time itself, we will ask database team to optimize the query to achieve the better performance when it is having high volume of data,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So then we can able to avoid this kind of performance issue in future. Otherwise, definitely data volume going to increase. Then later they will say your application performance is not good, right?
Mm.
So this
Yeah.
test will help us to measure the response time, throughput rate, and resource utilization of UT under different volume, right?
Okay.
To
Yeah.
determine that database acts under the various circumstances. How our database going to act under the different circumstances,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all about types, and these are the tools available in market. We're going to use LoadRunner for our training. So in your current project, you start using the tool or
Yeah. We started LoadRunner using LoadRunner.
okay, okay. So what level of experience you gained till now?
Yeah, I can say like 50%, not a lot.
Okay,
I'm like lagging behind with scripting and everything. So
okay. So scripting in the sense parameterization, correlation, error handling.
yes, exactly. When I can record the script. Once I record the script, I need to tune in the script to make it work. So that's where I'm lagging to correlate and like all those stuff I have to learn first.
Okay, okay,
Yeah, that's where
okay.
my husband is helping me all these days right now, but he's
Sure.
busy.
Yeah, we'll start working on the scripting part. Yeah, so before
Oh,
that, we'll see about requirement gathering. What are the requirements we need to gather during
mm,
requirement gathering phase?
okay.
So did you involve in that activity?
Yeah, I involved in that.
Okay, okay. So in the next session, we're going to see detail about
Okay.
requirement gathering.
Mm,
Let me give quick recap. Load means under normal operational capacity to find whether application can able to handle the production peak load or not.
mm,
Trust means beyond the operational capacity after to find breaking point of the system,
mm,
capacity of the system. Spike means sudden increase and sudden decrease. When application getting load suddenly and decreasing the load suddenly, how it going to respond for that?
okay.
Endurance test is also called as soap test. So we're going to run the test for long duration and we're going to see the performance.
Okay.
Volume test means when database volume increase or decrease, how it going to respond for that.
Okay. Yeah.
We're going to see non-functional requirement gathering.
Okay.
So what are the requirements we need to gather during requirement gathering phase? We're going to discuss now, right?
Okay. Mm.
So perform testing lifecycle have 5 different phases, right?
Mm.
Initial phase of perform testing is test requirement gathering. So this phase we're going to interact with the client and we're going to get the requirement. So these requirements are totally non-functional requirements, right? Nowhere
Yeah.
related to functionality of the application.
Okay.
So once we gather the requirement, then it will move to test plan. Test plan is like a management activity. So based on the requirement, management will design the test plan. In the test plan, they will mention in scope, out scope, and resource billing hours and license. If it is license tool, they will include licensing cost. Everything they will mention in the test plan. They will give to client for review, right?
Okay.
Test
Yeah.
start date, end date, everything they will mention. So
Mm.
once client review and sign off done, then we will move to scripting, right?
Okay. Mm.
Scripting phase, we're going to record and automate each and every scenario in our tool, and we're going to customize the script like parameterization, correlation, error handling, timers, everything we're going to add in our script, right?
Okay. Mm.
Once scripting completed, then we will move to fourth phase. Fourth phase is test execution and monitoring, right?
Okay.
So
Mm.
here only we going to design and execute that test whatever we want, like load test or stress or spike or endurance, whatever we want. We go to design and execute in fourth phase. During
Okay.
execution time, server team will monitor the server behavior, right?
Mm.
So once execution completed, we're going to get the result file. So that result file we're going to analyze and generate the report. So that is the final phase.
Okay.
So first, test requirement gathering. Test requirement means we're going to interact with client and we're going to ask requirements. What are the requirements we need for perform testing?
Mm.
So first point, expected response time, expected transaction rate, virtual users load, tool to be used, and key performance business scenario identification, and environment details and type of the application and architecture, load distribution, LAN based or WAN based application, and supporting team. So these all informations we're going to gather in requirement gathering. So now we go to see this each and every topic in separate slide. In
Okay.
detail, we're going to discuss. So first point we're going to ask what is your expected response time. So we going to ask to client. So what is your expected response time? Analyze and identify the expected response time for each and individual page request. Right. So we need to analyze and identify the expected response time for each and individual page request. Step one, whenever client define the expected response time for each page request, we will analyze the results. So mostly client will define the SLA. SLA means service level agreement. Right. They'll say my expectation is launch should not take more than 3 seconds, login should not take more than 5 seconds, search should not take more than 4 seconds. Like that, they will define the SLA,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So, if client define the SLA, then step one, whenever client define the expected response time for each page request, we will analyze the result, we'll run the test, and that results we can compare with SLA, then we will come to know application meets a performance criteria or exceed the performance criteria, right?
Okay. Mm.
Sometimes what will happen, some clients, sometimes they will not define the SLA. That is step two. Whenever client does not define the expected response time, we have to suggest the expected response time based upon the application understanding. So if client not define the SLA, then we don't run the test, and from that result we going to highlight the high response. Then client will decide that whether to go production, or they'll kill the application and they'll come with new build. Then again we go to rerun the test and make sure that performance improved in the next 2 weeks or not.
Okay.
So what happened in your case? They become SLA or
Usually they give SLA. So far I haven't faced any situation where they didn't give any SLA or something like that.
oh.
Yeah.
Next we're going to ask expected transaction rate. Right?
Mm.
Expected transaction rate means, so during requirement gathering time, I'm going to ask what is your expected transactions? How many transactions you want to achieve in this test? Right?
Mm.
Transaction means uh, each and every user action we're going to consider as transaction. Right?
Mm.
If user launch, that launch is one transaction. Login is one transaction. Search is one transaction. View the product detail is one transaction. Add to cart is one transaction. So logout is one transaction. Like that, we're going to consider each and every action we're going to consider as transaction.
Okay. Yeah.
And also we're going to consider entire scenario as an one transaction. Entire scenario means launch, login, search, and add to cart, make payment, and logout. So that entire scenario also we're going to consider as one transaction, right?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
we're going to ask what is your expected transaction rate, how many transactions you want to achieve. So then they'll give the input in any of this one in format like transaction per month or per hour per day or per month per year.
Okay.
So by seeing the production data, they can able to give this information, right? If they take 1 month order report from Amazon, we will come to know per day how many orders there should. Like 1 month value divided by 30, if you put, then we will come to know per day.
Mm.
Then again, if you put divided by 24, then we will get per hour. If you want to know per minute means divided by 60,
Yeah.
right? Then we
Mm.
will come to per minute how many transactions happen in that application.
Yep.
So let's say Amazon last year they gave 1 hour lightning offer. So they received 50,000 orders in 1 hour. So that is the last year status. But this year also they are planning to give the same offer. But this year they are expecting 1 lakh orders in 1 hour. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Compared to
Okay.
last, they have more customers in their system. So they have more new customers. So they are expecting 1 lakh orders in 1 hour.
Mm.
Right?
Yeah.
So we have to run one test. The test should run for 1 hour. Within 1 hour, it need to place 1 lakh orders in that system. So
Mm.
they want to know whether application and server can able to handle 1 lakh orders in 1 hour or not. If it is not able to handle, then that offer going to flop,
Mm.
right?
Yes.
Before launch that offer, they want to run the test and make sure whether my application and system can able to process 1 lakh orders in 1 hour or not. If it is processing, then what is the response time for each and individual page
Mm.
request,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So in that case, we have to generate the load, and that load we need to maintain for 1 hour. So end of the test, we need to have 1 lakh orders in database, right?
Yes.
So so 1 lakh orders we have to generate. Okay, that is clear. But how many users load we need to generate? We don't know, right?
Yeah. True.
To place 1 lakh orders, how many users, virtual users required? We don't know. So simply, if I put 1,000 users or 50,000 users, we don't know how many transactions they're going to achieve, right?
Yeah.
Then in that case, we have to run multiple run to achieve the order. So to calculate that, we have one formula called Little's law.
Mm-hmm.
So did you hear about this? Wait,
No.
okay.
First.
So Little's law, by
Mm.
using Little's law, we can able to calculate workload model. Little's law should be probably be one of the most famous queuing theory. Let's see how it can be used in perform testing. So
Okay.
litmus is universal. It can be applied anywhere queue is present, from retail store to a CPU or application server. So we can apply anywhere where queue present, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take one ticket counter. So let's assume a ticket counter in which users spend 15 minutes on average. That means whenever user enter into this queue, they'll spend 15 minutes to get the ticket.
Mm.
Right? So
Okay.
that they mention as W. Customer
Mm-hmm.
arriving at the rate of 20 customers per hour. So per hour, 20 customers will arrive in this queue, right? That is nothing
Mm.
but lambda. So in terms of uh, performance, transaction per hour it is, right? 20 per hour,
Mm.
TPH. Let us assume everyone buys the ticket. So everyone buys the ticket means we have to serve 20 customers in 1 hour, right?
Mm. Mm.
But only within 1 hour, how many tickets this counter can able to issue? If one user taking 15 minutes means how many tickets he can able to issue in 1 hour?
20 into
No, no.
115, right?
One user is taking 15 minutes means how many tickets he can able to issue in 1 hour?
In 1 hour, 60 minutes, 15. I mean, like 6 hours.
No, Srilekha. One user is 15 minutes. In another 15 minutes, that means 30 minutes, two users.
Oh, yeah,
45 minutes, three
four
users.
users. Yeah,
Four users, right?
four users. Yeah.
Okay. But we need to serve 20 customers in 1 hour, right? But with one
Yeah.
counter, we can able to serve only four customers in 1 hour. Then if I want to serve the remaining users, then I need to increase the counter, right?
Mm.
So this counter is nothing but virtual users, right? So
Okay.
this, if I increase the virtual users, then my test will achieve 20 transactions in 1 hour. Otherwise, if I run test with one user, then test will achieve only four transactions in 1 hour.
Yeah.
Right? So
Mm.
how many counters we need to increase? We can calculate in formula. Little slack can be calculated average number of customers in the system. Anytime it would be n equal to lambda into w. N is nothing but number of virtual users. Load.
Okay. Mm.
Lambda is nothing but transaction per hour, per minute, or per second. Client requirement 1 lakh orders in 1 hour, right?
Mm.
Lambda equal to 20 per hour here. W is nothing but that one scenario execution time, one iteration execution time. So
Okay.
if you record and automate that Amazon order scenario in your tool and replay it once, then we will come to know one iteration execution time, right?
Mm.
Like launch the application, log in that application, go to search with keyword t-shirt, then the search result will come. From that list, I'm going to choose one t-shirt and add to cart, make payment and log out. So if you automate that and replay once, then we will come to know one iteration execution time. How much time taking to complete the one iteration,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Then if you put lambda 20. Now if I want to apply this 2 in formula means both should be in same formula. See, lambda is in hours, W in minutes,
Mm.
right? Either I need to convert minutes to hours or hours to minutes. So I'm going to convert this minutes to hours. 15 divided by 60, then 0.25 hours.
Okay.
Right? Now both in hours, 0.25 into 20 equal to 5. If I have 5 counters, I can able to serve 20 customers in 1 hour. If I run
Mm.
my test with the 5 virtual users, then my test will achieve 20 transactions in 1 hour. 5 fours are
Mm.
20, right?
Yeah.
So the same formula we can use for load calculation, like 1 lakh orders in 1 hour. If you record and automate, then we will come to know one order taking 3 minutes. Then 3 minutes just convert to hours.
Mm.
So 3 minutes divided by 60. 0.05 hours into 1 lakh orders. 100,000, 10,000 lakh. Then I need to put 5,000 users, right? If you put 5,000 users and run the test for 1 hour, then my test will achieve 1 lakh orders in 1 hour.
Okay.
Right.
Mm.
So we have one website to calculate this easily. Perf
Perf-metrics. Okay.
Yeah, Perf. So in this site we have option to calculate the transaction per second, TPS. Right.
Oh, okay.
So transaction per second calculator. So here I'm going to give the requirement like number of threads. Okay, we'll calculate in reverse way. Virtual user calculator. Right. So we don't know how many virtual users to generate for that Amazon example. So end-to-end response time in seconds. So 3 minutes means 180 seconds, right?
Mm.
Expected number of transaction per hour. So per hour I'm expecting 1 lakh transaction, 1 lakh orders, right?
Mm.
Pacing time we yet to discuss. I'm going to give 0 as of now. Think time
Mm.
also I'm going to give 0 as of now. We'll discuss about that in upcoming session. See,
Okay.
automatically calculate and say number of threads 5,000.
Oh, nice. This is easy.
The same. You can also calculate TPS. TPS is nothing but a transaction per second. So it is just reversed. Here formula lambda into W, right?
Mm.
Lambda into W. If you know n value, then if you don't know lambda value, then n divided by W. If you put n divided by W, so you know number of users and you know execution time, then how many transaction my test going to achieve, we will come to know.
Mm.
So number of threads, I'm putting 5,000 here.
Mm.
And end-to-end response time 180 seconds. Number of transactions in one iteration. I'm just going to mention 1 as of now. 0, 2 times 0. See, automatically it calculates per second 27.7 transactions will achieve. Per hour 1 lakh orders will achieve.
Okay. That makes sense.
Oh,
It's nice. Yeah. This calculator, I have to save this. Maybe it will be useful for me. Mm. I usually, sometimes I will rerun the test to achieve the goal.
okay, okay. So
Yeah.
you go multiple run.
Yeah, multiple runs. Sometimes you have to, like pacing, adjusting, and all those things. Yeah.
Oh, so pacing time also easily we can calculate here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll discuss that in upcoming session. Pacing time
Okay.
calculator, think time calculator.
Okay. Okay.
So this slide clear, right? Instruction right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Next, we're going to ask virtual users load. How many users load you want to generate? So during requirement gathering time, we're going to ask what is your expected load,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they'll say 2,000 users I want to generate, or 1,500 users I want to generate in this load, right?
Mm-hmm.
Analyze the maximum load to be tested for the given application. Step 1, client define the load. Whenever client define the load, the maximum load to be tested, we'll do the load test for the same expected load. If client say, then we're going to generate the same load. Step 2, if client does not define. So if client say no, this is newly developed application, we don't have idea how many users going to use this application in future, right?
Mm.
In that case, as a perform testing team to suggest the maximum load to be tested, we will analyze the application behavior, right? We're
Mm.
going to keep on increase the load till reach breakpoint. We can run stress test, right? To
Yes.
find the break. If it is already in production, then they have production data. then they'll give the expected load. Right? If they make any enhancement or if they make any changes
Mm.
to the functionality, then we're going to see this new changes going to impact my production performance or not.
Mm.
If it is newly developed, then we can run the stress test to find capacity of the system, and we can say this is the maximum load you can able to accommodate. If it go beyond that, then your application and server will crash.
Mm.
Right?
Yes.
So this we have to ask during requirement gathering time. And next one, tool identification. Actually, it is not part of requirement gathering. It is early stage of performance testing life cycle. Before requirement gathering itself, we have to identify the tool, right?
Mm.
Analyze the type of the tool to be used to doing the test execution. The tool identification will be done at early stage of perform testing life cycle. Why I'm saying early stage means, so initial stage is requirement gathering. So we just going to interact and get the requirement. And
Mm.
second phase, test plan design. So they're going to give in scope, out scope, and resource billing hours and licensing cost, effort and estimation.
Mm.
So once client sign off done, then only we're going to start using scripting in virtual user generator, right? During
Mm.
that time, we come to know that application is not compatible. We are not able to automate that scenario in our tool, right? But
Mm.
when I tried in alternate tool, it can able to automate that. So if I go to client and say, no, my tool is not supporting, so I'm going to use alternate tool for this. So the tool is licensed. I'm going to purchase license for that. And also I don't have resource. I'm going to hire new resource. Then test plan, test duration, everything will change, right?
Mm.
So client will not agree for that. So to avoid this, better do one POC when it is a new project. If POC success, then take it to requirement gathering. You know POC, right? Proof of concept.
Mm. Yeah, I heard, but not in depth.
Okay, so just we need to ask one complex scenario. So if any first time client asking to do perform testing for that application means
Mm.
I'm going to ask what. So give me one complex scenario and give your application access. So then we're going to record and automate that scenario, and we're going to run with multiple users and multiple iteration to make sure that tool is compatible for that application. So if it is
Oh.
able to automate, then we're going to check with database. So we need to, so after running the test,
Mm.
database update in the database or not, right?
Mm. Mm.
So everything make sure then we can say
Okay. Okay.
POC
Yeah.
pass. If it is not able to automate, then during that time itself we'll decide that alternate tool, right?
Yes. Correct.
So for first time, so if it is again second time they are asking to do perform testing, then we know that the application already tested in our tool.
Mm. Yep.
Next, key performance business scenarios. Key performance business scenario means during requirement gathering time, we're going to ask what are the scenarios you want to test. At 99% client will give the scenario list. Let's say if
Mm.
it is banking application, they'll say, I want to do perform testing for create account, view balance, mini statement, detail statement, fund transfer, update user profile. So they'll give
Mm.
some list of scenarios, right? If it is e-commerce applications, account register, user registration and place the order, cancel the order, track. If they don't like, they will cancel the order and they will track the order. So they'll give some list of scenarios, right?
Mm. Mm.
If it is insurance means policy quotation, policy quote renewal, bulk renewal, and claim. So they'll give some list of scenarios. But
Okay.
sometimes what will happen, client will not give the requirement. They'll say, no, I don't have idea. So this is first time we're going to do perform testing for this application. So you just suggest me what is key performance business scenarios, right?
Okay.
So in that case, we're going to explain about these 4 bullet points. Then they can able to answer our question.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So
Okay.
first, I'm going to ask, what is the most frequent access business functionality in our application? So which functionality will access frequently?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So then they will say if it is banking application, many statements will happen frequently. View balance will happen frequently,
Mm-hmm.
and fund transfer will happen frequently. If it is e-commerce, search and add to cart will happen frequently.
Mm.
And if it is insurance domain, policy quote will happen frequently. They will give some list of scenarios. Right?
Yeah.
So that scenarios we need to consider.
Okay.
And next, I'm going to ask. So what are the business critical functionality in your application? Business critical scenario. Business critical scenario means if that scenario failed or if that scenario causing high response time, it impact the entire business process, like business turnover. Like
Mm.
in e-commerce application, placing order is a core transaction, right? If I'm
Mm.
not able to place the order, then I will frustrate and I will move to other shopping site.
Yeah.
Right? So they have to tune the application performance and they have to do high performance for that business critical scenario. In insurance application, quote is also one business critical scenario. And renewal the policy. If I'm not able to renewal and if I'm getting errors in the payment page or in order in quote ID generation page, then I will not take the policy, right? I will go to some other site and I will place the policy. So whichever scenario impact our business, that scenarios we need to consider for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Understand.
Next, time dependent scenario. Time dependent scenario means on particular time or particular date, load will be very high on that application. Okay. So let's
Mm.
say Tatkal ticket booking in IRTC website. Exactly 11 o'clock load will come. Again after 11:30 load will come down to normal.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you not consider that in your perform testing time, in production that load behavior going to change.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then we don't
Yeah.
know how our application going to handle that. In
Mm-hmm.
banking application, every month end and month starting, more users will do more transactions. Right?
Mm.
Once they receive the salary, they'll try to settle the house rent, EMI, credit card bill, electricity bill. Right? They'll
Yeah.
do more transactions on month and month starting.
Yeah.
So during perform testing time, if you not consider that scenarios, then every month end and month starting behavior going to change. Then we don't know how application and server going to handle that situation.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah.
So during perform testing time itself, if any time dependent scenario you have, that we need to consider.
Okay.
Next, resource intensive scenario. Resource intensive scenario means when you use that particular scenario, it utilizes your system resource and network resource and database resource mostly, like upload or download something. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to upload my resume in Naukri. So it's going to upload via my network and it will save in the database, right?
Mm.
It will utilize the system resource much. And I'm trying to take 3 months detailed statement from my bank account. Then it will run the query and it will collect 3 months data from database and it will frame the PDF file and it will download via my network. So
Mm.
during that time, server usage and my network usage will be very high,
Mm.
right? So if any scenario that have report pulling or any file generation, that we need to consider as resource intensive scenario.
Okay.
So these key performance scenarios need perform testing. Some other less priority scenarios we no need to consider.
Okay. Yeah.
Like less priority scenario means like update email ID,
Mm-hmm.
update address, user details. So these scenarios will not get traffic
Mm-hmm.
all the time, right?
Yeah.
So if I update my email ID, then again I will update whenever it required. After 1 year or 3 years, if it required, then only I will update that information,
Mm.
right?
Correct. Yeah.
So, but key performance scenarios we need to consider. If
Okay.
client asks you to automate that scenario, less priority scenarios also, then fine, we will automate and we can include in our test. But
Mm.
mainly we need to consider these key
Mm.
performance scenarios for perform test.
Okay. Yep.
Clear, Shilita?
Yeah, this is clear.
Okay, next, enrollment. So always recommended to do perform testing on dedicated test environment, right? So we need to know the environment details, what kind of environment we are using and what kind of configuration we have, right? Testing in production is strictly prohibited. Some time they will ask you to run the test in production. So we need to say testing in production is prohibited. If anything went wrong, then we will not respond for anything, right? So we
Okay.
need to know the volume of servers during requirement gathering time itself. What kind of app server they have, what kind of web they have, what kind of DB they have, we need to know.
Okay.
So definitely based on the server configuration, server volume also the performance will change, right? If they
Yeah.
are having high performance server, then it perform well. If they are having some less configuration, definitely that performance will vary.
Okay.
Next, application architecture. So this already we discussed, right?
Mm.
Browser to web, web to app, app to DB, again DB to app, app to web, then it will reach end user. So this round trip time is called response time, right?
Yeah.
So this application architecture diagram we need to understand during requirement gathering time itself. Then only we can able to visualize where our request traveling and getting response, right? Where we are causing, where application going to get error, we will come to know. Then during requirement gathering time itself, we need to understand this application architecture. They need
Okay.
to put this architect diagram.
Mm.
Next, load distribution or workload model. So workload model means distribute the load across all identified key performance business scenarios. So we identified some scenarios list, right? So
Mm.
let's say we're planning to do 500 users load test for banking application. So we get list of scenarios. One is mini statement, detail statement, fund transfer, and create account. So we have 4 different scenarios. Now we're going to distribute this 500 users load to all the scenarios,
Okay.
right? Let's say
Mm.
I'm going to ask during requirement gathering, how many users I need to assign for mini statement, how many users I need to assign for detail statement, fund transfer, and create account. Right?
Mm. Mm.
Then they'll give the split up. If not, we need to, so like if I simply put 500 for mini statement, so it will not happen in production, right? In production, if load is getting 500 means
Mm.
some users will try to transfer the money, some users will try to create the account, some users will try to take money statement, some users will try to detail statement. All together only it will achieve the production load, right?
Mm.
Traffic will come from different scenarios.
Right.
So we're going to record each and every scenario individually, and we're going to assign load for each and every scenario,
Mm-hmm.
right? All together it will achieve the production load. Then
Okay.
only it is similar to production volume, right?
Mm.
Sometimes what will happen, they will not give the load directly. So just forget about this column. They will give the transaction per hour, TPH or TPM per minute or
Mm.
per second. Right?
Mm.
So one second.
Yeah, no problem.
Actually, I have another session at 7 a.m. That
Mm-hmm.
student want to cancel that.
Oh, okay.
He messaged me also.
Okay, okay. I was also like doing some execution till 8:30 and then I jumped into this call. They are like me, but yeah.
Yeah, I have session back to back 6 to 7, 7 to 8, and 8:30 to 9:30. After 9:30, I have one support project.
Awesome. Everything's packed up.
Yeah, everything.
Okay.
Okay. So they'll give transaction per hour. Transaction per hour means just forget about the load. So they said
Mm.
350 transaction I want, 350 transaction I want to achieve in 1 hour, 500
Okay.
detail statement I want to achieve in 1 hour. So
Mm.
in that case, we have lambda. W we will come to know if you record and automate this scenario, right?
Mm.
Then if you apply in Little's law, lambda into W, then we will come to know n how many load we need to generate to achieve this transaction.
Okay.
By using Little's law, we can able to calculate the load volume,
I mean, in
right?
case if they are giving the user and also transaction per second both, in
Okay.
that case we
In
have to
that
achieve
case,
by pacing, right?
yeah, with limited users, I want to achieve only this transaction, right? We are limiting users and transaction means by altering think time and pacing time, we can achieve that. We'll see that
Yes.
after.
Okay.
We have think time and pacing time, right, to slow down the transaction.
Mm.
So you know think time, right?
Yeah, think time I know. Within the
Okay.
script we have that. Yeah.
Yeah, time interval between the
Yeah.
transaction.
Every transaction. Yeah.
So between launch and login, we're going to wait some time,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Number of threads. I want to run 500 users or 100 users. End-to-end response time in seconds, like 180, 244 minutes,
Mm.
right? Number
Mm.
of transactions in one iteration. Launch, login, search, view product, logout. 5 transactions, right?
Okay. Okay.
And iteration per hour. So per hour, how many iteration you want to run?
Mm.
With 100 users, I want to achieve only 150 iteration or 250 iterations, right?
Mm.
Pacing time, I'm give 0 as of now. I'll explain about the pacing. See, now
Mm.
automatically it calculate and give think time. So think time we have to put 200, 1200.
Mm.
Fixed think time between each iteration 300. That means each and
Mm.
every iteration, I need each and every transaction in between we have to put 300 seconds to slow down. Why? Because if I simply run without think time,
Mm.
then they might achieve 2000 transactions or 1500 or something. They will achieve one. Why? Because one user taking 3 minutes means 200 users they're going to run for 1 hour. They will
Mm.
repeat the technique again, right?
Yeah.
If they achieve 1000 transactions, 1000 iterations in 1 hour means that is overload. Right? My production
Mm.
that will not happen.
Yeah.
Right? If I want to give pacing, like if I give pacing time, then think time will reduce. So after each iteration, you're just going to wait 50 seconds to start the next iteration.
Mm. So we are giving pacing manually in this calculator.
Yeah. So if you give pacing, automatically the think time will reduce.
Okay. Okay. But how do we calculate how much pacing we need?
So
Yeah. I mean, like we are giving the input here for pacing. So without
right.
giving any input for pacing, how do we know like how much pacing we can give? So,
So
okay.
it's up to you. You need to give some interval between the iteration, right?
Mm,
So here
mm,
also I'm putting the same 1100 users, right? Response
mm.
time 240, iteration per hour 250. Iteration I want to achieve per hour. Think time we going to give think time in seconds.
40 seconds response time. That's a lot.
Yeah. So sum of yeah. Just giving some high value. Why? Because with
Okay.
100 users, if you put 60 seconds means it will achieve more transactions, right?
Okay. Okay.
So think time in seconds. Sum of all think times used in the script. Like if I have 5 transactions means each transaction I'm going to give 15 minutes or 20 minutes. Then
Mm,
100 seconds, right?
mm-hmm.
Then calculated pacing is 1100. So we
Mm.
have to wait 1100 seconds between each and every iteration. Then only we can able to limit 250
Okay.
transactions, right?
Okay. Yeah.
If
This
I
is
give,
really good.
yeah, it is. If I not give any interval, then the test will achieve more than 3000
Mm.
or 4000 iteration in 1 hour, right?
Mm.
The
Yeah.
users will repeat again and again. Whenever they complete the first iteration, they will go and start the second iteration. So they
Mm.
will complete more than 250 or 3000 or 4000 transaction in an hour. That is overload, overloading
Mm.
the system, right? I want to
Yes.
limit test, limit users and limit transactions. Then we need to use in time and pacing time.
Yep.
So clear this workload model.
Yeah, it's clear.
Distributed load testing. So distributed means we're going to distribute the load across all the region. Like we need to know what kind of application we going to test. LAN based application or WAN based application. LAN based means local area network.
Mm.
Within that local, we can able to access. Let's say some every company have a time entry system, right?
Mm.
Time sheet. So that we can able to access only in office network. If you come to our home network, you cannot access that application. So that is internal
Okay.
application, right?
Mm.
So if you connect in your office network or VPN, you can able to access. But if you directly connect in your home Wi-Fi, you cannot
Mm.
access that application. So if you go to test that kind of application, then we need to generate. We need to configure load generator and server both in the same network. It's called LAN-based performance. Like hospital
Mm.
management system. Internally, they'll have one server. They will use that application within that hospital. If you come out from hospital, you cannot be able to access that application from other network,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
LAN connection. So if it is WAN based perform testing means configure load generator server both are in another network and it communicate over the internet is called WAN. So from anywhere we can able to access via internet.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So in that case we can place load generator in different region.
Okay.
Right? So
Yeah.
for some what will happen server physically present in North America, but users will come from all other regions like from the US users will use the application. From India also users going to use that application. From China also users going to use that application. From Europe also users going to use that application. So
Mm.
in that case, if I want to do perform testing for that application means we need to have load generator in other regions also, right?
Mm.
To generate the required amount of load, we need to have LGs in all other regions, not only from US to US. If you run test only from US to US, then that is not similar to production, right?
Yeah.
So that is called distributed load testing. So
Okay.
we're going to set up LGs in different region and we're going to run the test or else we're going to use network virtualization to stimulate the network bandwidth.
So how often we do this test in companies? I'm not
Um,
sure because I
so
didn't see it.
okay, it depends upon the application. So if it is wide application, then users
Mm-hmm.
will come from everywhere, right?
Okay.
So
Okay.
in LoadRunner also we have option to one option called network virtualization. So that
Mm-hmm.
is also license. So if you purchase license, then we can choose India to US, India to China. Like that, you can choose the region.
Mm-hmm.
Then automatically it will visualize the network and it will add the delay
Okay. Okay.
in
Got it.
response time.
Okay.
So you know load generator. What is load generator? LG, right?
Yeah, I'll just distribute the load
Okay.
among the.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is one controller machine. That means my machine. So I'm
Mm.
planning to run 1500 user load test. So from my machine, I'm going to generate 500 users, and LG1 I'm going to generate 500, and LG2 I'm going to generate 500. All
Mm.
together, it's going to achieve 1500 users load. It will go
Mm-hmm.
and hit the target server, and final results will get collect and save in my controller machine.
Mm.
Right. So we'll see this practically in upcoming session.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
And to calculate the LGs also we have formula. So we can refer this site. Load generator calculator.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So how much? Let's say one user consuming 4 MB of RAM. So if one user consuming 4 MB means if I want to generate 1000 users, then how much RAM required? 4 GB,
Mm.
4000 MB, right?
Mm.
But my system having only 4 GB RAM. Then I cannot assign all the RAM for virtual users, right? So my operating system need to perform. So I'm planning to run 1000, like 500 users from my machine. Remaining 500 users I'm going to run from another machine, right?
Okay. Mm.
But how we will come to know one user required 4 MB, right? It will vary application to application, right? So
Mm.
that concept is called memory footprint analysis.
Mm.
Right?
Okay.
First user virtual memory and each additional user virtual memory. So first user virtual memory is the memory consumed by one user. To determine
Mm.
this, check the available memory on LG and note it down. So just go to your load generator machine, go to task manager. There you can able to see committed memory and available memory. Right? Just note
Oh,
it down. Then
okay.
execute the test with one user for 15 minutes. Just run one user for 15 minutes test. Then there will be
Mm.
some decrease in your available memory. So just note it down. So if you see the difference, then we will come to know how much MB that user consume. Like 12 MB
Mm.
first user consume. Then each additional user. So we're going to put 5 users, run same test for 5 users, keep the same delay at start, and have each user start 1 minute apart. So we're going to run 5 users 15 minutes, but ramp up time we're going to give 1 minute delay for each user. So first user will
Mm.
come after 1 minute, second user after 1 minute, third user. So like that we're going to add every 1 minute we're going to add one user,
Mm.
right? So there will be some decrease in initial memory. Like first one user come this much memory it have, and after
Mm.
adding a second user this memory it have. So
Mm.
like that you can able to see the difference for each user, right?
Yeah.
Finally if you come to know 5 value, if you want to know average 5 value, sum of 5 value divided by 5,
Mm-hmm.
then we will come to know average.
Okay.
Total LG RAM, determine the RAM load generator, example this much. Used
Mm.
by OS, determine RAM used by operating system, example. So operating system consume this much RAM. So now
Mm.
we can able to calculate the load generator. So in the site itself we have option. First user
Mm.
memory, first user consuming 12 MB. Each additional users consuming 10 MB, right? Total
Mm.
RAM, LG RAM in MB. So I have 8 GB, so 8000 MB, right?
Mm.
RAM used by operating system 2 GB operating system is using. Then automatically it will show result. Number of virtual users in 1 LG 450. So with that
Mm.
6 GB I can able to generate only 450 users
Okay.
and calculate required number of LGs for the test. So I'm planning to generate 1200 users load test. Then how many LGs required? It's a 2.6. That means 3 load generators I need to have to generate the
Okay.
1200 users load.
Got it. Yep.
Okay. So we need all supporting. We need project team support to complete whole project execution without any issue. So if you are facing any technical issue, then we need to reach developer, right?
Mm. Mm.
If you are like many application they have OTP,
Mm.
fund transfer, right, or account registration, they will send the OTP to registered mobile number. So we cannot automate that. So either they need to disable that OTP or they need to set default OTP for all the users during perform testing time,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Like 1 2 3 4, they make it default, then we can pass in our request. Otherwise it will go to registered mobile, then we cannot get the value and give input during test time, right?
Mm.
And some application they will have captcha in learning, captcha, right?
Yeah. I know
So
that.
yeah, we can able to read the image and give input, but tool cannot do that, right?
Yeah.
So they need to disable that captcha. So these kind of
Okay.
technical things we need to reach developer for understanding the request. Some
Mm.
application they will encrypt the data and they'll send in the request,
Okay, okay.
encode and decode. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So after recording, our tool will capture the value, but it is in encrypted format. Then we cannot understand what they are passing in that request.
Mm-hmm.
URL encoding, they'll do URL decoding,
Mm-hmm.
and unescaped HTML. They'll use different method to secure the data. So we can ask
Oh.
database technical development team to understand what they are passing in that request. And
Mm-hmm.
sometimes some session dynamic values are there, but we
Mm.
don't know where they generate that value. If you're not able to
Okay.
find it our tool, then we can check with them. So it's capturing on dynamic value, but I'm not able to find the boundary for that.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
So they can able to answer. And function related issue. If anything related to functionality, we do if you don't know, why? Because we are non-functional testers. So this
Mm.
time we will work in banking project. Next project we might get in insurance. So we work in multiple projects also. So
Mm.
functional wise, we don't know. So then we can reach QA team. Like banking
Okay.
application, if you add payee, that payee will available after 30 minutes or 40 minutes. So different application have different behavior, right?
Mm. Yes.
And also this payee is not eligible for IMPS. So only NIFT we can do. That also they have some limit. So only 5 transactions you can do in a day. So like that functionality they have.
Mhm.
So we
Yeah.
will not
Yeah.
have that. We will think that it is some script issue or something. Later we will come to know that functionality error.
Yeah.
So
Database always will have data issues.
correct. So if any database related queries, we can reach database admin. Let's say they will ask to run 1,000 users load. If they
Mm.
want to generate 1,000 users means they need to give the test IDs, right? 1,000 users
Yes.
credential.
Yeah.
They will not provide. They will ask you to run the generate the IDs through our script. We need to automate
Yeah,
create
actually
account
here
and
they are not providing any test IDs. I have to use my own ID to run the tests.
Mhm.
Just one user ID password for that big tests, big volume test.
No, no, we should not
That
go
is
like
not
that. Why? Because
correct. Yeah.
yeah, if they're having session concept, then definitely separate session will open for each and every login. If you
Mm.
reuse that login, that session will not create, right.
Mm.
So they need to provide. So if it is simple thing, we can record create account scenario and we can run it with run multiple iteration and we can create account through our script.
Mm.
But some application have multi-level authentication. Like while registering, it will ask email verification, and
Mm.
after we verify the email, it will send OTP. And after
Mm.
create the account, it will ask you to reset the password first time.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
then multiple multi-level authentication means we cannot automate that. Then
Yeah.
database team need to support.
Correct.
And also different some applications have different roles and privilege, like admin user, super admin user. Like
Mm.
bank
Yes.
also have different type of login, right?
Yes.
Savings
Yes.
account login and current account
Yeah.
premium.
Yeah.
So bank staff login and customer login.
Mm.
So each and everything we cannot create manually or through our script, right? We
Yes.
can create, but it is time taking process.
Yes. Yes.
So, but if you approach database team, they can able to run the query and update values in table. Then that users will available in front end.
Okay.
And also, if they want to place 1 lakh orders in 1 hour, means they need to maintain the stock in database, right?
Yes.
If they have only 5,000 stock means after running 5,000 transaction, our script will fail. It will go out of stock. Then we cannot able to place order through our script.
Mm.
And also, if they want to transfer money, means they need to have some test account. That account they need to have some amount. Then only we can log in and we can transfer money to them.
Yeah.
So this
Correct.
information they have to support.
Okay.
For that we need database support and
Mm.
also environment. If you are not able to record if any firewall enabled or if any load balancer failed, then we
Mm.
need environment team to know the status, right?
Mm.
So that's the reason I mentioned we need all project team support to complete whole project execution with that initiative. So we need point of contact from all these things.
Yes, yes.
We'll see LoadRunner components. Parallelly, we will install LoadRunner setup if it is downloaded complete.
Okay. Okay.
Once it download, please let me know. We'll start
Yeah.
installation. We'll see components parallelly.
Yeah,
So
sure.
whenever you install LoadRunner full setup, you can see these three icons. Right? One is virtual user generator, and another one controller
Mm-hmm.
and analysis. So these three icons you can able to see in your desktop, right?
Okay. Mm.
So first we're going to see what is virtual user generator. So LoadRunner components we're going to see. So LoadRunner is one type of performance testing tool from Micro Focus vendor, which basically supports C language. Right? You can
Okay.
also register and get a account in Micro Focus website, and you can download this LoadRunner. Right?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
And so we already discussed about this performance testing life cycle, right? So first
Mm.
two phases are like requirement gathering and test plan. So once test plan design done, then we will move to scripting phase, right? So during
Mm.
scripting time, we're going to use virtual user generator. It's shortly called as VUGen,
Mm.
right? So this VUGen is for scripting purpose. Once
Okay.
we once we complete the script, then we will move to test execution and monitoring. So for that, we're going to use controller, right? Controller is for design and execute the test.
Yeah.
Next, once execution completed, we're going to get the result file. So that result file we're going to upload in third component called analysis. So analysis have option to analyze and generate the report. So that is the last component for analyze and generate the report,
Yeah.
right?
Mm.
And additionally, we have one more component called load generator, right? Once
Mm.
installation completed, you can able to see load agent, load runner agent process running on your system. So
Mm.
if agent process is running in any machine, that machine you can use for load generator, load
Okay.
generation. If it is not installed in that machine, then that machine we cannot use for generating the load. If I want to use any system, then for generating the load, then I need to install this agent process. It will come with a full setup default. So
Mm-hmm.
if you install LoadRunner full setup, then automatically this will also install. If you're not able to find here, then go to Windows and search agent. So you can see agent process. You just need to start this agent process in LG machine,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
First, virtual user generator. So virtual user generator, by using this component, we will generate and customize the script for all identified key performance business scenarios. So we can able to generate and customize the script for all identified key performance business scenarios. So during requirement gathering time, we're going to get some list of scenarios, right? Like key
Mm.
performance scenarios, like most frequent factors, business critical scenario, time dependent scenario, resource intensive scenarios. So we're going to get some list. So during scripting time, we're going to automate each and every scenario separately. Like if it is banking applications, first we're going to automate create account scenario. Then next we're going to do fund transfer. Then next we're going to add many statement scenario. Next we're going to script a detailed statement scenario. Like that, we're going to do scripting individually for each and every scenario in virtual research and data.
Okay.
So here, so you already have, do you have idea how LoadRunner will record the script and just generate the code?
Yeah, I have that idea.
Okay, okay. So it automatically, so whenever you start recording, it will open the browser and it launch our application. Then we can
Yes.
able to navigate. Then automatically it will capture the events.
Yes.
So after recording, it will generate the code. So we going to customize that script like parameterization, correlation, error handling, timers. We going to define in that script to make it ready for multiple users and multiple iterations. Because
Correct.
the
Yeah.
recorded script if you run, it will use the same data and it will not handle the dynamic values, right? So we need to customize that script. So
Okay.
this component will support in all flavors of Windows and Linux. So this can be installed in any system, any operating system. It don't have any OS dependency, right?
Hmm.
Once scripting completed, then we will move to controller. So controller have option to upload the script. So we can load our script in controller. In virtual user generator, we can able to run one user multiple iteration, like one user 10 iteration or one user 5 iteration. We can run. Iteration is nothing but same user will repeat that again,
Mm.
right? But you cannot generate parallel load in virtual user generator. Virtual user generator is for only one user. When it comes to controller, here we have option to upload the script and we can assign load to that scenarios. Like if you
Okay.
have different script, you can give the load volume. So first script, how many users need to run, and second script you can assign some load, and third, fourth, like that you can distribute the load to all the scenarios. That is
Mm.
nothing but workload modeling. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So we can distribute load to all the scenarios, and we can generate the load in controller. Controller required license. So in controller only we're going to define how users need to ramp up and how long they need to run the steady state and how they need to ramp down. Right?
Mm.
So once execution completed in controller, then we will move to third component. So this controller will support all flavors of Windows only. It won't support in Linux and Unix.
Okay.
Right? It has OS dependency.
Mm.
Right?
Linux and what is the other one?
Mac system, any other system, it operating
Mac.
system, it won't support. It will support
Oh.
only in Windows. All flavors of Windows.
Mm-hmm.
Windows 10,
Only.
Windows 8.
Okay. Yeah.
And next one. So this controller,
One quick question. Will it support if the code is already being done in Karate framework?
which one?
I mean, like other team that they are currently working in Karate framework, they are asking if I can reuse those scripts, but I told them that we cannot reuse because Karate framework will not be supported by LoadRunner. Is my statement correct?
Actually, I'm first time hearing about the framework means.
Oh,
So that
okay.
Selenium framework or
I think it could be Selenium. That's what I mentioned. Like Karate means I am also hearing first time. Maybe it's a Selenium. I told them.
okay. Actually, LoadRunner in controller we have one option. So
Okay.
if you're loading the script, it will give three different options. One is LoadRunner script, Selenium
Mm-hmm.
script, and JMeter script. So I
Oh, then
tried.
we can use the Selenium script also if we
Yeah,
have.
yeah. We have option in controller, but I never tried. Why? Because I don't have exposure in automation. I
Oh,
have
okay, okay.
experience in LoadRunner and JMeter. JMeter I tried. LoadRunner
Mm-hmm.
by default we will use that option. But
Mm-hmm.
Selenium I don't have idea. But we have option to load Selenium script in controller.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how it will accept that. So totally
Okay.
different, right?
Yeah.
So
I haven't even
yeah, if
idea
you sit
about
with the
that.
Selenium
Mm.
guy, then you can able to figure it out. So how it is? I'll show how that option looks like.
Okay.
So you told on framework, right? What is the name?
Mm.
KA?
Karate. Karate, I believe. Karate framework.
Image is coming.
It's not even coming, but they are talking about some karate film. I told them that it couldn't be that what you're saying. Maybe it is selenium or something like that.
Uh,
I don't know how they will give varieties of names. But at least if we can do, I mean, like load Selenium scripts, then it will be very helpful because they are already, there are some scripts they are working on automation team. Then
hmm.
we can reuse those scripts. I don't know how LoadRunner will take it in.
Like, see, Karate Frame is the only open source tool to
Mm,
combine API test, automation, mock, and perform testing into a single.
hmm.
Testing into a single
So I
entity.
think it's only API test automation, not for everything.
Yes, but why they are mentioning perform testing also here?
Hmm. Unified framework. Maybe it's something new. They are trying, they are getting this started in PNC. I mean, like maybe by next year. It's already in place, but they are trying to combine with performance testing tool.
Hmm. Maybe integrate. You can see here you have option.
Integration. Yeah.
Okay, okay, sorry. Actually, it is not Selenium script. It is system or
Oh.
unit test.
Oh, okay, okay.
JMeter we have option. We can
Hmm.
upload JMS file and we can include here. LoadRunner
Okay.
is okay. I thought this is Selenium, not Selenium. This is system or
Oh.
unit.
Oh, okay, okay. Then there is no selenium at all. Okay. Okay. I think karate, I need to do some learn what it is exactly what they're trying to do. I will try to do some research there.
I think this is new to market. November 2019.
Hmm. 2019. They're
If it is
just
open
talking
source,
about
definitely
API testing only, but not sure if they we can do UI testing also with karate framework.
actually for API nowadays they are using Batman, right?
I don't know Batman.
Oh, sorry, Postman.
Postman, yes.
Yeah.
Postman, and there is one more also.
SOAP UI.
Soap UI. Yeah, right now we are using Soap UI.
Okay. So if you use this one, actually open source is having good market nowadays. If
Mm.
you use this one, it
Most of them are moving to open source tools right now. We are bringing up JMeter, and then we are going to, Karate framework. We are going to tie up with LoadRunner soon.
will.
So I think they are trying to retire LoadRunner tool next year and planning to shift to JMeter soon.
Yeah, yeah. Nowadays I'm getting more calls for Jamit only compared to LoadRunner.
Oh, okay, okay.
Inquiries are
Nice.
more for Jamit. Everyone want to do constant.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, most probably I will also go for JMeter, but when I get more projects on JMeter, then I will start working on that because even my husband also don't have any experience on JMeter.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
So controller required license. So it will support only in Windows. Right? In
Okay.
companies, what they do, like virtual user generator and other. So if you have multiple members in your team, like five testers, so
Mm,
they'll install LoadRunner full setup to everyone. But controller, they will license machine, they'll keep it in global, like common machine.
mm,
Right? If whenever you want to run the test, you can request and you can remote access that machine remotely and you can run the test there. Why? Because if you install license in your personal your office laptop, then other cannot use, right?
mm.
So initially, so definitely they will use separate machine for controller. So that machine
Okay.
they will run high configuration RAM. Why? Because it
Mm,
needs to generate the load, right?
mm,
But they will install full setup in each and every team member system. But license they will keep only in that common machine.
mm,
So so that we can able to other team also can able to access that machine at any time.
mm.
So similar to this, we have one more environment that is called Performance Center. Did you hear about that name?
Yes, I heard. Yeah.
Okay. So that is nothing but cloud.
Mm-hmm.
So you just need to access that by giving URL. So you can log in that and you can run. You can upload your script in ALM and you can get script. You can choose the script from ALM and you can run the script.
Mm.
Right? That is like a cloud environment. So multiple projects can use that system. Right? Whenever
Yeah.
you're running, like if your company purchased 5,000 user license, you're planning to run 1,000 users load, and some other team planning to run 2,000 users load. So whenever they want, you two can run parallelly.
Mm-hmm.
But if it is controller machine, once you complete the test, then only they can able to run the test.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
The next one, analysis. So analysis is with help of this component, we will analyze the results which are collected from the execution. So once execution completed, we're going to get result file. So that result file we can open in the component analysis. In this
Yeah.
component, we can able to apply some filter conditions, and we can extract particular data. Like if you run with 5 different scripts, you just want to know only one script information, then you can apply filter and you can get that particular script.
Mm.
And if you want to know particular timing, like you run 8 hours test, you want to know first after 4 hours how it went. 4 to 6 hours you want means you can extract that particular information by applying filter condition here. And also
Mm.
you can merge multiple graph and you can compare your result. Like you can merge your response time with active running users graph, and also you can merge active thread running users graph with hits per second graph. Then we
Mm.
will come to when how user increasing, how it's increasing. When user became stable, then how it's went. When user
Mm.
decreasing, it's decreased. And you can come like that. You can merge multiple graph. Like user
Okay.
increasing, throughput will also increase. When user decrease, throughput will also decrease. Right?
Mm-hmm.
When user increase, if throughput became stable, means your network bandwidth it raised to maximum. So it cannot able to serve more than that throughput. So that
Oh.
kind of bottlenecks we can able to identify by comparing the graph.
Mm-hmm.
So that option is available in this third component. So this component will support all flavors of Windows and Linux. We don't have any OS dependency. Only controller have the dependency.
Mm.
Right?
Okay.
Next, load generator. So load generator is nothing but just like a normal laptop or normal PC. So our normal system only, we just going to use that machine for generating the load. That is called load generator.
Mm.
Let's say we two are in same office. I am planning to run 1,000 users load test. So I don't have good configuration RAM. So I'm planning to run 500 from my machine. Other remaining 500 I'm going to generate from your laptop. So for that I'm going to install this LoadRunner agent process. Then I can able to give your IP in my controller. So it will connect and it will become ready state. So once it became ready, then I can assign load and generate load from your machine.
Mm.
And final results will get collate and save in my machine. So it's going to use your system for generating the load.
Okay.
So it generates the required amount of virtual users to run the script on server. So to run the script, we just going to use that machine. So that machine is called load generator.
Mm.
And installation actually, if it is installed in your system, then you can able to see here, or else you can go to task manager. There you can find this aim agent product.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this one. Aim agent product. So it's running now. It is nothing but agent process,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
So how to calculate load generator? So let's say I'm planning to run 1000 users load test or 4000 users load test, right? So
Mm.
one user consuming 4 MB of RAM. If one user consuming 4 MB of RAM to generate 1000 users, how much RAM required? 4000 MB, right?
Mm.
Hello.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, yeah,
Yes, but
4,000.
yeah, one user consuming 4 MB of RAM means if I want to generate 1000 users, then I need 4000 MB, that means 4 GB.
Mm.
So my system is having only 4 GB. So all RAM memory I cannot assign to LoadRunner. So my system operating system also need to perform. So it required minimum 1.5 GB.
Mm.
So in that case, I cannot able to generate the required amount of load, right?
Yeah.
Then you need to take help of another machine. So
Okay.
one system is going to keep as master, another one slave. You can add n number of LGs in our test. So first, how we will come to know one user required 4 MB or 10 MB? It will vary application to application.
Mm.
So
Okay.
we don't know, right, how much RAM required
Yeah.
to generate the code. We don't know. So
Mm.
to calculate that, we have one option. So that's called the memory footprint analysis. It's a
Okay.
military. Do you know about memory footprint analysis? So
No.
just need to find first virtual user memory and adding each virtual user memory. So
Mm-hmm.
load generator calculator. Actually, this site is very useful. So here we can able to calculate how many LGs required to generate the required amount of load.
Okay.
So first we going to see first virtual user's memory. So first virtual user memory is memory consumed by one user. So if you run how much MB that the first user consumed, we're going to calculate now. To determine this, check the value, check this value available on LG. So available memory we just need to note down from that LG machine. So if you go to LG and go to task manager, there you can able to see memory. So you can able to see available memory and consumed memory there,
Mm-hmm.
right? So just note it down. Then execute test with one user for 15 minutes. So
Mm.
only one test we going to run for 15 minutes. There must be some decrease in the available memory. Note down the difference between current available memory and initial available memory. Then we will come to know the value, right?
Yeah.
Like if it is having 12 MB means after running the test, you can able to see 10 MB or 8 MB there. So the difference is 4 MB. Right?
Mm.
Then
Correct.
next we going to find each additional user memory.
Mm.
Each additional user memory is nothing but run the same test for five users. So first time we ran one user 15 minutes, but second
Mm.
time we got run five users 15 minutes. Keep same delay at the start and have each user start at 1 minute apart. So we just going to keep 1 minute ramp up. So first user
Mm.
will ramp up. After 1 minute, second user will ramp up. After 1 minute, third user will ramp up. Like that, we going to ramp up each users every 1 minute apart,
Mm.
right? So and note the drop free RAM space in each user starting. So whenever each user is adding, you can able to see some memory drop in your available memory, right?
Mm.
So average RAM second virtual users and up to users each additional users memory. So you then you will get five different numbers, right? So
Mm.
initially it is this much, and after adding another user, it became 18. After adding one more user, it became 9, and after adding another user, it became 399. So
Mm.
there will be some decrease in memory. So then we will come to know five different numbers. So just add five numbers divided by five, then we will come to know average,
Okay.
right?
Mm.
Okay. So now determine the total RAM that hold on load generator. So how much RAM that load generator on LG RAM used by operating system. So how much memory operating system is using, you just need to find that.
Mm.
Then we can able to calculate the remaining space. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say here we have one calculator. So first virtual user memory. So my first virtual user consuming 10 MB and each additional user is consuming 12 MB.
Mm.
Total RAM is like 4 GB means 4000, right?
Mm. Mm.
And my
Yeah.
operating system consume like 1200.
Mm.
So with the remaining memory, I can able to generate 175 users in my LG machine,
Okay.
right? And calculate the required number of LGs for the test. So how many LGs required? So I'm planning to generate 1000 users, right? If
Mm.
it is 1000, then automatically it will say you need 5.7 LGs. That means six
Mm-hmm.
machines you need to generate the load. So six machines should have the same configuration like 4GB.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Clear, Deepa,
Yeah.
how to calculate.
Yeah. It is clear. So what will happen if we don't calculate and just run the uh,
Okay,
like
if the
randomly we
RAM,
can pick. Yeah.
yeah, if the RAM is not sufficient, then CPU
Mm.
percentage will go maximum 80, 90 like that. It will go right.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Then that machine cannot able to generate the load. Then that LG machine will fail.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Got it.
usage will.
Okay. Okay.
So
So
if
in
you
one of the tests, I see the CPU usage almost it hit 90. So
okay
I
in your
think I should. Yeah, when
load.
I'm running a test in LoadRunner.
Okay. So then what happened?
I just told them to increase the CPU memory and they have just improved. I mean, like increase some GB on this CPU.
Okay, again you
But
rerun.
yeah, we ran the test and it was okay. It not very good, but it is okay. Above like 70 or something we saw. But I
Okay.
believe I should increase the LGs as you said and
Yeah,
then run one more
you just
test.
need to add some more LGs in your test.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah,
That way you can avoid overload in particular machines.
got it. Yeah, good to
And
know.
also sometimes what will happen, bandwidth will utilize maximum.
Mm-hmm.
If your network bandwidth utilized, then it cannot able to download the throughput right data from
Yeah,
server. If you have
yeah,
multiple
understood.
LGs, you have space bandwidth to download separately.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If
Okay.
your network bandwidth is maximum like 10 MB or 12
Mm.
MB utilized, then it cannot. Then definitely that response time will increase, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
correct. Response times were looking okay, good within limits, but the CPU went really high.
Okay.
Like what they are saying is like before also it was with even without running any performance test also it is showing high like 90 and after I'm running also it is showing 90 so they can't understand where it's going wrong from their side also
Okay. So
but
you are
yeah
saying in servers or in your laptop?
not in my laptop in servers.
Okay. So here I'm saying that is in our laptop controller machine.
Oh, okay, in our machine you're saying. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Okay.
if it is server means that is different.
That
So
is different. Okay.
load generator is like generating the load. It required our internal memory, right? RAM.
Mm-hmm.
So server is getting usage high usage means that is a problem in servers.
Oh,
So
okay.
whenever you see high usage in server,
Hmm.
before running the test itself, if it is showing the high usage, then just restart that server and start running the test. Why? Because if
Mm-hmm.
already some process running on that machine
Mm-hmm.
means definitely that
Mm-hmm.
performance will impact, right? So better
Yeah.
restart and bring down to normal, then run the test.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now we're going to see component architecture. So that
Mhm.
setup file downloaded Silva or yet to download?
Let me check one second. Yeah, it's downloaded. Let
Okay.
me.
Can you please share your screen parallelly? We'll start install and see the
Oh,
slides.
yeah, sure.
I'll make you presenter. Yeah, you can share now.
Give control. Okay. Am I sharing?
No, not yet. So you can see four icons. Mic,
Okay.
camera,
Yeah.
screen. Okay, I can see your screen. Can you please unzip this file?
Where did it go? Okay, it's here.
1 second, Singapore. 1 second, I'll take remote access.
Okay.
Any pop-up window came?
No, it didn't came anything. Still loading. Yeah, now it came.
Okay, actually, I cannot able to see that one. I'm not
Okay, I
able to.
clicked yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, now I can see. Click install.
Hmm.
So the first window will not appear in this GoToMeeting. So do you have any antivirus in your system?
No, I don't have. I have to.
No, sometimes it will block. And also
Oh, if I
latest,
have antivirus, it will block and will not able to load, you're saying.
yeah, sometimes it will happen.
Mm-hmm.
Product install. So just minimize this screen. Anything open in.
Yeah, this one maybe.
Okay, yeah.
Oh,
Click
click
OK.
OK. Okay.
Okay,
So
LoadRunner.
LoadRunner. Okay, next.
Enable first checkbox and disable the last one. Next. Okay. So this is overall component architecture. Like during requirement gathering time, we're going to get scenarios list, right? So
Yes.
then we're going to automate each and every scenario in virtual usage generator. Once scripting completed, we're going to upload that script in controller.
Mm.
Controller is for design and execute the test. So here only we're going to generate the load. For that, it required license,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
And we're going to include load generator in our test. So let's say I'm planning to run 1500 users load. So 500 I'm going to generate from this machine, and 500 from my machine, and 500 from LG2. All together, it will achieve the load 1500. Load will go and hit the target server,
Mm.
including web server, app server, and DB server.
Mm.
So final results will get collect and save in my controller machine.
Mm.
So that result I'm going to open in analysis component, and I'm going to analyze and generate the report.
Okay.
So clear end-to-end.
Yeah. Everything is clear.
Okay. Going to see how to declare C variable and how to print that in output screen, and how to use LoadRunner variable we're going to see today. Right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So first we're going to see variable types,
Mm.
right? Like integer, character, string. If it is integer value, then we need to use percentage %d to print that value. So you already aware of this, Srilata, or?
Yeah, it's been so long, but yeah, I'm just reminding now. I haven't
Okay.
used anywhere, so yeah.
Okay. So if it is integer value, then we need to use percentage %d. If it is
Okay.
character, then we need to use percentage %c to print that
Mm.
value.
Okay.
Right? If it is a string, then we need to use percentage %s.
Mm.
So first we're going to see how to declare an integer variable, how to initialize value to that variable. Right?
Mm. Okay. Mm.
So if it is a variable means, if it is C variable means, we first need to declare that variable. So here I just declare int session equal to 21. So int is data type, session is the variable name, and I assign value to that variable 21. Right?
Mm.
If I want
Mm.
to print this in output screen, then we have one function called LR underscore output underscore message. So this LR output message function will print given message in output screen, and also you can print the variable. Like if you want to print integer, then use percentage %d comma that variable name. So it will print that value in output screen.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm.
I'm going to open virtual user generator now.
Okay.
Yeah. So now I'm going to reuse that same script. When it's the script, or else you can click create new
Okay.
and click web HTTP HTML protocol
Mm.
and give name to your script. and click create, then it's create on solution explorer.
Okay.
Okay. So here we're going to write our
Mm.
code. So first I'm going to declare one integer variable int a equal to 10. So data type integer, value variable name a as in value 10 to that variable. So now if I
Mm.
want to print in output screen
Mm.
lr underscore output message. So you no need to type entire function here. So if you type lr underscore and first two letters of that function
Mm.
and press control plus space, then
Okay.
automatically it will come in the suggestion. Control plus space.
That's nice. Okay.
So output message within double quotes percentage d comma a. Right. So you can replay by clicking this play button or F5 for replay.
Mm-hmm.
So I just replay here.
Mm.
Okay, it replays successfully. Now, if you see in the output log,
Mm-hmm.
you can see action line number 6 value 10.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So next we're going to see how to use pointer variable. So pointer means it refers address of the memory locator to store
Mm-hmm.
given string type of data. So address of the memory locator means if you use pointer variable, then it will refer the address of that memory.
Mm.
So if you want to declare pointer variable, then put char star variable name. So if you put star before that variable name, then that is a pointer variable.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to use uh, normal variable, then you no need to put star there. If you want to use the pointer, then you need to put star before that variable name. So
Mm-hmm.
here I just put star city equal to Hyderabad. So whenever you are giving value to pointer variable or character variable, we just need to give values in double quotes. In integer value, we directly give the value, right?
Mm.
Whenever using pointer or character variable, we just need to use double quotes.
Okay.
Yes, Lena.
Yeah.
Then the value Hyderabad will assign to the pointer variable, and whenever you print by using percentages,
Mm.
why? Because there we use integer, so we use percentage d. Here we're going to use character, right? So we need to print the entire string, right?
Mm.
Then we need to use percentages.
Okay.
1 second.
Yeah.
So here I'm going to put on character variable.
Mm.
So it is user defined. You can give any name to this variable.
Mm.
So you can give city, town, whatever you want, you can give. So now value Chennai is assigned to this variable city. If I want to print that percentage yes, comma, city. See now it prints Chennai in my output screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So next we going to see array variable. So array
Okay.
means it's a similar type of data type to store
Mm.
in an array index. Right?
Okay.
So
Mm.
array means if you say give any value that going to save in the array index. Let's say here I am going to give array of 100. That array size I just initialize 100.
Mm.
So if I give any text to that array variable, it's going to save in the array
Mm.
index like B going to save in array index 0, A going to save in array index 1, N going to
Mhm.
save in array index 2. So like that each
Okay.
letter will save in the separate index.
Okay.
Right. Now
Mm.
if I put LR underscore output message function percentage yes,
Mm.
then it will print the entire string. Why? Because
Mm.
yes first print the string. If I want to
Mm.
print a particular character, then I can use percentage C, city of 2 or city of 1, whichever array index
Mm.
value I want to print, I need to give that index number.
Mm.
If I put city of 2, then 0 going to save B value, 1 going to save A, 2 going to have N. So it prints N.
Mhm. Okay.
Yes.
What is that 100?
100 is the array size. We
Okay.
just initialize the array size.
Mhm.
Right?
Okay.
So I'm going to put instead of pointer, I'm going to declare this variable in array.
Mm.
So now if I print percentage yes, then it will print the entire string. Same way I'm going to print the particular character by using percentage C, city of 1. Then it's going to print H. So first it print the string and second it print the character
Mm.
array. Array 0 going to have C value, right?
Mm.
Clear now, Srilata?
Yeah, it is clear. Yeah.
So next string operation. So this string operations like exercise. So
Mm.
in scripting, we're not going to use the same functions
Mm.
anymore, but we just going to use this for practice, like how to declare the variable, how to bring that value in output screen.
Mhm.
First, we're going to see strlen function, string length, how to calculate length of the string.
Mhm.
So it calculates length of the given string. So first, I'm going to use one integer value int a equal to strlen. Within double quotes, I'm going to give welcome. So
Mm.
that means it's going to count the length of this string. So within double
Mhm.
quotes, I'm giving welcome text. So strlen function going to calculate the length of the string and it will assign
Mhm.
to a variable. Here I just declare the a variable. I did not assign any value in
Mhm.
first line. So here I am assigning value.
Mm.
Now if I print a in my output screen, then we'll get the length.
Okay. Yeah.
So clear this example,
Yeah.
Srilata, or you want
Yeah. Yeah.
to
This is
execute?
clear. No, it is
Okay.
clear.
You want to execute this?
Mm. Okay. Let me. Uh, string length, right?
Yeah. So just if you want, I'll type the same thing here and execute and show a equal to strlen.
Mhm.
Within double quotes, I'm going to give. Now I'm going to print by using LR underscore output message percentage D for integer,
Mm.
comma A. See, now it prints length 4.
Okay. Yeah.
Next, we're going to see string copy. String copy means it will copy the given string to string variable. So
Mm.
first I'm going to declare one array variable. So whenever you want to copy, you just need to use array. So pointer will not work here. So you just need to go with array only for copying the value to another
Mm.
variable.
Mm.
So first I'm going to give is char temp 100. So array size 100, that is empty. I did not assign any value in first line. The
Mm.
second line I'm going to give strcpy function, string copy function. This variable name temp comma welcome to LoadRunner. So this is the text going to
Mm.
copy to this variable now. So this is the
Okay.
syntax. So first we need to give the variable name comma value. Then
Okay.
automatically it will copy to this variable. So
Mm-hmm.
I can able to print the using percentage yes comma temp.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to print city equal to sorry strcpy string copy.
Mm.
Within that function I'm going to give right.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to print this using percentage yes comma city. The LoadRunner
Mm.
copy to that city variable and it print in the output screen.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Next one is string concatenation.
Mm-hmm.
So it
Okay.
concatenates the given two string as a single string. So by using this string concatenate function, we can concatenate the two different string as a single string,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So now I'm going to give one char temp array of 100. So
Mm.
that means that array is empty. Now
Mm.
I'm going to give two different pointer variable tool one comma. So tool one, tool two. Tool one
Mm.
I'm going to give load and tool two I'm going to save runner.
Mm.
Now first I'm going to use strcpy function. strcpy means string copy function
Mm.
to copy the string to first variable, right? strcpy temp comma tool one. So whatever value we have in tool one, that will copy to temp. Temp is already empty, right?
Mm.
Next, I'm going to use strcat string concatenate temp comma tool two. Temp already have load. Now we going to concatenate that load with tool two value. Tool two is having runner,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now if I print, it will print.
Percentages.
Yeah,
Okay.
it combined to load runner in output.
Okay.
1 second, Srilata. I just need to put one doctor appointment.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. You
This
understand, right? How
conference
to
will now be
concatenate.
recorded.
Yeah. It is. I understood that. Yeah.
Right. So now here I put
Mm.
one array variable and two pointer variable. So load I save in tool one load runner I'm going to save in tool 2, right? Now first I'm going to copy tool 1 to city variable. strcpy, within that function I'm going to give variable name city, comma, tool 1, right? So this I'm going to print separately here again. So now if I print city, then it will print load, right? Syntax issue. Okay, spelling mistake. Tool 1. See, now it print load.
Load, okay.
I'm going to concatenate strcat string concatenate. I'll put it in the next line. So now already city have load, right? Now that value is going to concatenate with runner. Again, I'm going to print city in the next line. So first print function will print load. Second one going to print load runner. Okay, see. First time it print load. Second line it prints
Load
runner.
runner. Yeah.
Right. So to concatenate the string, we just need to use array only. If I put pointer, then it will not concatenate. It will say memory violation error. Okay.
Okay.
And also we cannot concatenate two pointers directly. So we need to save in one array. With array only we need to concatenate. So here we have. I'm just going to command this line by giving double slash. I'm trying to concatenate directly tool 1 with tool 2, and I'm trying to print tool 1 here. Right, I just omit this copy function. So I'm trying to concatenate two different pointers now. It is
Okay.
a memory relation. Right.
Oh yeah.
So first we need to copy to one array, empty array variable. From array you can able to concatenate. Okay. Next string compare. Actually, this is not going. We're not going to use this in our real-time scripting. So you're just going to compare the string by using ASCII code. So if I give two different strings, it will just calculate the ASCII value for that string. Like if it is small a 97, small b ASCII code is 98, small c 99, like that. Capital A 65, capital B 66. So always small a ASCII code is greater than capital A ASCII code. Right? If you compare two strings, like first I'm going to put int a equal to strcpy string copy function. Two string I'm going to give, one in small letter and another in capital letter. So it will just compare. If
Okay.
string 1 greater than string 2, then it will print 1. If string 1 less than string 2, then it will print -1. If string 1 equal to string 2, then it will print 0. Right?
Okay.
So it's just going to compare the ASCII value and it will return 1, -1 or 0. First I'm going to put int a equal to strcmp within double quotes Right. Now it print -1. Why? Because string 1 less than string 2. Right?
String 1 is less than string 2. How come I didn't get that?
Capital letter as the code is
Okay,
small,
okay.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
So if I put small letter here
Hmm.
and capital letter here, then it print 1.
Hmm. Okay.
String 1 greater than string 2.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now it print 1.
Mhm. Okay.
If I put same both in capital or both in small, then equal to string 1, right? String 1
Mm-hmm.
equal to string 2, then it's going to return 0.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Next, ICMP. ICMP means it will ignore the case. So we
Mm.
just need to put str ICMP.
Mm-hmm.
Now it will print 1. And if I put I here,
Mm.
then it will become 0 now.
What it
Why?
is?
Because it will ignore the
STR?
case, uppercase and lower. It will just
Oh,
ignore the
okay,
case and it
okay.
will come as ASCII.
Okay. Yeah.
So next we're going to see some LoadRunner functions. So these
Mm-hmm.
functions we will use frequently in our scripting, and
Mm.
some other functions are there that we'll see directly during scripting time, like correlation time, error handling, parameterization time. We'll see
Mm.
others directly. Right?
Mm.
This we will use frequently, like LR underscore output message function. So it will print the given message in output screen. So we already use that function, right?
Mm.
So whenever use output message function, it print the given message in output window along with line number and method name. Line number and method name means it will show action. So this code is from method action
Mm.
and line number 8.
Okay.
If you double click this value, then it will
Yeah.
highlight, it will blink your cursor in line number 8.
Mm.
And it is easy to debug.
Yep.
Similar to this, we have one more function called LR underscore message. So
Mm.
LR underscore message means it print the given message in output window without
Mm.
including line number and method name,
Mm-hmm.
right? It simply
Mm.
print the value. See here, it print without any line number and method name. But better to use that output message function. It is similar function LR underscore message. It
Okay.
will
But
also
it's
print the
not
value.
that useful when we want to debug, right?
Right.
I
It
mean,
is
like,
not, yeah,
yeah.
not like if you want to debug where that value
Mm.
from, we cannot able to find in
Mm.
your output log. See, first line
Yeah.
it prints 0.
Mm.
Second, it prints will be load runner. So if I double click this, it cannot
Oh,
click your cursor in that line.
okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay, next we're going to see LR underscore error message. The error
Mm.
message function will print the given. So if you give any error message, that will print in your output screen highlighted in red color. So normal
Mm-hmm.
output message print the value, given value in output screen, right?
Mm.
If you put LR underscore error underscore message, then it will print the message and highlighted in red color. We're
Mm-hmm.
going to use this function during error handling time, right?
Okay.
In error
Mm.
handling, we're going to write if conditions. If else, if condition satisfied, then it's going to pass. If
Mm.
condition not satisfied, then it's going to print error message function highlighted in red color.
Mm-hmm.
If condition satisfied, then we're going to print that pass status in normal output message function. If
Mm.
condition not satisfied, then it go to else condition. In else, we're going to give error message function.
Okay. Yeah. Mm.
In double quotes, I'm going to give. Okay, just highlighted here.
Mm. Yeah.
So output message print in the normal way. So this one highlight in red color,
Okay. Yeah.
and you can able to see one error detected.
Mm-hmm.
If you print in a normal one, this that error will not detect.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you print
Okay.
that error message in output,
Mm.
then that will not come in the error, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So I just
Yeah.
switch
It
to
will
output.
just be in. It won't print in red. I think it will be just
Right.
output message.
See, now it is showing
Mm.
that script pass status.
Past. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So we'll use this error message function in upcoming session.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. Now we're
Mm.
going to see save string lr underscore save underscore string.
Mm.
Till now we saw that is C variable, right?
Mm. Mm.
C variable means we just declare the variable like int a, char star city, char
Mm.
city, array of 100. Like that, we just declare that variable, then we use that variable, right?
Mm. Mm.
So without declaration, you cannot use that variable, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So first you need to declare in the top variable name and data type. Then only we can use that variable in our script. But if it is LoadRunner variable, we no need to declare.
Mm-hmm.
Directly we can use that variable. So that is a difference between C and LoadRunner variable. So
Mm-hmm.
now I'm going to save value to LoadRunner variable. So by using save string function, it
Mm-hmm.
saves the string data into a LoadRunner string variable or string parameter,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Okay.
I'm going to give lr underscore save underscore string.
Mm.
Within double quotes, I'm going to give the value like
Mm.
performing testing session, comma variable name.
Mm.
So whatever value we given here, that will save in the variable tool.
Okay.
lr underscore save underscore string.
Mm.
Within double quotes, I'm going to give variable name, comma.
Mm.
Again, within double quotes, I'm going to give LoadRunner variable.
Mm-hmm.
Directly, we can give it. We no need to declare in the top.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what this value geometry will copy to save in the tool variable now,
Mm-hmm.
right? So,
Mm.
in generally, how we will print C variable? If I want to print LR output message
Mm.
percentage yes to print the entire string, right?
Yeah.
Comma true. If I print like this, it will not print. It will say tool one is undeclared variable, right?
Okay.
Undeclared identifier tool. So LoadRunner
Mm-hmm.
variable you cannot print like this. You just need to use one more function.
Mm-hmm.
So to evaluate data, we're going to use lr underscore evaluate string function.
Mm-hmm.
lr underscore evaluate underscore string. So it extract or evaluate the string data from LoadRunner parameter or variable. LoadRunner variable, it will extract the data,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm.
So in same way, I just save the value to LoadRunner variable. Now I'm going to print using lr underscore output message, and within that function, I'm going to use lr underscore evaluate string function.
Okay.
So this
We
is
have
the
to.
syntax.
Okay.
Within
Okay.
double quotes, within curly
Mm.
braces, we need to call that variable.
Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So here I'm going to call lr underscore evaluate string. Within double quotes,
Mm.
in this bracket, I'm going to give variable name tool. Now I'm going to close this
Mm.
one. Now if I print, it will just extract value from that LoadRunner variable and it will print in the output screen. In the
Mm.
line number 6, it prints like
Okay.
that.
Yeah. Jamita. Yeah.
So clear, Srilekha, how
Yeah.
to declare the LoadRunner variable and how to evaluate the data from that variable.
Yeah. Yeah. It is clear.
Similar to this, we have one more function called save int. So that is for
Mm.
save string. to save the string data, we use save string function.
Mm.
It's similar to that. If I want to save the integer value, then we can use save int function.
Mm-hmm.
LR underscore save underscore int.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give integer number.
Mm.
So if you going to give, if you assign integer value to variable means you don't need to give in double quotes. If it is
Mm-hmm.
a character, then you need to use double quotes,
Mm-hmm.
right? So
Mm.
now we use save string function, save int function to save the integer value to LoadRunner variable. If I want to
Mm.
evaluate, we don't have separate function for evaluate int. We just need to use same string function only.
Mm-hmm.
To save, we have save
Okay.
int. To evaluate, we don't have evaluate int. We just use
Oh,
evaluate int string function only.
we are still using string, right? Evaluate string, but it's not
Yeah,
string.
we use a int function.
Int function, but still we are giving evaluate string. Okay.
Yeah, so we don't have separate function
Okay.
for evaluate int. So the
Int.
string
Okay.
function only we need to use.
Mm-hmm.
Right, Srilata?
Yeah, got it.
Okay, next string conversion, right?
Mm.
So we're going to convert C variable to LoadRunner variable now. So now you know how to declare C and how to declare the LoadRunner variable, right?
Mm.
Now we want to convert to C to LoadRunner and LoadRunner to C variable, right?
Okay. Mm.
So first I use one pointer variable char star tool, right?
Mm.
Tool equal to LoadRunner.
Mm-hmm.
That way. So we just declare one pointer variable and assign value to that variable. Now I'm
Mm.
going to convert this variable to LoadRunner variable by
Mm.
using LR underscore save string tool comma new tool. So
Mm-hmm.
if you give values in double quotes, then it will consider that as data.
Mm.
If you are passing without double quotes, then it will consider that as variable.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now whatever value in tool that will copy to new tool. New
New
tool is
tool.
LoadRunner variable.
Okay.
So I can print by using LR underscore evaluate string new tool.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Now C2 LoadRunner. Right. So first I'm going to declare one C variable.
Okay.
Char star tool geometer. Now I'm going to use LR underscore save underscore string tool comma within double quotes I'm going to give LR. So okay, I will give load runner, right?
Mm.
So whatever value we have in tool that will copy to load runner now.
Mm.
Now I'm going to print this using output message. Within that function I'm going to use one more function called LR underscore evaluate string.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever value in tool that copy to load runner
Mm.
variable. So this
Okay.
one we directly define here, right?
Mm.
And now I print that. If I put tool in double quotes, then it will consider tool is the value. It's going to save tool in load runner and it will print tool in output screen also.
Mm-hmm.
See now it print tool. Why? Because we give tool. If you are giving
Mm.
values from variable means you just need to You don't need to give the double quotes.
Mm-hmm.
Clear, Srilekha?
Yeah, it is clear. Yeah.
So next we're going to see LoadRunner to C variable. So previous is C to LoadRunner.
Mm.
Right. So first I'm going to use char star temp. So this is C variable and empty. I did not assign any value to this variable.
Mm.
Now I'm going to use LR underscore save underscore string. Chennai is the value. I'm going
Mm-hmm.
to save a new tool. New tool is LoadRunner variable.
Mm.
Now I'm going to give temp equal to LR underscore evaluate string new tool. So there
Mm-hmm.
we evaluate and print in the output message, right? Directly we evaluate and print. Now we assign the evaluated value to one C variable now,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now I can print temp by using the normal way. Percentage s comma temp. Output message percentage s comma temp. Then it will print load runner in out Chennai in output.
Mm-hmm.
So first I declare one variable which is empty.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to use LR underscore save underscore string. Within that function, I'm going to give so now JMeter will save to new tool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assign tool equal to LR underscore evaluate string
Mm-hmm.
in double quotes in curly braces. I'm going to call new tool. So whatever value in new tool that will assign to tool now. Now I'm going to print this using the normal way.
Which one we basically like mostly
No,
using like
definitive means
LoadRunner
tool.
to see? Okay.
So already evaluate and assign to C variable, right? So now we are printing C variable in output. So this is load runner to C variable conversion.
Mm. Okay.
Clear, clear. Huh?
Yeah.
C to load runner and load runner to C variable.
True. Yes, yes.
Next,
Yeah.
okay, just practice this exercise like variables
Mm.
and data types.
Mm.
Type
Yeah,
it
sure.
and load runner function. So during scripting time, it is easy to understand the
Oh, okay.
function.
I haven't, so far in any of the scripts, I haven't used C at all. Maybe I don't know. I'm not using or not, but yeah, let's
Okay,
see.
actually these are like exercise only. Scripting you no need to
Mm.
write any separate coding here. So if you just understand how to declare the variable, we can use that variables in our script,
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
this string operation, like these are just exercise only to understand the
Okay,
variables and how to print that.
okay, okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Shiva. Okay. So this by using this random function, we can able to generate on random number between the range like 0 to 1 or 10 to
Mhm.
50, whatever you want to generate randomly, you can generate the random number between this range, minimum and maximum. So this will help, let's say, if you go to Amazon and search with keyword t-shirt, it will be list,
Mhm.
right? So in first page, sometimes it will show 50 products in one list. Some application will show 25 products in one list, right?
Mm.
So if you record and automate and choose one random product from the search list means you just need to pick one random value, right?
Yeah.
So actually we have one more function. So that we'll see during correlation time. By using this rand function also, we can pick one random value between that minimum and maximum range.
Mm-hmm.
So here formula is rand mod of max minus min plus 1 plus min. So first you need to know the array size. Like if your array size is 10 and 30, minimum and maximum is 10 and 30 means max 30 minus 10, 20, 20 plus 1, 21.
Mm-hmm.
Again plus min value is 10. If you put this formula, then it will generate a number between 10 and 30 every time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, got it.
So
Yeah.
first I am going to declare one integer variable int a.
Mm.
A I am going to assign a equal to rand mod of 21 plus 10. Right? If I put 21 10 plus 10, then it will generate one random number between that range and it will save in the a variable. Now if I print a in my output string, every time it will print different number.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to use int a, then a equal to rand mod of 21 plus 10. Now I'm going to print that a in my output message. Percentage d comma a.
Mm.
If I replay, every time it will print one random number between 10 and 30. See, this time it generates 18. Fine. Whenever I
Mm.
read,
Your voice is breaking, Arun.
is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's okay. Yeah.
This time 22. So every time it generates one random number between this range 10 and 30.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This time 30.
Okay.
So clear this rand function, Srilata.
Yeah, this is, yeah, it's clear.
So next we go to see file operation.
Mm-hmm.
So file operation is create a file and open the file and write data to that file and close the file. Read operation means we're going to open the file in read mode and we're going to read the data and we're going to close the file. Actually, this will help during interview time. So in interviews, sometimes they will have to have experience in file operations
Mm-hmm.
like read write operation. So, but
Mm.
in real time performance testing, it is not recommend to use in our script. Why? Because if you write file operation in your scripting, every user is going to open the same file and going to read the file or write the file, right? So if
Mm-hmm.
100 users or 1000 users doing the operation, it will be extra burden to your client machine. That means
Mm-hmm.
our running machine, right? If it is
Mm-hmm.
Selenium like automation, it can be possible. Why? Because only one user multiple iteration is not run, right? But performance means multiple users going to do that parallelly, right?
Yeah.
Every user is going to read the file and or write the file. So if multiple users doing read write operation, then our system performance will impact, right?
Yes, correct. So, how they will ask in interview? What kind of question they will ask here?
So they will just ask, do you have experience in file operation? If you say yes, then they will ask how you going to write data into file or how you
Mm-hmm.
going to read data from file,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay. Yeah.
So first we going to perform write operation. First we need to
Mm.
create one file, text file. Open
Okay.
that file by using fopen function. and write data by using fprintf. Fprintf is for write data to print the value in that file, and fclose is for close the file. First, I'm going to declare one pointer variable, and I'm going to give that file location. So we're going to create an XML file first. I'm going to create. So just create one text file. Now I'm going to copy that file path. So just copy this path and come to JMeter. First, I create one pointer variable. Within double quotes, I'm going to give the file path. So just add one more slash before each and every directory. So by default, it will come in the slash, right? Just do one more slash, then only LoadRunner will cover that.
So it will read the file from our system, right?
Right. It's going to read that file. So what we create one file, right? It's going to read that file now.
Okay.
Sorry, it's going to write now. We're going to perform write operation.
Okay.
Next we'll do read operation.
Okay.
So long file means, sorry, long is one data type. So till now we use integer and character, right? Similar to that, it is also one data type. I'm going to declare one long file name, file one. So that is folder name, sorry, variable name, file one. So I'm just going to open this file by using fopen function. File one equal to, I'm just opening that one using fopen and assign to file one. File one equal to fopen temp, comma w. W is nothing but write mode. If you want to open for read, then you need to give read mode here. So I just open the file in write mode. Now we're going to print by using fprintf function. Fprintf file one, comma percentage yes, comma the data content, what value, whatever you want to save in that file.
Okay.
Okay. So now we print JMeter in that file. We're going to close that file using fclose. Fclose file one. If I replay this, it will open that file and it will print JMeter there. It returns JMeter.
Okay.
Right. Next, we're going to perform read operation. So the file having data, right? So now we just need to define the existing file path. Char star temp equal to that file location. And same long variable, one more variable I'm going to define, that is what capture that value from that file and save it in one array. Right? Char star array of 100. Here also I'm going to open the file using read mode.
Mm-hmm.
So here additionally I'm going to declare one array variable.
So during which scenarios we will use this read and write in our scripting?
Let's see, you're going to place order in Amazon, right? You will get one
Mm.
order ID,
Mm.
right? You just want to
Mm.
uh, note down somewhere. You, through your script,
Mm.
you're going to place some order. That order IDs you need to save it in some file.
Mm.
So that ID is system generated,
Okay.
right? During runtime only we will come to know that,
Mm-hmm.
right? What else? What we can do? We can put correlation function to get the ID, and that value we can save in separate file.
Mm-hmm.
So that
Okay.
order information you can give input to the next script. So you have two different scripts. One is
Okay.
place
Got
the
it.
order, and another one is cancel the
Mm.
order,
Mm.
right? So if you want to
Mm.
cancel, then you need to get the previous order ID, right?
Mm.
So you can save in this
Mm-hmm.
file, and from this file you can read the
Oh,
data and you can give input to the next script.
understood, understood. I have the same situation in the last time when I was scripting, but I have asked the team to provide me the data
Yeah,
with
you
SQL
can. Yeah,
queries.
you can do that. You can ask database team to get the.
Mm.
Previously, you just run some iteration and get some order ID,
Mm.
and
Yeah,
that
instead of
products you can
asking
cancel.
them, yeah, it's we can even try to do on our own also.
Right.
Okay.
So now
Yeah.
we just open the file in read mode, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So we know in fprintf here. So there we open in write mode. Here we open in read mode. Next, we
Mm-hmm.
going to give while condition. While FEOF. FEOF means file end of the file. We just
Mm-hmm.
going to read data till end of that file F1.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
We're going to use f get s, right? F get s for
Mm.
get value, read the value from the file. F printf for print the value. F get s for get value.
Okay.
So f get s, I'm going to give how many characters I'm going to read. Like if we're going to read the data and we're going to save it in array, like 200
Mm-hmm.
characters or 100 characters you want to read, then you can give that number from file 1.
Mm-hmm.
So now we get value in str string. So that is C variable. I can directly print by using output message percentage %s comma str,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay.
So already we close that. See now it reads JMeter from that file.
Mm-hmm.
If I add some more, um, I just save this file
Mm.
and I'm going to rerun again. So we give file end of the file, right? FEOF.
Mm. Mm.
So you can able to see all name to all tool names from that file. It reads data from that file.
Okay.
Yes, Shalika.
Yeah, it is clear.
In one, yeah, in one interview they asked this question. So,
Oh,
do you have experience in file operation? I said yes. So,
oh.
can you please write that logic? I said I will explain the logic and I will
Mm.
give these tips. So first we need
Okay.
to create an external file and open that file using fopen and
Mm.
print the value by using fprintf and close that
Mm-hmm.
file using fclose. Again, they ask, okay, it's fine, just write down the code. So writing
Mm-hmm.
code in the interview means like little bit nervous, right? So we
Yeah.
can write down, but they have to give paper and pen and write it down. And again, I said, okay, I will explain step by step. Again, I said, first declare one variable, character variable, and give file path. And
Mm.
again, declare one long variable to read the data and save it in that long data,
Mm.
right? And
Yeah.
I explained this step by step. Again, they laugh and they said, okay, leave it, no problem. if if they ask to write in front of them, then little bit hand will shake right in.
Yeah, definitely. If we have a very good experience, then it won't, but yeah, otherwise it will be.
Yeah, again, two times they ask, I explained the steps only. I never written that code. That interview
Oh,
crack, they gave
okay.
offer.
Oh, great. Good, good.
So that's the reason I include in this PPT. But it required in interview
Mm-hmm.
purpose it required. But if you implement this code in your script, definitely it
Mm-hmm.
will impact your system performance. Let's say if you
Mm-hmm.
put something in shared drive and multiple users going to open, do read and write operation, that system will hang, right?
Mm, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And also this one is like load. So multiple users going to open that file and they're going to do some read write operation on that file. So read
Okay.
operation will not impact, but write operation definitely will impact.
Oh, multiple users open a single file and when they try to write, then it will impact, you're saying.
Right.
Okay. Mhm.
So that's all about this basics, Srilata. So next
Okay.
we can directly start with the record and replay. So
Okay.
before start recording, can you please share your screen? We'll make sure your in your system we just installed the tool and we did not make sure it's
Mm-hmm.
recording properly or not, right?
Yeah, yeah, sure. Let me
So
share
I'll
my
just
screen.
make sure that today and next session we'll see that step by step process how to record the script.
Okay. Okay. Share. So you want me to go to view gen?
Yeah, just open Fusion.
Okay.
So open browser.
Browser. Okay.
Yeah, just type open cart.
Mm, which one you want me
Open
to
cart.
open?
Yeah,
Open
just type
cart.
open dot abstracts.
Open dot abstract.
Open cart. CRT. Open cart
Open cart dot
dot abstracts. AB
abstract abstract
dot US.
dot us. Okay.
So once again, Srilata. Okay, network issue.
Hmm. Reload.
Just search it in Google or else I'll ping the
Yeah.
ping that URL
Let
in chat.
let me search in Google. Hmm. Did you paint?
Yeah, I ping.
Okay. Okay.
Just copy this URL.
Hmm.
Close your browser.
Okay.
So once again, I'll take remote access. Yeah,
New script.
yeah. Click new script, or else I'll take remote access. Srilata.
Yeah.
No, I'm not able to access your screen.
Why? I didn't do anything.
So just right click on my name and give mouse and keyboard access.
On your name,
Attendee list.
attendees list. Oh, make presenter. No. Give keyboard and mouse. Make
Yeah.
presenter, right?
No.
Give
I
keyboard.
already make you presenter. 1 second. Now share your screen.
Yeah, give control. Okay, yeah, this one came. Share. Okay.
Okay, after recording, we'll get this recording report. So here we need to
Mm-hmm.
remove unwanted calls, which are not
Mm-hmm.
related to our application. We just need to
Mm-hmm.
filter the calls. So I just get only open card data abstracts. And I'm going
Okay.
to generate the script. Then automatically it will remove these calls from our script.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, capture.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm going to replay this script. Okay, Srilata. It launched login, search your product log.
Okay.
Okay. So today topic is record and replay. So we're going to record one scenario and we're going to replay that in LoadRunner Model.
Okay. Yeah.
So first I will show that application. So we're going to use this application for recording. Open cart.abstract.us. So this is on demo e-commerce website. So we're going to launch this application
Mm.
and we're going to click my account login. Then it will take you to user ID and password. Right. So we will land in this screen. So here I'm going to log in with credential. Gmail1 password. So then after login, you can able to see change password and edit account information. Right. So we can able to see this option. Here we have option to search. So here we can search keyword Mac. Then it will give Mac product.
Okay.
If I search keyword Mac, then it will give Mac product list. And if I search keyword iPod, then it will give iPod list. So we're going to give one search keyword. From this search results, we're going to select and view detailed description about one product, and then we're going to log out from the application. So this scenario we're going to record and automate now. Right, Srilata?
Okay. Yeah.
So first I'm going to open virtual research generator.
Mm.
And I'm going to just we already created one script, right? So I'm just going to override this.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just going to start recording here. So for recording, we have three options. One is you can directly click this recording button, you can start recording, or else go to recording tab and click start record here.
Okay.
And another one is shortcut Control plus R. If you press Control plus R, then also
Oh.
it will open that recording window.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm just going to record here. Click start recording. So here it will ask action selection.
Mm-hmm.
So action selection, we have three different methods here. We use a init, action, and end. Right. So by default, it is showing action. Right. If I want, I can point to init and end also. So if I point here, then my recording request will fall under user init method.
Mm-hmm.
If I point to action, then everything will capture in action method. So we can choose which method we want to capture. So first we're going to record everything in action. After recording, I will show the difference between this init and
Okay.
end. Right. So
Yeah.
now we're going to capture everything in action. And recording mode, browser. So we're going to use web application, right? So that application we are accessing via browser. So just select browser from this dropdown, right? If it is Windows application or remote application, then you can choose that option. But we going to test web application. So just select web browser and applications like which browser we need to use for recording. So either you can
Okay.
use Chrome or Mozilla or Internet Explorer. Which browser you want, you can select.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to record in Chrome browser and that application URL,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So just
Mm.
copy paste that URL here. So
Okay.
once you give the application details here, then whenever you click start recording,
Mm.
automatically it will open the browser and it will launch your application. We can navigate in that application. That calls will capture in LoadRunner.
Oh, yeah.
And recording also we have two type of start recording. One is immediate and in delay mode. So immediate means as soon as you trigger start button, it will
Mm.
capture in the calls.
Mm.
If you click in delay mode means it won't capture
Mhm.
until you click start recording.
Mhm.
Right? You can
Okay.
skip some page and you can start record from in middle of the scenario.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, understand. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is working directory. So this folder only is going to save the script.
Mm-hmm.
And when you come to this recording option,
Mm.
here we have two type of recording.
Mm-hmm.
In LoadRunner web protocol, we have two type of recording mode for capturing the script. One is
Mm-hmm.
HTML based recording and another one is URL based recording.
Yeah.
Right? So first
Mm.
we got to try it in HTML based recording. Then later we going to try in URL. Then we
Okay.
going to compare these two different script and we going to see the calls, how it is captured in HTML mode and how it is captured in URL.
Yeah, I would like to know more about HTML and web-based when you explain. Yeah.
Okay, okay. So we'll compare two different script, then you can understand better,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
So first I'm going to select HTML mode for recording. So just
Okay.
come to that recording options. Here you have recording and URL. So I'm going to select HTML mode.
Mm.
Then I'm going to click OK
Mm.
and click start recording. So once I click start record, it will automatically open the application in browser. Before that, close if any browser open or if
Mm-hmm.
any browser and Outlook anything open and running in the backend, just close everything
Mm.
and click start recording. So it just has to overwrite the
Mm.
script. So first it's going to launch the application automatically, right?
Mm. Mm.
So after launch, we're going to click my account.
Mm.
So before perform any action, we need to start one transaction name and then we need to perform the action. After perform that action, we need to end the transaction, right?
Mm.
We need to give start transaction and end transaction for naming the transactions,
Yeah.
right? So
Mm.
naming transaction is very important. Why? Because if you want to know the particular page response time, then we need to insert start and end transaction before and after perform that action,
Okay.
right? So
Mm.
now launch happened. So we will name this transaction later, but now we need to name for my account. So here we have
Mm.
option insert start transaction. Just click this option.
Mm.
Then it will ask you to name, enter the name. I'm going to give transaction number 02 my account. Because 01 is launch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to click OK. Now one transaction name insert and then end transaction option enable.
Mm.
So now go to my account, login. Okay. So we land in user ID and password screen.
Okay.
I'm going to end this transaction. This transaction completed. Now I'm going to perform login. So before perform that action, I'm going to insert one transaction. 03 login. Then I'm going to enter username and password. I'm going to click login button. So after perform this action, we need to end the transaction. Now we're going to perform search. 04 transaction name search, and I'm going to search with keyword Mac. Okay, now we get Mac product list. Right. I'm going to end this transaction and insert new transaction for view product. And I'm going to select one product from this list. I'm going to select this MacBook Pro. Okay, that product description is here.
Okay.
Just wait till that page load completely.
Okay.
Now it's loaded. I'm going to end this transaction and insert new transaction for logout. Go to my account, click logout option. Okay, account logout successfully. End this transaction and stop recording.
Okay.
So once we click stop record, automatically it will generate the code. So you're already aware of this naming transaction, Srilekha?
Yeah. I know the transaction names and everything. Yeah. So the part that I don't aware of is like after recording correlation and stuff. Parameterization also I can able to do, but yeah, correlation and what all things need to be done there.
Correlation, I will explain step by step. See, now after recording, automatically it's showing recording report. So here it will show that recording summary, like what are the URLs it captures. Sometimes I already filter this calls, so now it is not capturing. Sometimes what will happen, some browser backend, some Facebook calls, Google API, Twitter, some additional calls will go. So that will also captured in our script. Actually, we no need to load that system, right? So we can filter before calls you don't want. So if it is enabled like this, just uncheck if you don't want and keep whatever URL you want to test and click regenerate. Once you click regenerate, automatically it will remove those calls from your script.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So now go to action. In action, we have that recording request. So launch we yet to name, right? Launch transaction name. Just place your cursor here. Insert transaction, start transaction, launch.
Okay.
What is this transaction name? And scroll down. You can able to find my account, right? Before my account, we need to end this launch.
Okay.
Clear, Srilekha?
Yeah, this is clear.
And during then we start transaction for my account and then we perform that action, right? So here we go LR start transaction. So in from here to here, this calls belongs to my account page. See, there we start and we end here. And after that we start login transaction and we perform login operation like user ID and processing. That value is captured in my request here.
Okay.
And then we end the login and we start search transaction and search with keyword max. So the search keyword captured here. So after that we perform view product. So one product ID captured 45. So this ID may map with MacBook Pro. So if I choose some different product like MacBook Air or iMac, then different ID will capture here. This number going to change.
Yeah.
Then different product ID will come here. Then finally we log out from the application.
Okay.
This
So it's
script,
a dynamic value, right? So do we need
right?
to correlate that
Correct.
or?
Right.
Okay.
So that values we need to correlate. Why? Because if you parameterize and pass different search keyword like Samsung, HTC, iPod, then different list will come. Right?
Yeah.
So then we need to choose one product from that list. So if any value is changing, then we need to correlate that value. That we'll see later. As of now, we just completed recording. If I click replay,
it will search same product,
yeah,
right?
yeah, it will launch the application and it will log in that application. Search with keyword Mac and it will use the same product MacBook Pro. Log out from the application. It's prepared successfully. So now this script is in HTML mode, right? We have one option to regenerate. Just go to recording. Here we have one option called regenerate script. So if you want to re-record, let's say by mistake you delete something or if you modified the code. After that your script is not working. Right? If you want to fix the script, you don't need to go and record again. You can just go to regenerate script. So it just regenerate the script. Like you can get back your recording script again, but your changes will come. So whatever change you make, that everything will go, and you will get again one fresh script, like backup script only. Right? So now we record in HTML mode. So I'm going to put AOS and regenerate now. So I'm going to give name Srilada_URL. So now we have that old script Srilada and Srilada_URL. This Srilada script is HTML mode. URL script I'm going to regenerate in URL mode now.
Okay.
So that we can compare, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to give regenerate script. Go to options. You can select URL mode. So you no need to record again in URL mode if you want.
Okay.
Directly
Okay.
come to these recording options and choose the recording mode and you can regenerate. Then automatically the calls will capture in URL mode.
Okay.
Click OK and regenerate. So it regenerated now.
Mm.
So after recording, we name the transaction in HTML mode, right? So that changes
Mm.
gone. Again, we need to insert transaction name for launch.
Okay.
And launch transaction started here, and this transaction is going to end before my account.
Mm.
The more request captured for launch itself.
Oh.
Till here,
Mm-hmm.
launch transaction. After that, my account,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Parallelly, I'm going to open Srilatha script
Mm.
to compare. So this Srilatha script is HTML, right?
Mm.
This
Mm.
one is URL.
Mm.
So one thing you can see, it captured more lines. The total scenario completed in 224 lines in
Mm.
HTML.
Mm.
But if you still have the script for launch itself, it came more than 238.
Oh. Okay.
Total 716.
Oh.
Right?
Yeah.
In HTML based recording mode, it
Mm.
identifies the web function for only HTML source web page request. So it identifies web function for only HTML source. If you
Mm-hmm.
see, so it identifies the web function. So this function for only HTML source, right? It identifies web functions for HTML source request. But if you
Mm.
see in the URL mode, it identifies the web function for HTML source web page, and additionally it captures the separate web function for non-HTML resources,
Mm-hmm.
like image, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have
Mm.
any image content in that page, for that also it will capture one web function.
Okay.
See in HTML mode, it captured only one web function, that is for HTML source.
Mm.
Content type text slash exam HTML. But if you
Mm-hmm.
see URL mode, it identifies the web function for HTML source as well as non-HTML, right? See content type. So HTML also it captured function. Additionally, it captured for this JS, JavaScript, JPG, PNG,
Mm-hmm.
CSS. See, these are non-HTML resource.
Mm-hmm.
Content type text
Okay.
slash CSS, JS.
Okay.
Right? For this non-HTML resource also it captures the function. For image,
Okay.
this is iPhone image, MacBook Air image. For each and every image, it's capturing separate web function.
Okay.
That is why it's capturing more lines of code.
Okay. So, when do we require, I mean, like capturing in URL based mode? Like most of the time we do HTML, right?
Right. So yeah,
So,
we'll see. We'll see the difference, and I'll give the hint.
hmm. Okay.
Right? Next,
Mm.
capture only one web function for one web page record. So if you are using HTML based recording mode means it
Mm.
capture only one web function, right? For
Mm.
one page, it capture one function. That is how it captured here, right? So this function is for launch, right?
Mm. Mm.
And next it come to login. So this function is for login. Then it will
Mm.
end the transaction, right? The
Yeah.
transaction. But if you see URL mode, it capture multiple web functions for one page.
Mm-hmm.
It capture multiple web function for single page request as it captures separately identified web function for images. So for image also it capturing the function, right? So
Mm.
definitely capture multiple web function for one page,
Okay.
and
Mm.
it takes less time to execute as it is capturing less lines of code. So if you are HTML
Okay.
mode, then less lines, then it will take less time to execute that. But if you come to
Mm.
your mode, it takes more time as it's capturing more lines of code.
Mm.
Right? And
Mm.
you can also note one thing here, it identifies the recording mode as HTML. So if you go to HTML based recording mode,
Mm.
the function you can see recording mode. See here, identify the
Mm.
recording mode as HTTP. This is URL mode. If it is HTML mode, then it will identify the recording mode as HTML.
Okay. HTML and HTTP. Okay.
HTML is for HTML mode recording,
Mm.
HTTP is for URL mode recording.
Okay. Okay.
This one, it identifies the recording mode as HTTP,
Okay.
right? So
Mm.
which application we can record in HTML, which application we can go for URL? Plain
Mm.
HTML content web page is recommended to use HTML based recording mode. So if your application is text based application like HTML content, more
Mm.
text options, then
Okay.
you can go with this one. And more URL and image content web page is recommended for URL based recording like online shopping. So in online shopping, in page they have multiple images, right?
Mm.
Like product category, and they'll give more URLs.
Okay.
So if you
Mm.
click that, if you hit that URL, then it will take you to that page.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But in industries, 99% testers will use HTML based recording. If
Yeah.
they are not,
Maybe Amazon or some kind of uh, those kind of websites, maybe they use URL based. I'm not
yeah,
sure.
and also if your client want to include um, download resources. So download resources means the CSS
Mm.
file, JS file, JPG files
Mm.
during recording time, then you can record in URL mode. Some client
Mm.
will give a specific requirement. So during recording time,
Mm.
just include this HTML file as well as non-HTML resources in
Mm.
your test. I just want to load that every time.
Mm.
So actually, if it is capturing separate request for JPG, image, CSS, and JS files, means
Mm.
again it going to whenever you replay, it going to send separate request for the CSS and JS files, right?
Mm.
But
Yeah.
generally, it won't happen in browser. Whenever you use the application in browser, we're
Mm.
going to give one main URL like launch URL.
Mm.
From that response only, this all content going to download,
Mm.
right? But if you
Yeah.
captured it separately in our request and replay, it
Mm.
going to send that main URL and separately it going to send calls for JS file,
Mm.
JPG files, and GIF files.
Okay. Okay.
You got it right.
Yeah. Got it.
But
Yeah.
in browser, but we won't. We don't know, right? These calls are
Mm.
these contents are downloading or not. We don't know, and we will
Mm.
not give separate request for this also. We will
Mm.
give only one main URL. But if you during recording time, sorry, during navigation in browser, if you open developer tool or Fiddler, you can see
Mm.
these calls.
Mm.
These calls
Yeah.
will come from this that content will download from the server,
Mm.
but we will not send this content, right?
Yeah. Correct.
You got it,
Mm.
Srilata, what I'm saying?
Yeah. I understand. So if we have any specific requirement for these kind of, like if we need to include JS and JPG and other stuff also, then we can go for URL mode.
Yeah. In
Otherwise,
Gmail
HTML
also
will be
this
enough.
has, yeah. Otherwise, we can directly go with HTML mode, and it's going to minimize your scripting time.
Yes,
But because
and
we have very less lines of code, you can review the script and you can correlate and
yes,
parameterize easily, right?
yes, 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 got it.
Yeah. So that
Yeah.
reason only testers will go with HTML mode commonly. But sometimes if you are not able to do any operation, or if you
Mm,
client request to include that non-HTML resource,
mm,
then you can regenerate script in your mode.
mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
already we read. replay the script
Mm.
in HTML mode, right? See,
Mm.
HTML mode it took 19 seconds.
Mm.
Now I'm going to replay the script in URL mode. So it will also do the same operation, but that
Take
request,
more time,
yeah,
maybe.
going to change. It take 21 seconds.
Mm.
That one take 19 seconds. Means it take little bit.
Yeah. Okay.
So now you understand the difference between HTML and URL, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So now during recording time, we captured everything in action. So
Mm.
within inside action only, we have all the transactions.
Mm.
Init and again is empty,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So init and action you can use. Okay. Now I will give one real-time scenario.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm just going to book ticket through
Mm.
online.
Mm.
So we have two type of login in that application. One is operator login and another one is e-ticket login.
Mm.
So we're going
Okay.
to choose e-ticket login.
Mm.
So if you go to this TNSETC, Tamil Nadu Transport Corporation, we have
Mm.
two type of login here. So I'm
Mm.
going to use e-ticket login for
Mm.
booking the ticket. But operator login is used by operator, that staff.
Mm.
So whenever you go to booking station, you can get the ticket from them, right?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
they launch and log in that application during his office hour, and they'll do booking one by one for each and every customer. And end of the day, they log out from the application.
Mm.
Not only this bus booking station, like if you go to railway station, also ticket counter will be there. So that operator will log in that application and he'll do booking,
Mm.
right? And end of the day, he will log out. But when we going to book the ticket through our login, we will launch and log in, and after booking, we're going to log out, right?
Mm.
So if you're going to test e-ticket login kind of application, then you need to capture everything in action. So every time it launch and log in and log out. But if I'm going to test operator login, that operator will launch and log in once, and he will do multiple booking, and finally he will log out from the application. Right
Mm.
now we have script everything in action. So if I go
Mm.
to runtime settings and give run logic number of iteration. So here we have one
Mm.
option called run logic. Here I am going to give number of iteration equal to 2 or 3
Mm.
and replay. It will repeat this scenario 2 times.
Mm.
First it launch login search view product logout. Again it going to launch login search view product logout. 2 times
Mm.
it right. But
Yeah.
my requirement is I don't want to launch and log in and log out every time. I just
Okay.
want to launch and log in one time and
Mm.
do search and view product multiple times
Mm.
and finally log out from the application.
Mm.
So that is
Okay.
similar to that operator login. So he will just launch and log in one time and he'll do
Mm.
multiple booking and end of the day he will log out from the application.
Mm.
So not only
So
this booking center, yeah, yes, Sridhar.
yeah. So how can we do that?
Yeah, we'll
Just
see
launch
that.
and log once. Yeah.
So not only for this booking application, like banking also have different login, right?
Mm.
Bank staff login and the customer login. So
Mm.
if you go to bank, that staff will use that application. They will
Mm.
launch and login and they will do multiple deposits,
Mm.
multiple check clearance, and at the end of the day they will log out. So their session timeout is different, our session timeout is different, right? If you keep
Mm.
it idle for some time, then automatically it will close that session. But their
Mm.
session will active for some more time, like 30 minutes, 45 minutes, they will keep that session active. Why? Because during
Mm.
office hours, if it is keep on log out, they need to
Mm.
log in again and again, right?
Yeah.
So now what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to so from this script I'm going to remove launch and my account and login transaction.
Mm-hmm.
So till login end transaction, I'm just now I'm going to do cut. So I just cut from here and go to view the unit and I'm going to paste it here.
Okay.
And the same way I'm going to remove logout transaction from action
Mm.
and move to user end. Right. So now
Mm.
init have launch my account login and action have search and view product and logout I kept in user end.
Mm.
Now in runtime settings, if I give number of iteration equal to 2,
Mm.
then it will apply only for action. Init and end one time only. Action alone for 2 times. Inside the action
Okay.
only we have launch and login, right? Sorry,
Yeah.
search and login, right?
Yeah.
So,
Right. Right.
so what are transactions you kept inside this user init and end that will
Mm-hmm.
run only once throughout the test.
Mm. Okay.
So capture the script for login functionality of an
Mm.
application which will execute only once throughout the test.
Mm.
So whatever transaction you want to run only once, then you can capture it in init and capture the script for repeated user action
Mm.
and capture the script for logout functionality of an application which will execute only once throughout the test.
Mm.
Right. So now
Mm.
I'm going to replay this. It will launch and log in once. Illegal by mistake I typed.
Mm. Yeah.
So it will launch the application and it will log in that application and it will do search view product 2 times.
Mm.
Finally, it will log out from the application. So you can see your output log.
Mm.
The first iteration launch happened
Mm.
and my launch end here. My icon
Mm.
started here.
Mm.
My icon end and then start logging.
Mm.
Login transaction completed. Then it's starting the first iteration.
Mm.
Search
Okay. Started in
and
action.
yeah,
Yeah.
search and view product.
Mm.
It will complete. Then it won't go to logout.
Mm.
See, view product completed. Again, starting second iteration. Search
Mm. Mm.
and view product and this view product completed here. Then finally it come to logout. Then
Mm.
we use it.
Okay.
So clear,
Yeah.
Srilata?
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, so
Mm.
as of now you clear, right, how to record the
Yeah.
script in
Yeah.
HTML
Yeah.
mode and how to regenerate the script in URL mode
Yeah.
and how to run the script in action and the user init and end.
Yep. Everything is clear.
Okay, Srilata.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Everything was really clearly explained.
Okay, so at least you have idea, right? So easily you understand.
Yeah.
But
Now I have a very good
when
idea
yeah,
with
manual testing
HTML.
background, they will
Yes. Yes.
not.
Okay. I've done so many years of, like manual testing, and then I'm done with it. I don't want to go there. A lot of functional thing needs to be learned. Everywhere you go, again, everything is new. I have to learn everything, all the functionality from starting to end.
Correct. So again, you need to gain the domain knowledge, right?
Yes, yes.
So that is the main challenge there. So if you work in particular domain for a long time, later
Mm.
you switch the job, again you need to learn everything. Then only you can able to test that application and you can become expert there.
Exactly. Exactly. That's
But
why
if
I
you're a
got stressed
non-functional
out.
tester, you can gain tool knowledge and some additional
Yep. Yeah.
knowledge. Then
I
you
would have
can.
done this a long time back so that by now I would have gained so much knowledge. But at least I started now. That's good thing.
uh,
Okay.
Yesterday we're going to see topic called runtime settings,
Okay.
right? So yesterday we record the script
Mm.
and we replay the script.
Mm.
Now we're going to alter the runtime settings. 1 second, still it is opening. So do you have idea about think time, pacing time, schedule?
Yeah. Think time after every transaction, we can keep, I mean, like 3 seconds or something like that, if it is defined. Otherwise, pace time is when in the execution, um, I mean, during execution, we can give some pacing, right?
Okay. Do you know
To
why we are
increase,
giving pacing time?
to reduce the response. I mean, like, what is it? To increase the transaction volume or decrease the transaction. I mean, like if you want to
Right.
go for
Right.
more transactions, then you have to decrease the pacing. If we increase the pacing, then we can do only
Correct.
less
So
volume.
to limit the transactions, like
Mm,
if they ask you to run 1 hour test
mm,
within with 1,000 users or some load they are giving,
mm,
and they are restricting the transaction per hour. Like they want only 1,500 transaction with 1,000 users in 1 hour.
mm,
But without pacing time, if you run, they will achieve more than 1,500. They will achieve 2,000 or 3,000 transactions in
mm.
1 hour. But they
Right.
don't want 2,000, 3,000 transaction in their application. In production, they won't get that much.
Mm,
They're getting only 1,500 orders. So if you
mm,
want to limit that, then we need to give some time interval between the transactions.
mm. Yeah.
Right. So
Even think time will also do that, right? In some point, like if we give more think time, it will wait.
right.
Um,
Thinking also wait.
yeah.
Okay. So yesterday we altered the runtime settings, run logic.
Mm,
Right. If we kept
mm,
something in log init and end, that will run only once throughout the test we saw yesterday. Right.
mm,
So now if we go to init method, we have my launch my account and login transactions. In the end
mm,
method, we have login. In between action, we have search and view product. Right?
mm, mm,
In runtime settings, we have option to define the iteration. If you give iteration, then into two for action alone. This run action alone going to repeat multiple times. Right?
yeah.
You can keep multiple actions inside this. So
Mhm,
as of now, we have only one action in between these two init and end. Right? You can keep
mm,
multiple actions also. So
mm,
during recording time itself, you have option to create action and capture the code, right? Or
okay.
else you can create more actions from here. Just right click on these actions. You can create
Mm,
new action,
mhm,
view product. So now what I'm going to do now, I just create one more action for view product, and this action I'm going to rename and give search.
mhm.
So now we have two different actions. So
Mm.
from this search action, I'm going to take out view product
Mm-hmm.
transaction and then move to the new action.
Oh, so each and every transaction you are keeping separate.
Yeah, each and every, no, no, not every transaction. Some flow you can keep it separate. Let's say
Okay.
you just want to launch only once and search 3 times, but
Mm.
view product you need to view only 2 times.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So different action you want to repeat different timing,
Mm.
right? No, don't
Mm.
want to repeat same time. If you kept everything in one single action, if you
Mm.
give iteration equal to 3, then everything will repeat 3 times. But I don't want to repeat one transaction 3 times. One transaction I want to view 3 times, and another one I want to view only 2 times or 4 times. Then we can keep it
Mm.
in separate transaction,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, separate action, and we can, as of now, it is 2, right? Then
Mm.
search will happen 2 times and view product will happen 2 times. But I don't want to run like that, so I'm going to give number of iteration equal to 1.
Mm.
So here we have option to add the block. Right click, insert block, right?
Mm. Mm.
So I just insert block 0 and one more block 1. You can move forward and backward. So first block 0. Right click on this block 0, insert action search. Now this block separately we can define number of iteration,
Mm-hmm.
2 or 3, whatever we want. And next second block I'm going to insert action view product. So this block I'm going to define iteration equal to 2, right? Now
Mm.
we can remove these two. So these two we can remove from our run logic. Right? Now if I run, it will search 3 times and it will view the product 1 time. It will log out from the application.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly the difference between having
Yeah.
actions and having inside the block.
Yeah.
Inside the block, that particular block you can repeat multiple times.
Okay. Yeah, we can separate them and run as many times as we want.
Right.
Okay.
So during recording time itself, we can create an action and we can capture
Mm-hmm.
that new action and we can allow, you can navigate in browser, it automatically it will capture in that.
Mm-hmm.
See, starting the first iteration, login transaction, starting iteration one search,
Mm.
and then come to search end. Again, it will start with search.
Mm.
In first iteration itself, second search, like that it will repeat 3 times. Third search, then it will come to view product.
Mm-hmm.
It will repeat 2 times.
Mm.
Okay? And
Mm.
finally, it log out from the application.
Okay.
Now, if I delete anything here, like here, if again we have sequential and random.
Mm.
If you want, you can go with the random option. So automatically it will give the percentage.
Mm.
50% for block 0, 50% for block 1. But we
Mm.
will not do random, sequential only we will do. And if I delete this block,
Mm.
it will remove our action also.
Mm.
So I just deleted. If I delete anything, it will not going to delete anything in our script. Our code is
Mm-hmm.
same.
Okay.
If I add any action, like if I add multiple search or multiple view product, it will not going to add any new lines in our code.
Mm-hmm.
So our coding is script is same.
Mm.
It won't change anything in our script. Only it going to change the run logic. So how that script
Mm.
need to run, how many times it
Mm.
need to run, and which flow it need to run, it going to alter here.
Okay.
If I
I mean,
delete
like if
if
we delete search from here, like a block we have removed, right? Search, then it won't run, right? When we do a run, search will not run.
yeah, it won't run, but it will not delete anything in your code. So
Mm. Yeah. Got it. Yeah.
it will not delete the code. So only it
Mm.
delete the run logic.
Right.
So it won't make any change in our script. And if you
Mm.
add multiple search also, it will not add one more search
Mm.
function. That it will just use the same function again.
Mm. Okay.
See now it just launch login logout.
Mm.
It log out here,
Mm.
login here, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I did the run logic.
Mm.
Hmm. So, 1 second, let me remove from here.
Mm.
The same way I'm going to take out
Mm.
logout also from here. I'm going to move everything to action now.
Okay.
Okay. So I just remove everything and I'm going to delete this action.
Okay.
So now we're going to see about think time first.
Mm.
So as of now,
Mm.
just record one scenario and we're going to replay only one iteration now. So we just launch login, search view product logout.
Mm.
So now already we recorded and our script have the input like user ID, password, search keyword, whatever we
Mm.
given input to the application that's already captured in our request. It simply replay that.
Mm.
See now everything replayed in 17 seconds.
Mm.
Is it possible to do the same operation in browser manually in same time?
Um, I don't think so. It is
So
not
it is
possible.
not possible. Right?
Yeah.
If I use the application via browser,
Mm.
definitely it will take more time.
Mm.
We cannot complete in 17 seconds. Right?
Yes.
Okay. So now what is missing here? Think time, user idle time between each and every page is missing here. Whenever we
Mm.
use the application, like when after launch, we going to enter username and password. Minimum
Mm.
will take 10 seconds or 15 seconds to enter the value, right? Then we will click login button.
Mm.
After login, we're going to review the options and then we'll go to search bar and we'll search with keyword Samsung or Mac. For that, minimum will take 10 to 15 or 20 seconds.
Mm.
After search, we're going to see the product list. From that list, we will choose one product.
Mm.
Then we will view the description. Minimum that for that will take 20 to 30 minutes to view the description. So we're
Mm.
going to spend some time on each and every page. But
Mm.
tool simply replay and get the response. Then it will replay the second request, then get the response. It replay one by one in action of second. Already it have values in request. It
Mm.
simply send the values, right?
Mm.
It won't take to enter that value.
Mm.
So that waiting time is called user idle time or user think time.
Mm.
The user will spend some time on each and every transaction. Before
Mm.
perform the transaction, we going to spend some time in each and every transaction, right? So
Mm.
that time is missing here. So
Okay.
after recording, just review your script.
Mm.
Automatically, it replaces LR think time function in middle of your script. So we
Mm.
just need to remove that think time function. See here we have one think time LR underscore think underscore time 26 seconds. So just delete these functions. If you have any think time inside your script, just delete. Okay, only one I have. I just deleted that. So now after
We
launch,
cannot delete everything. Then I mean, like, okay, net is very slow.
yes, Shilpa.
Yeah, your voice is breaking.
Is it okay now?
Not sure.
Is it okay now, Shilpa?
Mm, still breaking. Yeah, now it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay.
just remove think time whatever you have in your
So
script.
I mean, like, we are deleting all the think time. At least we have to keep some think time, right?
Yeah, we're going to keep now. So I just deleted. So some misplaced. So whenever you're recording, it will place think time in some other locations. Actually, it's not required that. We need to place think time between the transactions.
Hmm.
See here, I'm.
Your voice is breaking again.
Is it okay now, Srilata?
Yeah, now
Hello.
it's okay. Sometimes it's breaking. Now it's fine. Yeah,
Oh,
hello.
yeah,
Can you
Srilata.
hear me?
Yeah, I can able to hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. So we just
Okay.
need to place think time between the transactions.
Hmm.
So
Hmm.
I just remove whatever think time I have inside the transaction. I just deleted, and I'm going to
Hmm.
give think time between each and every transaction. So after launch, I'm going to give some delay, 10 seconds here,
Hmm.
right? So
Hmm.
just copy the function. After my account, then I'm going to wait some time. So before and after start and end transaction, we need to
Hmm.
give think time, right? You should not give think time inside the start transaction. Why? Because if you
Okay.
give think time inside the start transaction,
Hmm.
so after so it between whatever code we have inside the start and end transaction, that response time only is going to calculate, right?
Yeah, correct. Hmm.
Yeah, we need to give before or after the start and end transaction. We need to define the think time,
Hmm.
right? And
Okay.
also during recording time, it will place think time. That time might be very high. Why? Because
Hmm.
during recording time, we're going to naming the transactions. So our tool will
Hmm.
sense that we are waiting there and it will give some more think time there, like 60 seconds or 70 seconds. Right? It
Hmm.
is actually not required. Just remove those think times and add think time between each and every transactions.
Hmm.
So I'm just going to give 10, 15 like that for each
Okay.
transaction. Okay. So we just define the think time.
Hmm.
Now I'm going to run. By default, it is ignore think time. Ignore think time
Hmm.
means even if you have think time function, it will not wait there. It will ignore that function.
Hmm.
Now I'm going
Hmm.
to give replay think time as recorder. If I give
Okay.
replay think time as recorder, it's going to wait in that function. See,
Okay.
now it's waiting 10 seconds.
Hmm.
Previously, it ignored, now it wait. Once 10 seconds timeout happen, then it
Hmm.
will go to the next one.
Okay.
So like that, it will wait in each and every page.
Hmm.
Right now, it is waiting 15 seconds. Once 15 seconds timeout happen, it will go to the next one. Right? If you use this
Yeah.
option, this is nothing but constant think time. Like for each users and for every users and every iteration, it's going to wait the same time. But it won't happen in real time, right? When
Yeah.
like we too going to log in Facebook at parallelly. So I'm going to send login in 20 seconds. You might send in 10 seconds or 15 seconds. Right? It will vary. So different requests will reach servers in different timing. Right? But if you run like test like this, then it will, every user it will wait spend 10 seconds for login. Every
Yes. Yes.
iteration is going to wait 10 seconds. So if we don't want constant delay, we can also add
Also had what?
random delay.
Okay.
Now execution time increased 1 minute 20 seconds. Previously 17 seconds it completed everything, right? So now I'm going to, yeah, we can use multiple recorded think time by 2 or 3, whatever you want. If I give by 2, then if you have 10 seconds there, then into 20 seconds.
Oh.
Simply it
Okay.
will give the value. If you have 15, then 30 seconds it will wait. The next one, random option. So random, you can give some range, minimum and maximum in percentage. If I give 50 and 150, so here if I have 10 percentage means 10 seconds means 50% of this value is 5. 150% of this value is 15, right? It will generate on random number between 5 and 15 every time, and then it will wait there. Whenever second user will come, again it will generate on random number between this range 5 and 15.
Okay.
Right? If it is 15 seconds means like 15 seconds 50% means 7.5. 150% means 22.5. It will generate on random number between 7.5 and 22.5 and it will wait there. Right? It will add random delay. So for each user and each iteration, it will wait. See now it is waiting 8.5 milliseconds.
8.5. Yeah.
Still other think time.
9. Yeah. It is clear. Yep.
So next we're going to see about pacing. Right? Pacing time is time interval between the iteration. So whenever we define number of run iteration equal to 2 or 3 and run, by default it will start new iteration as soon as previous iteration end. So whenever first iteration completed, it will start the second iteration immediately. Right? If you don't want to start immediately, if you want to give some delay, then you can define pacing time.
Pacing we usually do at execution. I mean, like controller, right?
Right?
We can do it here also. Okay.
No, we can alter here also.
Okay.
Right? Let's say I just want to limit the transactions. I don't want more transactions in this test. I just want to run this load and I want to achieve only this many transactions in my test. Then you can put pacing. So now if you see here, as soon as previous iteration complete, it starts the second iteration. Ending first iteration, it's starting the second iteration. Right? Now I'm going to give the second option, start new iteration after previous iteration. Sorry, start new iteration after previous iteration, end with a fixed delay of 60 seconds. Fixed means every 60 seconds it's going to add new iteration.
Yeah.
I'm going to put 40 seconds here. So if I give 40 seconds and run with the two iteration, when first iteration completed, then it's going to wait 40 seconds. Once 40 seconds timeout happen, then it will start the second iteration. See now it waiting 40 seconds pacing here. Right?
Okay.
So first iteration completed. Once 40 seconds timeout happened, then it will go and start the second iteration.
Okay. Yeah.
So, and also we have one more option. Here we have random, fixed and random. So if you want random, then give some range 60 to 90. Then it will generate one random number between that range and it will write that.
Okay.
Right? And similar to this, we have one more option. Start new iteration, fixed interval every 60 seconds. So this third option, right? It will minus your first iteration execution time. Let's say your
What?
first iteration, yeah, first iteration execution time means if your first iteration is taking 17 seconds to execute, then it will minus 17 from 60, then it will wait the remaining seconds, yeah, like 43 seconds it will wait. When second iteration, if it take 20 seconds, it will minus 20 seconds with 60, then it will wait 40 seconds basically. It comprehensive of
Okay.
your iteration execution time.
Okay. Okay.
So now I give 60 here, right? But you can see some different number. See, 44 seconds basically. Why? Because first
Oh.
it took 16 seconds to complete that time, it minus and it wait the remaining seconds. If first iteration, like if I give 10 seconds pacing, so here I'm going to make it 10, right? But the execution minimum it will take 17 or 15 seconds, right? Then zero pacing, it won't wait. It will just start
Oh.
as soon as previous iteration. Why? Because it will exit the pacing, right? If it is
Mm.
within this pacing means it will wait the remaining time and then it will start. If the 10 seconds exit, then it won't wait. It immediately starts the second iteration. See, it's starting this new iteration now. But because it override, it exits the given time, right?
Right.
If remaining time it have, then it will wait. If don't have, then
Mm.
it will start the next
Then it will
iteration.
continue.
Yeah,
Okay.
then it clear this
Yeah.
options.
Yes.
See,
Clear. Mm.
iteration pacing cannot be reached 10 seconds. Actual time is 17 seconds.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah.
So what we can do with this pacing and content? So now we know options. So these
Mm.
options, but how we can implement in our scenarios like pacing time calculator.
Mm.
So generally pacing is time interval between the iteration, right? One iteration to another
Mm.
iteration. So I'm going to give some thread count. So my client want to run 1000 users load test. End to end response time 120 seconds, like 2 minutes.
Mm.
So iteration per hour. So how many iteration you want to achieve? So they are saying 2800 transactions iterations per hour, right?
Mm. Mm.
So I total think time in seconds, use zero or no think time. So total think time means like we have 6 transactions there, right? Launch, my account, login,
Mm.
search, view, and logout, right? Just run
Mm.
all the times. Like I'm going to give 10 seconds think time for each and every transaction. After launch, 10 seconds. After my account, 10 seconds. After
Mm.
login, search 10 seconds, view product 10 seconds. Total 50 seconds I'm going to
Mm.
give. Right? Now
Mm.
automatically it
Mm.
calculates. So you just need to put 1830 seconds between each and every iteration. Then only your test will achieve that load. If I give 20 seconds for each transaction, it's 100 seconds. Right? Then you just need to put this case.
Mm.
So if you give zero think time, then you need to put more pacing.
Yeah.
If you not give this delay in pacing, your test will
Mm.
achieve like 4,000, 5,000 transactions per hour.
Okay, okay. But
That
what
is
is
the
the end-to-end response time? You are giving 120. What is that for?
end-to-end response time is nothing but total time take to execute the
Just
scenario.
one iteration, right?
Yeah, one iteration.
Yeah, one
Not
iteration. Usually it is taking, I mean, like we have to calculate with the think time, right? 120 seconds
no, no, no. Here they are asking separately think time, right? So I
separately.
just ignore
Mm.
think time and
Okay.
we note down the response time. So if
Okay.
you including think time means you can put zero think time here.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
So,
okay.
so that time think time if you include in end-to-end
Mm.
response time, just put think time zero.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah. So think time calculator. So think time is time interval between the transactions. So I'm
Mm.
planning 1000 is so slow. End-to-end response time 120 seconds. Number of transaction in one iteration. So we have six transactions, right?
Mm.
Six transactions. Iteration per hour. So how many iteration you want to achieve? I want 1000. Okay.
Mm.
Phasing, I got to put zero.
Mm.
Then it will show the think time. So total think time 1880. Fix the think time between the iteration 3000. Sorry, 306.76.
Mm.
So that is nothing but we have six transactions, right? So
Mm.
this is 1080 divided by 6. 1880 divided by 5. We get 3000. Sorry, 366 per transaction.
Mm.
Why? Because if you have six transactions, means in logout we not going to put think time.
Okay.
Only five think time function we going to insert. That's the reason I divided by five.
Mm-hmm.
The here itself they are giving some scenario. So requirement water park provide mobile application to buy a right. Okay. So
Mm.
here they themselves giving one example. Water park provide a mobile application to buy the rights. Interested people open the application and enter the authorization pin. Search the right, select right, and pay the amount.
Mm.
An average 13 minutes gap is observed before buying the next ride. So average they will take 13 minutes gap,
Mm.
right? Like this,
Yeah.
a person can complete four rides per hour. So they will complete four rides per hour. Now,
Okay.
water park company want to test the performance of the application. Their aim is to know whether application can handle
Yeah.
1500 users load or not. So they want to make sure their application can able to handle this 1500 users load or not, right?
Okay. Mm.
So as perform tester need to design the workload model for the above requirement. He prepares the script and execute it with think time, which takes 20 seconds. So he just record and automate that and he execute once. Then he come to know 20 seconds it's taking
Mm.
to complete the whole journey, right?
Mm.
Without think time.
Mm.
This is only end-to-end response time.
Mm.
He already has all the required input to design the workload model, expected think time.
Mm.
Number of thread 1500. End-to-end response time
Mm.
20 seconds.
Mm.
Number of iteration per hour 600. Sorry 6000. Why?
6,000.
Because
Mm.
as a person can complete one ride in hour, so 1500 will be completed 6000.
6,000. Okay.
Why they are saying 6000 here means, so here they mentioned, right, one person will complete four rides per hour. So now
Yeah,
they want
15.
1500 load. So
Right.
1500 into 4 if you put
Four.
6000.
Yeah.
And pacing time 780 seconds gap between ride in 30 minutes. So why? Because 13 seconds for each between each ride they will wait 13 seconds average, right?
Mm. He's saying
Then
13 minutes gap.
sorry 13 minutes average, right?
Hmm.
So 13 minutes into the iteration.
Hmm.
15 into, so how many writes they're going to make?
6,000, right?
Divided by 1500, right? Sorry,
Mm-hmm.
15 into 1000. Then we will come to know total waiting time.
Hmm.
This value divided by 6000. No? So 13 into 6,000, 7,008, 70,008.
78,000.
Okay, but they're saying pacing
780 seconds.
780 seconds. Total iteration per hour.
End-to-end response.
Okay, this value divided by 60. So 800. Or maybe this one. So how come they are putting 780 here?
Pacing.
Okay, so total gap between the ride is, right between two ride is 13 minutes. I'm just confusing how they are putting this spacing 780 directly here. So
Mm.
for each iteration, they wait 13 seconds to start the next iteration, right?
Mm. Wait, did they say
Oh,
13
okay,
seconds?
okay, okay, okay. Sorry,
13
simple number.
minutes. Yeah.
Minutes, they're converting that seconds into minutes. 60
Mm-hmm.
into 13, right?
Yeah.
Then it is in minutes. They are converting that to seconds.
Mm.
Now or 780 seconds we need to wait between each and every transaction. Sorry, iteration.
Mm.
So only think time is missing for the given example. So now we're going to
Okay.
apply it in formula. So they
Mm.
want to achieve 1500 users load, right?
Mm.
And end-to-end response time in seconds, 20 seconds.
20.
And number of transactions in one iteration.
6,000, right?
No, no,
Oh, per hour,
transactions in one iteration.
I think it's 6
No,
number of transactions.
so fixed thinking between two transactions. Total think time is 100. Actually, number of transactions is nothing but steps like launch, login, search, view, product, logout. But they did not
Yeah.
mention that steps here, right?
Yes.
So hence think time functions need to be between five transactions. So they're saying that
They
five.
have given like authorization pin, search ride, search select ride, payment page, 5
Open
transactions, I think.
five transactions. So five
Yeah.
means you need to put four think time.
Mm.
Then
6,000, right, per hour? Okay.
using 780. Then automatically it will calculate the total think time. Total think time is 100. Between each transaction, you need to put 25 seconds delay.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
If you
Okay.
run without think time, then your your application will crash.
Mm-hmm.
Without pacing, if you run, it won't make any impact in your servers. But if you run without think time, your application will crash. Why? Because so next it will send the request.
Mm.
Once launch, immediately that login request will go. After login, immediately it
Mm.
will get the search request. But it won't
Mm-hmm.
happen in real time, right?
Right.
So your server get overload and it will crash.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're going to stand in front of me. Along with me, my friends are there. We're going to throw ball one by one. We just
Mm.
need to catch and throw back. The next
Mm.
time we're going to throw all at the same time. So you will get stress and you will miss the ball. Right?
Yeah.
Server also same. So if you are getting sending just one by one, can able to process and respond. It will get some break time. If all requests are coming one by one immediately, then it will get stressed and it will crash, right?
Right. Right.
Without think time, you should not run the test. You just need to give some think time between each and every transaction.
Mm.
Then only your application can process and
Okay.
respond. So if you
Mm.
run without content, that is also kind of stress the server.
Yeah. If we want to do stress test, then I think we can do that.
Yeah. So clear think time, pacing time.
Yeah. It's clear.
Okay. Similar to this, we have logging option also. In runtime settings, we have an option called log. By
Mm.
default, it is standard. So during parameterization time and correlation time, we're going to enable this extended log and parameter substitution. Then we're
Mm.
going to get some additional information in our log. So that we'll
Mm-hmm.
see practically in parameterization topic. We can
Okay.
see parameters values passing in our request.
Mm.
And additional attributes, we will not going to use this option.
Mm.
And miscellaneous operation, we have option to continue on error, failed open transaction on error message, generate snapshot on error. So if you give
Mm.
continue on any transaction fail, it will just allow to run the other transactions. But generally,
Mm.
we will not enable this option. This error
Mm.
handling we going to handle by using some logic. If condition we can write. So we have separate
Mm.
session for that. Option is there, but we will not use this option. So we going to
Okay.
write some condition. If condition satisfied, then it will go and exit. If condition not satisfied, then what action need to take, we going to define in error handling.
Oh.
Right? So there we going to give error message to highlight that errors. So we will not
Mm.
use this option generally. And here multi-threading. So multi-threading, we have two options. Run
Mm.
user as a thread, run user as a process. So
Mm-hmm.
web application like browser application is recommended to go with run user as a thread.
Mm-hmm.
Desktop exe application, right? So that kind of
Mm.
application is recommended to go with run user as a process.
Mm-hmm.
So difference is if you put run user as a thread, it will create one driver file during execution time. In controller execution, it will create one NMDRV, MMDRV
Mm-hmm.
driver. So LoadRunner create only one thread for each users. That means if you run each user as a thread, controller launch only one instance of driver program such as mmdrv.exe for every 50 users. For every
Mm-hmm.
50 users, it will create one driver file.
Mm-hmm.
If you run 100 users, then you can see two driver file in your controller machine.
Mm.
That is for web application. If it
Mm-hmm.
is exe based application, it will run in your local machine, right?
Mm.
For each user, it will generate one mmdrv file. That means if you run 10 user, then it will have 10 mmdrv file progress on your machine. For
It
each
will
thread,
take
it
so
will
much.
generate.
Okay. Okay.
So that is extra burden to your client machine, right?
Right, right.
So
To load
always
lot of, yeah.
yeah. So usage will be very high when you use run user as a process. So this is recommended only for exe application like desktop application. So desktop it will run from desktop,
Mm,
right? But web application we just going to use browser to launch the application and we're going to do some operation. So
mm,
it will create one driver file for every 50 users. If you run 100, then two driver files it will create.
mm.
So understand the difference
Yeah.
between these two.
Yes, yes.
And next option is define each action as transaction. Like we
Mm,
just name the transaction, right? Launch, login, search, view product. Each and every user action we're going to consider as transaction,
mm,
and each step as transaction now means treat each steps like transaction performance measurement. So you
mhm,
have like image function for web underscore image, web underscore link, web
mm,
submit data. So that each steps it will consider as transaction, but we will not enable this option.
mhm,
So
mm.
inside the transaction you have multiple functions, right? Web functions, image functions, URL functions,
Yes, correct.
right? That will also it
Mm.
consider as transaction,
Oh,
but it won't record.
okay, okay.
So clear, so
Yeah.
sorry. So
Yes,
some
yes,
other
it's clear.
options we have like browser emulation. These are default options to simulate the browser cache,
Mm,
create new users, stimulate new users on each iteration. So this is browser emulation and
mm,
speed. If you want to limit the bandwidth, always we need to go maximum bandwidth. But if you want limit, then you can go with bandwidth size.
mhm.
Right?
Why do
So
we use speed simulation? Bandwidth, where we will use this?
no, your
I mean, like,
client bandwidth is only this much, then you can go and run in this bandwidth.
oh, okay.
Right?
Mm,
So these options we have, but we will not use. We will not alter this value. These are the default options to
okay.
stimulate the process.
Mhm.
Right.
Okay.
So next session we're going to parameterize the input, and next
Mm,
to that we're going to see correlation. So clear
okay.
today
Yeah, it's clear.
we discussed about runtime settings, right?
Mm,
In the runtime settings, we alter the run logic like multiple iteration. If you give iteration equal to 2 or iteration equal to 3, so
mm,
user will repeat that scenario 2 times or 3 times, right?
okay.
But
Mm,
every time user going to use the same credential. Like during recording time, we enter one value, right? jmeter1@gmail.com on passwords,
mm,
search keyword, everything that user going to repeat the same for every iteration, right?
mm,
But in real time, it won't happen, right? If multiple users using the application means they will use different credential and they will give different search keyword and they will choose a different product, right?
mm,
So now we recorded the script. If I want to run the script with load means we need to parameterize the inputs.
okay.
Right?
Mm,
So first we're going to see definition for parameterization. Then
mm,
we will move to practical one. Parameterization. Parameterization means assigning different set of user input to the replay script in the place of recorded input value. So we're going to assign different set of input to that recorded input value. So recorded input
yeah.
values is what our user ID, password, whatever values we given input during recording time, that all
Mm-hmm.
values are recorded values. So during recording time, automatically it will capture in output, right? So
Yeah.
that values we're going to replace with different set of input now. So how we can do means we can create a CSV file. So in that CSV file we can give different values and we can configure that CSV file with a script. Then automatically it will take values from that CSV.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And main objective of parameterization is to stimulate the real user's behavior. Right? To stimulate real users behavior, we need to parameterize the input. So that is how users will use the application, right? When multiple users
Yes.
using the application, they will use different input in that request.
Mm.
So to stimulate that, we're going to parameterize. And second point, to avoid server cache memory. So every time if you give the same input, it will not load
Mm.
all the information from server. It will load some information from server and some information it will load in the cache, right?
Mm.
But every time if you give different keyword, like I'm going to search Samsung in Google, then it will give some response. Again, I'm going to
Mm.
search with same keyword Samsung. So second time it will not load all the information from server, right? Why?
Mm.
Because it's already have that information. So simply it will take some information from cache. But
Mm.
every time if I give unique keyword, like first time Samsung, second time HTC, third time iPod means every time it will go and hit the server and get the download the response, right?
Mm. Yes.
So to avoid that catch also we need to parameterize. And
Mm-hmm.
third point, some application will not allow same set of input. Some
Mm.
application will not allow means like account registration.
Mm.
So during register account creation, we going to record that scenario. So that time it will capture first name, last name, email ID, date of birth, gender, all this information in our script. So after
Mm.
recording, if you replay script, our script will fail. Application
Mm.
will say this account already exists, right?
Mm. Yes.
So without parameterization, we cannot run that script. Why? Because every time
Mm.
it expects unique value.
Right.
So that case also we need. And some
Yeah.
application may not allow to log in with same account multiple time parallelly.
Mm.
Like banking application, if you log in one your account and same time try to log in another device, it will say account already exists. Please close
Yes.
the previous session and log in back. So that
Mm.
case also we need parameterization to pass unique
Mm.
value.
Okay. Yeah.
So different type of parameterizations. There are sequential, unique, random. So we can
Mm.
pass values sequentially or unique or random
Mm.
from that CSV file, right?
Mm.
So we already have idea about this, Srilata.
Yeah, I have a little idea. I mean, unique values, we can, it will run for, once and then it will be done. And a random value, it will pick random values.
Right.
Think sequential, it will go sequential, right? One after the other.
Yeah. Again, this sequential classified into two, three options.
Mm.
Sequential each iteration,
Mm.
sequential once, and sequential each occurrence.
Mm.
So do you have idea about this?
Each iteration, sequential ones, I'm not sure.
Okay, okay, I'll
Yes.
show that option. So now our script is ready.
Mm.
We're going to parameterize the value. First go to the user input. So find recorded input value. So we during recording time we enter three values. One is username and password and search keyword. These three values we give an input to the application during recording, right?
Mm.
So that value, so input user ID is captured in login transaction. So just come to login transaction and select this value.
Mm.
So before that, we just need to create one data sheet. So I already have one data sheet, so I'm going to reuse that one. So data
Mm.
sheet is a CSV file. So in that CSV, I'm going to give different username, password, and search keyword. So this account I already registered and I have in this application JMeter 1, JMeter 2, JMeter 3, and
Mm.
password common password I kept for all the users around 6053. And
Mm.
search keyword I passed three different search keyword Mac, iPod, and Samsung. Right?
Mm.
And while
Mm.
save this file, we just need to use CSV format.
Mm.
You know, right?
PSV,
No, no,
yeah,
no,
for
not
JMeter,
PSV.
right? CSV, yeah.
In
For JMeter, it is
CSV,
CSV.
yeah, comma delimiter,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
No, So we need to save in the CSV format, and now just right click your recorded input value. Go to replace with parameter,
Mm.
right?
Mm.
Click create parameter. It will ask parameter name, so it is user defined. So this is nothing but LoadRunner variable. You can give any name. I'm going
Mm.
to give username there. And parameter type file. So from file, external file only we are taking value, right?
Mm.
And this is our original value. So don't alter this value. So this value only we going to replace with different set of input.
Mm-hmm.
Just go to properties. So here we have option to choose the file. So my file is input.csv in August 2024. So I just
Mm.
select that file. So automatically it reads the file content.
Mm-hmm.
Now we going to parameterize username column. So select column by number by name. So just choose by name option. Why? Because if you go with the number, sometimes it will confuse which column number we choose.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Go by name.
Mm.
In the drop down, you can able to find column header names. So just select username column. So it will be
Mm.
from username column. Right, Sheila?
Mm. Yes.
Next value. Select next row. Select next row sequential unique random. Right?
Mm. Mm.
For next row, how we need to update value, we can select here.
Okay.
Either sequential or unique or random. So first
Mm-hmm.
we're going to see about sequential
Okay.
and update values on each iteration, each occurrence or once. For each occurrence we need to update the value, or each iteration we need to update the values or once.
Mm-hmm.
Right? First we're going to see about each iteration.
Mm-hmm.
Sequential each iteration. So sequential each iteration means a new
Mm.
parameter value will be updated for each iteration of the script execution by sequentially. So each iteration it will update the value.
Okay.
Like first iteration it will take geometry 1, second iteration it will take geometry 2, third iteration it will take geometry
Mm.
3, like that. It will update the value on each iteration.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Clear, Srinivas?
Yeah, yeah. It's clear.
Now we have one option here called stimulate parameter, right?
Mm.
So we can stimulate and understand how it's going to pass during load time.
Mm-hmm.
We no need to run and see how it is taking value. We can use these stimulate parameters to stimulate and see how
Mm-hmm.
it is passing the value.
Okay.
Now give number of users equal to 4 and iteration, how many iteration you want to run? 4, so 5 iteration. Right?
Mm. Mm.
If I click stimulate, it will show how that value is going to pass.
Okay.
Right? Geometry
Mm.
1 for first user, first iteration, second iteration 8 update value, geometry 2,
Mm.
third iteration geometry 3, and from fourth onwards it start reusing the data.
Yeah, it will go back and yeah.
Why? Because insufficient user parameter,
Mm.
right?
Right.
We don't have sufficient data, so it start reusing. It is sequential, right? So
Mm.
sequentially it will update the value on each iteration. See,
Mm-hmm.
fourth user, fifth user, third and second, fourth user also using the same way. Every
Yes.
iteration it updating the value,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Next, we're going to see sequential each occurrence.
Mm.
So we'll see that last. First, we'll see
Mm.
sequential ones.
Okay.
Sequential
Yeah.
ones means a single sequential parameter value will be assigned for all the iteration done by the user. So if you use sequential once, only once it will update the value. That same value user used by all the iteration and all the
Mm-hmm.
time, right?
Mm.
So sequential once, click stimulate parameter,
Mm.
click stimulate. See, for each user and each iteration, it's using the single value. But no use of go with this value, right? Instead of parameteration, without parameteration also, it's going to pass like this.
So it is using only single value every
Yeah,
time.
single value. It takes first one, geometry one,
Mm.
and using for all the users and all the iterations.
Mm-hmm.
Right? No
Okay.
use of parameterizing in this
Yeah.
way, right? So, but this
Okay.
next sequential each occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
So each occurrence we cannot stimulate. We cannot stimulate parameter or update values in each occurrence. Why? Because occurrence is nothing but in the same script itself. If you are passing this value in multiple occurrence,
Mm.
so it will update values in each place. So first
Mm-hmm.
transaction you are giving some input. Second transaction also you are giving the same input. So you want to parameterize and update values on each transaction. First transaction it will pass Samsung. Second transaction it will take iMac, iPod. Third transaction it will pass iPod. Like that, it will
Mm-hmm.
use different input for different transactions. In the same script, if you have multiple occurrence and if you want to update values on each occurrence, then you can go sequential each occurrence.
Mm.
Clear, Shilava, what is each occurrence?
Yeah, it's clear.
Yeah. So next we're going to see about random,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm.
So if you go to random, again we have three options. Random each iteration.
Mm.
Random each iteration means a new parameter value will be updated for each iteration randomly. So randomly it will
Mm-hmm.
choose value for each iteration. So it's going to
Mm-hmm.
change every time. So click stimulate, see geometry 2, geometry 3, geometry 3, geometry 2, geometry 3. If it stimulate again,
But
every time that value will
yeah,
take randomly.
okay. But it will pick the same value also.
Yeah, it will reuse the data.
Mm.
Right?
Okay. Mm.
So this is random each iteration.
Mm.
Next we're going to see about random each occurrence. So here,
Mm.
this also we cannot stimulate. If we have multiple occurrence, randomly it will pass the value for each occurrence.
Mm-hmm.
Random ones. Random ones means new parameter value will be a single parameter value will be assigned for all the iteration done by the each user. So only once it will choose the value for first user.
Mm.
That user going to use the same input for all the iteration. Randomly it will choose.
Mm.
It picked geometry 2 and other iteration also first user using geometry 2. Second user
Mm.
taking geometry 3 and all other iteration also that user using the same input. If I
Mm-hmm.
click randomly, it will assign value for first iteration. That
Okay.
value that user continue with other iteration.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Clear, Srilata, this one?
Yeah. Clear.
Okay. Random each occurrence means for every occurrence it will update.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm.
Next, unique. So unique each iteration, each occurrence and once. Unique each iteration means the unique parameter value will be updated for each iteration of the script execution. So unique parameter value will update. So every time it will update unique value. It won't reuse the value.
Mm-hmm.
Just give unique for each iteration and stimulate. So now I'm trying to generate 4 users or 5 users load and iteration 5. But only we have 3 user ID, password and search keyword in the CSV file, right?
Mm.
But we're trying to generate 5 iteration. See, first user geometry 1, first iteration geometry 1, second iteration geometry 2, third iteration geometry 3, fourth on to fifth onwards it start continue with last value.
Mm-hmm.
Second, third, fourth and fifth users not at all generated. Why? Because insufficient user parameter.
Okay.
right? We are
Yeah.
trying to pass unique value for each iteration, right? So each
Mm.
iteration it will update the value. Whenever out of value, it continue with last value.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't want to continue with last value, then we can define here when out of value by default is continue with last. You can make it
Mm-hmm.
about user or cyclic manner. About
Okay.
user means it will stop.
Yeah.
Iteration 4 and 5 also don't have data.
Mm.
So second, third, fourth is a insufficient user parameter.
Mm.
Right? This is nothing but
Yeah.
sequential each iteration or unique
Okay.
each iteration.
Mm.
So
Mm.
unique each occurrence means if you have multiple occurrence, so every occurrence it will pass the value, update the value uniquely.
Okay.
Unique ones. Unique ones means a single unique parameter value will be assigned for all the iteration done by the each user. So now I'm going to give unique ones, user 1, jmeter 1 and continue with that same value. User 2, jmeter 2 and continue with same value. User 3, jmeter 3 and continue with the same value. But fourth and fifth user don't have data.
Okay. Okay.
Right?
Mm.
So
Yeah.
this kind of parameterization unique ones will help like banking application. If one your session is active, it won't allow to log in again, right?
Mm.
But the
Correct.
iteration will happen one by one after one. So after logout only you're trying to log in again. Then
Mm.
it will allow to use the data.
Mm.
But parallelly, if you log in, it won't allow, right?
Mm.
Clear, Srilata, what I'm saying.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Clear.
So parallelly, we cannot log in with the same ID. But once I log out in the second iteration, again I can log in with the same ID.
Mm.
In that case, you can go with unique ones.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
So now I'm going to parameterize sequential each iteration. Why? Because in virtual user generator, we have option to run iteration wise. We cannot
Mm.
generate load. Sequential each
Mm.
iteration means if I run multiple iteration, for every
Yeah.
iteration, it will update the value.
The value. Yeah.
So I just click close now and click OK. It will ask,
Mm.
do you want to replace all occurrence of the string with parameters? So if you have multiple occurrence, if you
Mm.
give yes, it will replace all.
Yes.
So if
Yes.
any other request also, if it is pausing, then it will replace with this parameter name.
Okay. Okay.
Same way, we need to parameterize password. Just select replace with parameter, create new parameter, password, go to
Mm.
properties, select the file. So here I'm going to select column by name, password column I'm going to choose. Sequential each iteration there we give, right? But
Mm.
sometimes what happen if you use sequential for username and random for password means it will fail, right?
Mm. Yes.
So as of now, I kept common password for all the users around
Mm.
6053. But if you have different password, then different value update, then it won't accept the
Mm.
transaction. But you go same line as username. So now we have new option enabled. So after parameterize the username, you can choose this option, same line as username. So whatever username you take, that same line password it will pick.
Mm-hmm.
So see other options are grayed out
Mm.
each iteration.
Yeah.
Next, search keyword.
Mm.
Search transaction, you can able to find search keyword map. So this value we give an input during recording time. So just select that value,
Mm.
view variable name and properties, column by name, search column, sequential
Mm.
each iteration. Every iteration it will update the value. Mac,
Mm-hmm.
iPod, Samsung, and continue in the cyclic manner.
Okay, okay. Mm-hmm.
So here, if I give replace all, here also we have search keyword mac, and here also we have search keyword mac.
Yes, yes.
Everywhere it will update.
Oh, okay.
See here it replaced with the very name.
Yeah.
So here also it replaced. So it
No.
replaced in other accounts.
Okay.
Now we parameterize the value.
Hmm.
Before replay, I'm going to enable one option in runtime settings. Just go to runtime
Mm.
settings and
Mm.
go to log, enable extend log. So extended log parameter substitution. Then only we can able to see which value is passing in the request.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we cannot see parameterized value in our log, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
I'm just replay now.
Yeah, I just did this today. We were trying to
Oh,
find something. Yeah. So we just had this option and we could able to find the instance ID taking.
okay. So this extended log is recommended to
Mm.
use only scripting time.
Mm.
For execution time, we just need to switch back to standard log. Why? Because if
Mm-hmm.
we enable extended log during load time,
Mm.
it will collect more information in log for all the users and it will be extra burden to your load
Mm-hmm.
consider.
Okay, okay.
Completed now.
Mm.
Just run two iteration.
Okay.
So in first iteration, in geometry 1 at gmail.com password 605
Mm-hmm.
and we're going to use web mac.
Mm. Okay.
In second iteration, so second iteration starting here and we take geometry 2. Sequentially, it iterates the value
Mm.
and it pass search keyword iPod, right?
Yeah.
You can see in the log or else you can see in the page view.
Mm-hmm.
So just go to the search function, right click, show snapshot, go to page view. So this is during recording time.
Mm.
So during recording time, we use keyword Mac.
Mm-hmm.
We get Mac product list,
Mm.
iMac, MacBook,
Mm.
MacBook app. So just to
Okay.
replay tab, we just replay with two different iteration, iteration 1 and iteration
Mm.
2.
Mm.
Iteration 1, we're going to use search keyword Mac.
Mm.
Then we'll get Mac list. In iteration 2, we pass search keyword iPod.
Mm-hmm.
iPod passing
Yeah.
in our class. And we'll get iPod list. iPod
Mm.
Classic, iPod Nano, iPod Full Touch.
Mm.
Right? So from this list, we just need to we need to pick one product, right? To
Mm.
view detailed description about the product. If you come
Mm.
to view product request, still it view MacBook, but
Mm-hmm.
search is iPod, but it
Mm.
view MacBook Pro, right?
Mm-hmm.
In iteration
Yeah.
2, it need to be MacBook only, but default it will be MacBook Pro. So
Mm-hmm.
why it will be MacBook Pro every time means during recording time we select MacBook Pro, so that value captured in our request. See that product ID captured here. That ID
Mm-hmm.
45. So
Mm-hmm.
every time it will same 45 ID product. If I
Oh.
want to give corresponding search product, then we need to correlate that value. So that ID is dynamic. If it is Samsung, then different ID will come. If it is iPod, then different ID will come. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So this
Yeah.
value is dynamic. So if you want to view the corresponding search product, then we need to correlate this value. Actually, real application will not allow to replay if value is dynamic. It will fail here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If it is a real application, actual application, actually it is demo application, right? So it allowed to view Mac product even if search is iPod. But
Mm-hmm.
actual application will fail. Whenever you use search keyword Mac, then it will view MacBook Pro. Why? Because it have that product in that list, then it will view that product. Whenever you search with keyword iPod or Samsung, some other search keyword, then it will fail in that transaction.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
Then we will come to know that value is dynamic.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Clear,
Mm.
Srilata, how
Yeah.
to. So actually, this
Yeah.
option is straightforward. This value is straightforward. So
Mm.
definitely, if you give different search, then different list will come. That value
Mm.
is dynamic. If
Mm-hmm.
you go to Amazon and search with keyword T-shirt,
Mm.
it will give some list today. Same
Mm.
keyword if you use tomorrow, then it will give different list, right? Why? Because
Right.
top selling product will come in the first page,
Mm.
and new arrival will come in the first page. So that first
Yeah,
page
correct.
will not have the same product. If that went out of stock, then also it will take remove from that list.
Yes,
So
yes.
that list is dynamic. Every time it will get the value from server.
Mm.
So whatever value we given input to the application, we parameterize that value.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever value server generated, we going to correlate that value. So 45, this user input 45, we did not enter, right? So we
Yes.
just click on product, it automatically captured this value. So
Yes,
this is
correct.
server value. So we need to correlate this.
Okay, okay.
In next
Mm.
session, we're going to see how to correlate this value, and we're going to record some other application, and
Mm.
I'll show how session IDs and the other values look like.
Okay, okay. Yeah.
Okay, Shalala. So till now we completed uh, parameterization, right? We just record
Yes.
and automate one scenario and we parameterize the inputs.
Yes.
Like whatever value we given input to the application, so that values we parameterize.
Yeah.
Today we're
Mm.
going to see topic called correlation.
Okay. Mm.
Correlation is for handling the dynamic values,
Mm.
right? So whatever value we given input to the application, so we know that values like
Mm.
username, search keyword. So we can able to create a data sheet and we can parameterize that. But some values are written
Mm.
by server during runtime.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
server generated values we need to correlate like session IDs, tokens,
Mm.
search results, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Order ID, PNR number. So if any ID which is generated by server, so that
Mm.
is dynamic. Keep every time it will change.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
first we'll see definition for correlation, then we'll move to practical session.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Correl- It is a correlation is a process to handle the data which is dynamically generated by server at runtime. So whatever values generated by server at runtime,
Mm.
we need to correlate that value, right?
Yeah.
So this is one session example. So most of the secure applications have session in login, right?
Mm.
So whenever we log in that application, that system going to create one session ID for our login. So whenever we log out, then automatically it will kill that session. Whenever you log in again, it's going to create another session for our login. So every time it
Yes.
will create one unique session. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So this is during browser server communication. right? Whenever we using browser, via browser, I'm going to send the login request to server. So for
Mm.
this login request, server going to generate one session ID, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it will give in the response. So whenever browser communicate again, it going to send the session ID along with new request, right?
Mm.
So
Mm.
server can understand, okay, this ID I created for so and so person, so he is coming back with new request. So that session ID will match, then it will allow to communicate,
Mm.
right? So our
Yeah.
browser automatically manage these sessions. Next
Okay.
time we record and automate that scenario in LoadRunner, we're going to replay that in LoadRunner now. So now LoadRunner going to send the login request. For this login request, again server generate on new session ID, 1112223, right?
Mm.
But
Mm.
LoadRunner simply going to replay the second request along with recorded input value. This value captured during recording time.
Mm. Yeah.
So it going to send that recorded value, but server will not allow to communicate. Why? Because this time server generated different value, but old
Mm.
one is already expired. But we trying to replay with that old one.
Mm.
Right? That
Yeah.
session will not match, so it will not allow to communicate. It will fail in that login page.
Mm.
Solution to this problem is correlation. So again,
Mm.
second time I'm going to replace script in LoadRunner. LoadRunner going to send the login request. For this login request, again server generate on new dynamic value, 99900,
Mm.
right? So it
Yeah.
capture the session. So it will generate one new value. So we're going to put one function, WebRich save param function or WebRich save param regx, regular expression extractor, to extract the value between by using left and right boundary. So this value is generated in this login response, right? So we're going to write one function to
Mm.
capture this value, and we're going to save it in one LoadRunner variable. That
Mm.
variable we're going to give input to the next request,
Okay.
right? So
Mm.
capture the new session ID from above response and use it in the next request. So
Okay.
every time it's going to capture the values between left and right boundary. So that value going to save in one variable. So that we're going to give input to the next in
Mm.
request. So
Okay.
then it will allow to communicate, right?
Yes.
So now there are two type of correlation. One is automatic correlation and manual correlation. First,
Mm.
we're going to see manual correlation,
Okay.
right? So
Mm.
in our example, we just record and automate launch, login, search, view product, logout, and now
Mm.
we parameterize the input, right? If I run
Mm.
with multiple iteration, first user going to take Samsung. 1 second, parameters. So if I replay with the three iteration, first iteration is going to take Mac, second iteration iPod, third iteration Samsung,
Mm.
right? But
Mm.
during recording time, we use search keyword Mac and we select one Mac product from that list, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So that product ID is captured in our request. So we use search keyword Mac and view one Mac product. That product ID is 45. That is captured in our request.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
now we parameterize and we going to replay with a different set of input. So whenever it pass Mac, then it will view the Mac product. But whenever it search with keyword iPod, it need to pick one iPod product from that list, right?
Mm.
If it is Samsung, then it need to pick one Samsung product from that list.
Mm.
Then this ID going to differ, right? But as of
Yes.
now, this value is not changing. So now, if I replay with the iteration, every time it's going to view same MacBook only. Even
Yeah.
if you search with keyword iPod, it's going to view MacBook. Even search with keyword Samsung, it's going to view same Mac product. Why? Because we not correlate that value. So if I want to view the corresponding search result means
Mm.
search product means I need to correlate that value. Search result is dynamic, right? So if you go to Amazon and search keyword t-shirt today, it will give some list. And if you search tomorrow, then it's going to give some different list. Why? Because new arrival will come in the first page. Or if the product went out of stock, then that product will not come in that page, right?
Yeah.
So that list is dynamic. So every time server will update that list,
Okay.
right? And if you parameterize with a different keyword like sunglass, t-shirt, sports shoe, every time that result going to keep on change. Then we need to pick one product from that list, right? So we need to correlate that search.
Okay.
So just place your cursor in view product request, come to page view. During recording time, we search with keyword Mac and view MacBook Pro. Now come to replay tab. We just replay with 3 different iterations. So first iteration, search with keyword Mac and view MacBook Pro.
Okay.
So when come to second iteration, search with keyword iPod. Still
Okay.
view same MacBook Pro, but it need to view one iPod product.
Yeah.
And third iteration, search with keyword Samsung. It need to view one Samsung, but still MacBook. Why? Because this value,
Needs to be correlated.
right, need to be correlated.
Yeah.
So for
Every time it
correlation,
is going to same like 45 ID it's picking.
correct. Actually, this is demo application. That's the reason it use that 45 product every time. If it is actual real-time application, it's going to fail in that page,
Oh,
right?
okay. Okay. Mm.
Yeah, if that product is not available in that page, means it's going to fail. This is demo
Yeah.
application. Yeah, that's the reason it allow to.
Oh,
So
okay.
the reason because of here is like if I copy this URL, go to browser, it will go to this page directly. Right? If it is session application, when you're trying to use any middle URL, then it will say it will take you to login only again.
Okay. Yeah.
If we got it right,
Yes, yes, yes.
it won't go to this product page directly. So if your application having session, whenever you're trying to give back button, also that application in banking application, if you log in and navigate to some different tab, and if you press back button, that time also it will take you to login screen again. That session will kill automatically.
Okay.
So now we're going to correlate this value. So for correlation, either you can copy this value 45 and search in the above response, or copy this variable name. Why? Because if you copy this 2-digit number and search in your response, you will get multiple match, right?
Yes.
So copy this variable name, product underscore ID,
Okay.
right? Now we are in view product request, right? We have copied that value from view product. So this value we need to go and search in the above response. So above to this view product is search. So search request we're going to give search keyword. For this response only we're going to get list of all product, right?
Yes.
From that list only we need to choose one product. So just search in the immediate above response. So come to the search page, come to snapshot view, switch to HTTP data. So always we need to find the boundaries in recorded response.
Okay.
So come to recording response, place your cursor here, Control F, search with keyword product underscore ID. Product underscore ID 41. Actually, our value is 45, right? Just search till we reach 45. 43 is there. 44, 45. Now we can able to find our value.
Yeah.
Now copy this value along with left and right boundary. So left boundary to this value is equal to product
Product.
underscore ID. Till here also you can consider, but I'm going to consider till product.
Mm.
Right boundary to this value is ampersand AMP semicolon till search you can consider. Why? Because if you consider this Mac, it's going
Okay.
to differ for Samsung and iPhone.
Okay. Okay. Mm.
Just copy along with boundaries.
Okay.
Now come back to the request. So from this request only we extract the value, right? So
Mm.
just place your cursor before this request. Double slash paste that boundary.
Mm.
Now we're going to write one function here called WebRead save param.
Mm.
So we can take from suggestion tool. Just go to view. Here we
Mm.
have an option called step toolbox.
Mm.
So just go to steps toolbox and type web underscore rich underscore save param.
Mm.
WebRead save param. Just select this first function. WebRead save param.
Okay.
So it will ask parameter name. So it is LoadRunner variable. User defined. You can give any name.
Okay.
Product underscore ID. Boundary. Left boundary is product underscore ID equal to.
Mm.
And right boundary is ampersand AMP search. So this is our left and right boundary,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Just click OK.
Mm.
Automatically it write one function. WebRead save param variable name
Mm.
product underscore ID LB equal to left boundary equal to this value.
Mm.
RB equal to this value.
Okay.
Right? So now if you notice here LB equal to is syntax. But in
Mm.
our boundary also we have equal to, right?
Mm.
So we just need to exclude the meta characters by
Okay.
giving slash. So just
Okay.
give slash before this equal to,
Mm.
right?
How
Now
about
I'm going
ampersand?
ampersand 1 second. Let me check. Yeah, ampersand and yeah, that's it. This
Okay.
ampersand also we need to give.
Okay.
Actually here we have multiple occurrence, right?
Mm.
So if you search it keyword map 41, 42, 43, 44 and 41 multiple occurrence came. So
Mm.
if you want to list all the occurrence, then you need to add one more keyword within double quotes, comma, ORD. ORD is nothing but ordinal equal to all. If I give
Mm.
ordinal equal to all, whatever product coming under the same left and right boundary, that will list.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Now I'm going to replay it once again.
It searched MacBook only, right? All three times?
No. We parameterize and pass different keyword, right?
Yeah, but yeah. The replay I see MacBook all time. So
No, it search with different keyword, but it will view same Mac product every time now also.
okay. Mhm.
Why? Because we just extract the values list now. We did not pass that value in the next request, right? Still it
Mhm.
is passing 45 only here, right?
Okay.
So we
Yeah.
need to replace that variable name here. Then only it will view that corresponding product.
Mhm.
So now, if you see in your output log, first iteration, search with keyword Mac.
Mm. Yeah.
See, it lists all Mac products 41, 43, 44, and 45.
Mm.
So these all values are coming under the same left and right boundary.
Mhm.
So we put ordinal equal to all, right? So it extract list all the values.
Mhm.
Second iteration starting here, search with keyword iPod.
Mhm.
So this page it extract 48, 36, 34, and 32. So these values are coming under the same boundary.
Mm.
Next, go to third iteration, search with keyword Samsung. So Samsung have only two product in that page, so it extract 33 and
Mhm.
49.
Okay.
Right. So now we can
Mm.
able to extract the values by using this left and right boundary. So
Mhm.
now if I want to view 33 product, that means first array product, then I need to
Mm.
give ordinal equal to 1.
Mhm.
If I want to view the second product, then this second product 49 is coming under these two boundaries. That product underscore ID 3 or 4. Either you can give ordinal equal to 3 or 4 to view the second array product. So if I give ordinal equal to 3, every iteration is going to choose the array third value. So Samsung it
Okay.
will view 49 product, Mac it will view some different product in that array,
Mhm.
right? It will view that in Mac 43. So
Mm.
if I give ordinal equal to 1, sorry, ordinal equal to 3, and I'm going to replace this variable name in that recorded value, dynamic value, right? So that
Mm.
I'm going to replace with product underscore ID now.
Mhm.
So what is that value? 45, right?
Yeah. 45.
So control H, replace with variable name.
Mm. Find 45.
Yeah,
Okay.
45 replace with our variable name.
Mm.
So make sure it is replay in the right place. Why? Because 45 is two-digit number, right? Somewhere it
Yeah.
unnecessarily. Okay, that's it. We replaced all.
Mm.
Now I'm going to replay. This time it's going to give corresponding search product.
Mhm. How about extras? We can remove that, right? I mean, like we can comment that out in the code, right? It will take some
Which one?
extra. There are some extras I can see, right, on that. Every page it is.
One second, let it replay.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is replay first iteration.
Mm.
It pick MacBook Pro.
Mm.
During replay second iteration, search it through iPod. Still MacBook Pro.
Mm.
Okay. So we failed to parameterize it.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to replay again.
Mm.
It replayed successfully.
Mm.
Publish now.
Okay.
Now, third iteration Samsung search, it picks Samsung Galaxy Tab.
Mm.
Second iteration, search with your iPod and view iPod Nano.
Mm.
First iteration, Mac,
Yeah.
view MacBook.
Okay.
Now it picked the corresponding product, right? Search
Mm.
product.
Mm.
But
Yeah.
all time it's going to choose the same array value. Right?
Mm. Mm.
If I run multiple users, multiple iteration, every user is going to choose the same second array product. Right? Why?
Mm.
Because ordinal equal to 3, whichever value is coming under that array, that product is going to be.
Yeah.
But my requirement is I just want to pick one random product. Right? So if it is
Okay.
session value or token, then we can view that first token. Right? Whichever value is coming under. So only one token will generate, one session ID will generate, right? So in
Mm.
that case, you can go ordinal equal to 1 to pick that
Mm.
first array product. But if I want to view the random product, like if
Mm.
the search result is 5 means I need to pick one product randomly from the 10. If the search result is 10 means I need to pick one randomly from the 10.
Mm.
Right?
Mm.
So in that case, what we can do, we can write rand function to pick the random value.
Okay.
So we have two options for random function. One second, before that we'll see save
Mm.
length and save offset. So by using this save length and save offset function, we can include or we can exclude some characters from that
Mm.
extracted value. Like my value is like this Mac Book Pro. Right?
Yeah.
So values are like this. Extracted values are like this. So
Mm.
from this, I just want to omit this Mac. My left boundary is value equal to so this is our left boundary value equal to and right
Mm.
boundary is semicolon. Right.
Mm.
So from this value, I just want to extract only this book. I just want to omit this 4 letters, or you can consider this as continuous.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to skip this Mac and I want to extract only this book and Pro book plus. These values I want to extract.
Mm-hmm.
Right. In this case,
Okay.
what I can put save length, save offset function to offset 3 letters or 4 letters, whatever values we want to offset, then we can put it in same web save parent function.
So offset will be for left boundary and
Yeah, offset is for left boundary. So after left boundary, so if you put number 3, then it will omit 3 letters.
mm-hmm.
Mac is 3 letter, right? So it will just remove that Mac and it will extract only book pro,
Okay.
book plus. And if you want to save some letters, like I don't want
Mm-hmm.
this book and book pro, so pro and plus, then I can say save length only 7 letters. So MacBook is 7, right? So you can
Mm.
omit this pro and plus.
Okay.
Option, it will cut the value, and the save length, it will just save whatever characters, numbers you give.
Okay. In what case we will use this one?
What is
Usually, I mean, like visual, we can have left and right boundary, but why we are doing this save, offset, and all this?
like, let's say a hospital management system. Let's
Mm.
take that example. So whenever patient come to hospital, they will do registration. So if
Mm.
their outpatient means that patient ID start with OP. If
Mm-hmm.
their inpatient means patient ID start with
Mm.
IP and after that some number.
Mm.
In during our scripting time, we just record and automate one patient scenario, but we need to correlate that values like patient IDs. We need to give input to the report tab or something.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we need to enter the patient ID and we need to collect the report.
Mm.
So if the prefix I want to exclude, then I can put this save length save offset function equal to 2. Then it will omit that prefix and it will capture only that IDs. So
I
that
mean,
IDs we can give input.
okay, okay. I mean, during correlation itself, we can omit those values and do correlate only the values that we need, right? I,
Mm,
I mean, when
during,
we are capturing left boundary for correlation, we can capture, we can omit those what we don't want, and then we can only capture the ones that we
yeah, we
need.
can capture like that, but in search we no need to enter the prefix. We need to enter only the IDs.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay.
If your application want prefix, then you can enter and you can search. But if your application want only number, like
Mm-hmm.
last 4 digit number or first 3 digit number,
Mm-hmm.
right? In banking, if you go to bank for deposit, they will not ask your entire account number. So they know their bank code and they will ask last 6 digit number.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
they'll enter the last 6 digit number, then automatically they will take our account details. Right?
Mm.
when we going to do any transaction in our banking application only, we need to have the entire account number. But they need only that last 4 digit or 6 digit numbers to get the account details, right?
Yeah.
So in hospital also they will not enter CH all numbers like OP, IP. They will not enter. They'll just enter last 4 digit number and they'll extract the patient details, right?
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So such we no need to give inequality. So if you want to exclude that from your extracted value, then you can put save length and save offset function to
Mm-hmm.
omit that first 4 letters or first 2 letters.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Got it. Mm.
Next, we're going to see how to randomize the input, right?
Mm.
You want example for this or
Oh no, I'm good.
oh,
Yeah.
so now we're going to see how to choose one product randomly from that array.
Mm.
So we can use either rand function. So we saw during basic C programming, right? Rand
Mm.
mod of max minus min plus 1. So we
Mm.
can choose one random array by using this formula. For that, you need to know array minimum size and maximum size.
Mm.
So if it is high part, array minimum is 1 and maximum is 8, right?
Mm.
Then you can
Yeah.
write rand function, mod of max minus
Mm.
min plus 1. So max is 8 minus min 1, 7 plus 1, 8, again plus 1,
Mm.
8 plus 1.
Yeah.
But if you use this formula, okay, let's complete this. So I'm just going to randomly choose one value between that array. That
Mm.
value I'm going to save in a variable, right?
Okay.
Next,
Mm.
I'm going to declare one pointer variable id equal to lr underscore param array index. So param array index function will get that index value and it's going to assign random number to this product underscore id. Product or underscore id is nothing but correlation parameter name.
Mm.
So we
Yeah.
create one variable, right? So that variable. So we're going to choose one random number. That
Mm.
random number we're going to assign to this product ID variable.
Mm.
Why? Because we give ordinal equal to all, right? So
Mm.
it will just extract all the value and it's going to assign A to this product underscore ID. And I'm going to use lr underscore save string function. This ID is C variable. So this C variable I'm going to convert to new
Mm.
LoadRunner variable. You can give any name. It's user dependent. New ID.
Okay.
So this new ID I'm going to replace with all other requests. So we are passing here product underscore ID, right? This I'm going to replace with new ID.
Mm.
So it will take random value from the list.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
But this function have some drawback. So this coding, if you write, if your array is dynamic, then
Mm.
we cannot implement that, right? Why? Because if I give minimum equal to 1, maximum equal to 8, it will match only for Mac and iPod. Samsung have only two products.
Mm.
Then it has array size 4, right?
Yes.
So by during replay time, randomly if it pick seventh or fifth array, then it's going to fail in Samsung.
Yeah. Correct. Mm.
Now also, if I put ordinal equal to, so if I put ordinal equal to 7, it's
Mm.
going to fail in the Samsung. Why? Because Samsung don't have seventh array.
Mm-hmm.
See, now it failed. No match found for the requested parameter product underscore ID. Boundaries are
Mm-hmm.
not met. Why? Because ordinal equal to 7 we give, but no product in that count array.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? See, it failed in the
Mm.
Samsung.
Mm.
So Samsung failed. So we need
Mm.
to write random function, but if you write rand mod of, so this function, this function is help when you have fixed array. Every time
Mm-hmm.
you will get 1 to 50 product or 1 to 100 product, then you can use this function. But now
Oh.
our array is dynamic, right?
Mm.
Then we can write one single function here, lr underscore save string. Before that, lr underscore param array random. So we have one function called LoadRunner parameter random function.
Mm.
So if you give lr underscore param random, that product name, that means that variable name, you need to put ordinal equal to all there. So if you put ordinal equal to all, it will extract all the value, and you need to put param array random, right?
Okay. Mm.
If you put param array random, it will pick one random array value. Automatically, it will pick one random array value, right?
Mm.
That value I'm going to save it in new LoadRunner variable by using lr underscore save string function.
Mm-hmm.
In this new underscore product, I'm going to replace with all other requests,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay. Mm.
So this param array random function always we need to write next to this web request. So correlation function we written before this request, right? So this
Mm.
param. So param random variable we need to write after that request.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So here I'm going to write inner underscore param array random.
Mm-hmm.
So within double quotes, I'm going to give that variable name product underscore ID. So now
Mm.
this I'm going to save in the new variable by using lr underscore save string,
Mm-hmm.
comma within double quotes. Now copy this one, control H. So this previous variable name I'm going to replace with this new variable name.
Mm-hmm.
Clear, Shilita?
Yeah.
Now if I replay, okay, now we need to give ordinal equal to all. Then only it will extract all the product and it will choose random product, right?
Mm.
So you don't need to give extract ordinal here. Why? Because we already randomized it.
Mm.
Now come to snapshot,
Mm.
view product page. So Mac, I pick MacBook.
Mm.
iPod, iPod Classic.
Mm.
Samsung, Samsung Sync Master. So I'm going
Mm.
to replay it again. Going to choose some different product.
Mm. So it's picking randomly right now.
Like it's picking randomly. If array size is 2, then it will pick one randomly from that 2. If array
Mm.
size is 8, then it will pick one randomly from the 8.
Mm-hmm.
It's completed.
Mm.
So Samsung Galaxy Tab. So last
Mm.
time Samsung Sync Master, right?
Yeah.
And iPod Classic last time. This time iPod can touch.
Right.
Last time MacBook. This time same MacBook.
Mm.
It
Yeah.
picks values randomly from the array.
Mm-hmm.
So correlation function always we need right before that request.
Yeah.
Right? Random function always we need right after that request. So this is the procedure we need to follow.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So in next session we're going to see some different function like as of now we use every save param, right? So
Mm.
similar to this, we have one more function every save param regx, regular expression extractor.
Okay.
So
Okay.
that is the next session, and also we will see auto correlation.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So,
Yeah.
so
Thanks.
whatever we have is manual, so we have automatic correlation. So that
Mm.
part we'll see the next session.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
See automatic correlation. Before that, we're going to record some different application and we're going to see some different dynamic value,
Okay. Yeah.
right? So first I'm going to start record the script. Once again, we create new script. So now we're going to record some different application and we're going to find dynamic values in that script.
Okay.
So I'm going to record this website tnsetc.in.
Mm-hmm.
So this is actually production site. We cannot generate load here. So we're just going to record and automate one scenario, and we're going to find dynamic value and correlate that.
Okay.
Right? Only for your understanding, and just recording this application. Actually, it is government website.
Wow. So if we do any recordings on the government side, will they know?
No, until they get any issue, they will not trace that.
Mhm. Okay, okay.
So if we generate load and something went wrong, then they will track our right.
Oh,
Well, because it is production side, right?
right, right. When I joined PNC, without knowing, I have recorded one production link.
Okay.
So they blocked my ID. So I unlocked it after that.
Okay.
I told them I don't know what happened because that was the first day, right? So they didn't, my manager didn't know what happened. He just called the help desk and just unlocked it.
Okay.
Mm.
See, now you just land in this screen. Here we have two type of login: operator login and e-ticket login. So I'm going to
Mhm.
perform e-ticket login. So before that, I'm going to insert one transaction name,
Mm.
e-ticket. Then it will take you to user ID and password screen.
Mhm.
Right now, I'm going to log in with credential. Okay, login successful. Then we can able to see change password option, and we're going to get this welcome text. Right
Mhm. Yeah.
now, I'm going to click profile page. So then it will show user profile.
Mhm.
Now I'm going to sign out from this application. So this scenario we're going to automate.
Okay.
So after sign out, automatically it will redirect to home page.
Mhm.
So now I'm going to end and stop recording. Oh, so in the recording summary, you can able to filter if any unwanted request caption.
Mhm.
Actually, only this DNS. So now I'm going to insert transaction for launch.
Okay.
On this launch transaction, I'm going to add here. Oh, so now we recorded document. I'm going to replay it once. So after replay, we're going to compare recorded response with replay response. One by one, we're going to compare.
Okay.
One second, so that I check out. Let me
Okay.
restart my virtual website.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, first step, we need to compare our recording response with replay response. Right? To find the
Oh,
dynamic value, just come to launch request. So this request is belongs to launch, right? Go to snapshot
mm,
and switch to page view. Just to load that page. So during replay time, we just land in this screen. We saw
mm.
operator login and e-ticket login. This is during replay.
Oh,
Time is still loading. Okay, we move to the next page.
I think the screen is very slow, loading very slow.
Yeah, loading very slow.
Mm-hmm.
So next we land in e-ticket page.
I don't
During
see.
replay time, we land in yeah.
Are you able to see the page in the snapshot? Because I don't see anything.
Are you able to
Okay,
see now?
now it's coming. Yeah.
Okay. So this is during recording time. Recording time, we land in user ID and password screen. Replay time, we land in the same screen.
Mm-hmm.
So till here, it replayed successfully.
Mm-hmm.
Next, come to login page. Okay. See, during replay time, it's showing login failed. Please enter valid username and password. But see what happened during recording time. Recording time, it login successful and showing welcome Gauri and logout option. Right?
Okay. Mm.
Something went wrong. So this request and response mismatch, right? Recorded response and replay response mismatch.
Mm.
So then we need to see what is going in that request. See this request going with username and password. Along with that, one new value is passing CSRF token.
Mm-hmm.
So this is server generated. We did not give an input to this application, right?
Mm. Yeah.
During recording time, we just enter username and password, but this value additionally captured. So
Mm-hmm.
this name is token. So definitely server generated value. If you not given input, then it is server generated only, right? So I'm
Mm.
suspecting this value might be dynamic. Just copy this value,
Mm.
go to previous page response. That means above response. So if it is passing in this request means definitely it should generated in the above response,
Mm-hmm.
right? So just
Yeah.
go to previous page. So just search in the recorded response. So and in previous page, that means e-ticket login page. Come
Mm.
to HTTP data. So always we need to search in the recorded. Why? Because replay time again it is different. Just search Control F, paste that value and search it here. Then we can able to see the boundary.
Okay.
CSRF token value equal to 7p. It starts with 7p. So to confirm that, just copy this boundary
Mm.
and come to replay. Search it in the replay. See here, also we can see the same boundary but different value OCLG.
Mm-hmm.
But
Mm-hmm.
recording time it is different and replay time it is different, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we need to correlate this value. Now copy this value along with boundaries.
Mm.
Right. So come before this request. So from this request only response only we extract the value. Just come before the to this request, paste that boundary. Now I'm going to insert function called WebBridge save param. So till now we use this function, right? WebBridge save param.
Yeah.
Now we're going to use similar to this WebBridge save param or EGX. Either you can use this or this regular expression extractor to extract the value, right?
Okay.
So if I double click this regx function, it will ask variable name,
Mm.
yes, or of expression. So just copy the entire value along with boundary Now delete your original value, replace with dot plus question mark. Right. So remove the original value, replace with bracket dot plus question mark and close the bracket.
Why we are giving dot plus question mark?
So dot plus question mark will extract the values between these left and right boundaries.
Okay, okay.
And ordinal I'm going to give one. Why? Because this is only one value, right? If you have multiple value, then you can give all and you can randomize that.
Mm.
So now if I click OK, automatically it insert one function, this one, and it replace the boundaries. Now copy this value, Control H, replace with CSR variable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, only one occurrence we replaced.
Okay.
So now it failed. Actually, it failed in that login screen, right?
Mm.
Then it's going to fail in upcoming page also, like profile page and logout. Everything is going to fail, right?
Yeah.
See, during recording time, we can able to see the profile user information, right? But replay time, it's showing empty,
Mm-hmm.
right? So now
Yeah.
we just correlate that value, and I'm going to replay again. Now come to snapshot. See now during replay time, we can able to see welcome.
Okay. Mm.
Here, Srilekha, and profile
Yeah.
page, we can see the profile information.
Okay. So login is successful.
Login successful. So now, because of that token, we are not able to log in. Now we correlate that, so it allowed to log in and
Mm.
view profile and log out, right?
Mm.
So now you understand, right, how to compare the response and
Yeah.
find the dynamic value. So
Yeah.
first
Yeah.
we need
I
to
got it.
compare replay with response, recorded one.
Mm.
Then if something missing, then we need to see what is
Mm.
passing in that request. Sometimes it will pass in the item data. Sometimes it
Mm.
will pass in the URL,
Mm.
right? So we just need to copy that value, go to previous response and search
Mm.
and find the boundary and
Mm.
just copy that boundary and search in the replay. Then we will come to know that value is dynamic or not. If it is
Okay.
dynamic, then put regular expression extractor or WebRich
Mm.
save parent function,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So whatever
Yeah.
this is manual. So manually we copy the value and find the boundary and we return function and replace all, right?
Mm.
Now
Mm.
we're going to see auto correlation.
Mm.
Before that, I'm just going to undo.
Mm.
So then we need to regenerate the script.
Right.
So they will whatever changes we make that will go
Mm.
and we can get back our original script. So just regenerate the script.
Mm.
Again, you can see CSR of value. Right?
Mm. Mm.
So here we have one option called Design Studio. If you run this Design Studio, it will automatically scan the code and it will give some suggestions. These values are dynamic,
Mm.
right? But
Yeah.
actually, this will not work all the case.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this value is dynamic, but this is not dynamic value, even though it's giving in the suggestion list.
Mm.
Right? So,
Yeah.
if you want to correlate, just select this value and click correlate button.
Mm.
Automatically it will find the boundary and it will replace with variable name. See, it replaced with variable name, and you can
Mm-hmm.
see the function before the previous request. See here, correlation command don't change the value.
Okay.
Here also it use web param regx function, regular function extractor.
Mm.
It replaces original value with dot plus or dot star. You can use any one.
Mm-hmm. This is very easy.
Easy, but it will not going to help all the time. Sometimes it will
Okay.
find the value, sometimes it will not suggest. Then we have to do it manually,
Yeah,
and
correct. Mm.
some unwanted values also it will give in the suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you
Okay.
don't want, if you want to undo correlation, just go to Design Studio and select
Yeah.
whichever value you want to undo and click undo. Automatically, it will take the function.
Okay. Okay.
Right? But in interview itself, they might ask how to correlate and find the
Yeah.
boundaries.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
also sometimes if it is not coming in this uh, Design
Mm.
Studio list, you
Mm.
can select that value. So just select that
Yeah.
value, right click,
Right click and
correlate.
correlation. Yep.
So correlate selection, then you can correlate.
Mm.
Right. So this is automatic correlation.
Mm.
So this token now value is like a very small value, like 15 characters or 20 characters,
Mm.
right? But sometimes what will happen, some application will capture very lengthy value, like 4 5 lines, the token itself
Mm.
is generated.
Mm.
So whenever we're trying to capture that value by using WebReadSaveParam or WebReadSaveParam or EGX, if
Mm.
value is more than 256 characters,
Mm.
see, set maximum length of any HTML string that can be retrieved and saved as a parameter. The default value of maximum length of parameter is 256 characters.
Mm.
So loading a variable maximum character length is 256.
Mm.
If your value exceed more than 256 means, then we cannot capture that value in our variable,
Mm.
right? Like values like this,
Right.
similar to this, some lengthy value. So if you are
So.
not able to, yeah.
Mm.
So if you're not able to capture, then just define this web function web underscore set underscore max HTML param length.
Mm.
So this function will help you increase the parameter size. So we just need to declare in the top web
Oh.
underscore set underscore max HTML parameter length.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Within double quotes, you can increase to 1024 or 2048, whatever you want. So till this, till this bytes, it can able to load.
Okay.
Right? Maximum we can give
Mm.
99,999.
Okay.
But 1000 bytes is enough to capture the
Yeah.
value. Right? So
Yeah.
this we need to include in the top. Globally, we
Oh.
need to define. Then it will increase the parameter size of the LoadRunner
Mm.
variable.
Okay.
So within double quotes, we need to give the value.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
So clear this
Yeah.
auto correlation, manual correlation.
Yeah. This is clear. Yeah.
And sometimes what will happen, boundary might change.
Mm.
Dynamic left and right boundary.
Mm-hmm.
As of now, we are having static boundary, right? Like
Mm.
value equal to
Mm.
uh, how it looks like. Yeah. So now we are getting static boundary value equal to and
Mm.
semicolon is boundary. Sometimes what will happen, value equal to 01 Mac, 02 MacBook, 03
Mm-hmm.
Mac, right? In this
Mm.
case, if you consider this as left boundary, then only one match will happen. Why? Because the other boundary will not come in the
Right.
left, right? So
Mm.
whenever you are getting any dynamic boundaries, actually I'm not able to show similar example. So I'm just showing the Google. So our application don't have dynamic boundaries. So I'm just showing. For example, here's the okay order ID. Order ID 1234 and dynamic data. So this value we need to correlate, but right boundary also dynamic 1234. Left boundary, if you consider this order ID, then it will take 1234 equal to this dynamic value. Either you can use save length or save offset function to omit this, right? Or else you can do flag. So in LoadRunner we have an option called flag. By using that flag, we can able to capture the dynamic boundaries. Okay? Same WebRes save parent function, variable name LB slash digit flag order ID. That 4 digits are dynamic, right? So just replace that number with hash symbol. And right boundary equal to 4 digits dynamic.
Right.
Just replace 4 hash. If it is 5-digit number, then you need to put 5 hash symbol here.
Okay.
Right. So if it is number, then we need to put digit flag. If it is alphabetic, then we need to put power symbol.
Oh. Okay.
So here, this example, letters are dynamic. One second. I'll show some different. See, user handle 1120001 ABC 002. So this boundaries are alphanumeric.
Okay.
This example also not clear. Digit flag they use, and then they just replace with hash symbol. Okay, here only one digit is dynamic. ABC 0, ABC 1, ABC 2. So this is dynamic left boundary. Right? They just replace with ABC hash. One digit replaced with hash symbol.
Okay. If it is only 1 digit, then 1 hash. 2 digits, then 2 hash. Okay.
Right. So here 3 digits are dynamic. ABC 013, ABC 122. Then they just replace with three hash symbol.
So usually it will be digits and alphabets, right? Or
Right.
we'll have more. Okay.
See here alphanumeric ABC 0C3, ABC 1H2. So this is alphanumeric, right?
Okay.
So they just use same digit flag, replace with power socket.
All
Caption.
alphas, right?
Yeah, cap if you put it will capture alphanumeric. So here numbers also.
One means hash, right? It should be 1 means hash and then H means alphanumeric.
No. You can put power, it will capture alphanumeric.
Oh, power. Okay.
Right. So this is for all num flag.
Okay.
Right. So if you put IC means ignore case. BIN means binary data. D means digit value. And all num means cap.
Okay.
Clear.
Yeah, this is clear.
Find the dynamic value.
Yeah.
So dynamic value directly we can correlate. If boundary is dynamic means we need to use flag option.
Right. Yep. This is clear.
think that's all about this topic correlation.
Mm.
So I'll share this PPT,
Mm.
automatic correlation, manual correlation. So manual correlation, identify the required correlation value from the recorded script, capture the dynamic service generated data at runtime, convert it to variable and replace with all the requests.
Okay.
Right. So saved and save offset clear, right?
Mm.
Okay, randomize. We already randomized the
Yeah.
input. Website max HTML param length to increase. So this is that boundary expression. Dot
Mm.
plus question mark. Dot
Yeah.
star question mark. 0 to 9 for number. A to Z for alphabet.
Mm. Mm.
But if you put dot star or dot plus, it will extract all the values, alphanumeric symbols.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all about this correlation, Shilapa.
Yeah,
In the
okay.
next session, we're going to start with error handling. So how to handle the errors
Mm.
and what action need to take, we're going to define in error handling.
Okay.
Called error handling.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So till now, we just correlate and parameterize the input, right?
Mm.
So
Yes.
now, if any transaction fail,
Mm.
so we just compare our replay response with the recorded response, then we understand that transaction failed, right?
Mm. Right.
So manually we compare replay with recorded. But whenever we run the test, during that load time, if any transaction fail in the middle, we don't know
Mm.
which transaction fail and which users fail.
Mm.
If any transaction fail, then what action need to take, we need to define.
Right.
Either continue the test or stop the test or start next iteration.
Mm.
Right? So to
Mm.
handle that errors, we're going to write some if condition. Before that,
Mm.
we'll see definition for error handling. So error handling means whenever any runtime error occurred during the test execution. So during execution time, if any transaction fail because of
Mm.
load or application error, we will like to continue the users with the next iteration execution. So if any users fail in the middle of the transaction, we just going to reiterate them,
Mm-hmm.
right, to maintain concurrent load on the server. Like
Okay.
we're going to launch and log in redbus.com. So we're going to search with from city and to city like Chennai to Bangalore. So it
Mm.
will give bus list. Right?
Mm.
From that list, we're going to select one bus, but we are getting error during that bus details page. Right? If I'm getting
Mm.
error in bus detail page means I cannot able to choose the seat and book the ticket and log out, right?
Mm.
So generally
Yeah.
what we'll just close the tab and we'll try to open new tab and we'll try to launch and log in again and try to search and book again.
Mm.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
In the next iteration, there is chance to get the response, then we will book and log out.
Mm.
But if you record and automate and replay the script in LoadRunner also going to launch login search and if it is getting error in the search page means it cannot
Mm.
able to choose one bus and book the ticket.
Mm-hmm.
So it will also going to fail in other transaction also. But actual error in search page or view page, viewed bus details page. But
Mm-hmm.
if it simply allowed to run the test means it's going to send the payment option and it's going to log out, then it's going to fail in all other transaction also.
Mm.
Right? So what we're
Yeah.
going to do, we're going to stop users in that failed transaction and we're going to reinstate. That means they will go and start the next iteration.
Mm-hmm.
So in that way, we can able to maintain concurrent load on the server. So
Mm-hmm.
if you allow to run the failed users means they will send the dummy request and they'll get error response. So that load will not consider in the server.
Mm-hmm.
But if you reinstate them, then they will go and launch and log in again. Again, that load will maintain on the server, right?
Mm. Yeah.
We're going to use one text verification checkpoint here. So just go to first launch page. So this request is belongs to launch. Just go to snapshot, page view. So this is the web page for launch, right? Just select one unique text from this page, right? So I'm going to verify this text in my response. So just select, right click, add text to check step.
Okay.
Click OK, then automatically it will insert a function called web_ridge_find function. WebRidge find, that given text is here. So what this WebRidge find function will do,
Yeah.
it will go to response and it will find given text is present in that response or not. If text is present in that page, then it will assume the page loaded successfully. If the text is missing there, then it will assume that something went wrong. Right? So this checkpoint we need to insert for each and every page. So next I'm going to insert for my account page. So in the my account page, we can able to see email address and password, right? So this text is unique. Add text check step. Automatically it will place the web page find function. Next, after login,
So for
we can
every
able to
page
see.
we have to add a text check.
Yeah.
Okay.
So in the login page, edit account information. Without login, we cannot edit the information and we cannot change the password, right? So like that, we need to insert one WebRidge find function for each and every page, right? Now, if I replay the script, it is going to find the given text is present in the page or not. Okay, so execution successful. That means that given text is present in the page. To make it fail, I'm going to give invalid credential. Like in username, I'm going to give Arun. So it will go like a jmitron@gmail.com Arun, right?
Okay.
It is invalid. So then we cannot find edit account information. Why? Because we are not able to log in means we cannot able to edit the information. Right?
Yeah.
So this transaction is going to fail now. This transaction failed. In the output log, you can see that trace text edit account information not found. WebRidge find function. Right? This text is not present in the page. Why? Because if you go to snapshot, you will come to know that. Okay. This one invalid user ID. Edit account information. Sorry, gmail.com.
Okay.
So because of this is functional error, if server error related error also, the text will not present in that page, right?
Right.
So now what action need to take, we're going to define, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to write one if condition here. So already we insert one WebRidge find function, right? So again, on top of that, I'm going to define one more LoadRunner variable, save count equal to one variable name. So in WebRidge find, I'm going to add one more. So here we have WebRidge find function. Within that double quotes, comma, I'm going to give save count equal to page number 3. So login page is 3. So I just give one variable name, page 3. So what this save count will do, it will just go to that response and it will start count how many times this edit account information present in the page. If it is at least one time, then save count variable page 3 equal to 1. Right? If it is 2 times present, then page 3 equal to 2.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So now this number we're going to compare in our if condition. So we're going to write one if condition. If A to I conversion, alphabet to integer conversion, LR underscore evaluate underscore string. So from this LoadRunner variable, we're going to evaluate the value, right? That value we're going to compare with 0, greater than 0 or not.
Okay.
Right? If it is at least one time present in the page, then condition will satisfy. Right? Then it's going to end with pass status. LR underscore output message, transaction name success, LR underscore end transaction, transaction name, LR underscore pass. If condition not satisfied, then it's going to execute else condition. In else condition, we're going to give LR underscore error message, transaction failed, and LR underscore failed. So as of now, we have transaction name LR underscore auto. So by default, we insert one transaction, end transaction and start transaction, right? So end transaction going to end with auto status. Auto status means it automatically end the transaction either with pass status or failed status. Pass status means the transaction that directly end with the pass status only.
Okay.
So now we going to write if else condition. If condition satisfied, then it directly going to end with pass. If condition not satisfied, then go to else condition. Then it directly going to end with fail status only.
Yeah.
So now we insert one WebBridge find function save count variable. So now instead of this LR underscore auto, I'm going to command this line and I'm going to write if condition here. If A to I LR underscore evaluate string. Page 3, right? This I'm going to compare with 0. So page 3 is LoadRunner variable. So that's the reason I just evaluate by using evaluate string function. Clear, Srilata, why we extract the value from?
No, I didn't get it exactly. Can you explain me once again if you don't mind?
Okay, so you know use of this evaluate string, right? So we saw, right? So if it is C variable, directly we can print that value or we can assign to any request. But if it
Okay.
is LoadRunner variable, we need to extract the value by using evaluate string. Right?
Yes.
If I want to save some value, means I will need to use save string function to save the data into LoadRunner variable. So
So
now this,
what
yeah.
string it is capturing now here?
Now this page 3 going to have some value. It's going to start count how many times this edit account information present in that response. So if it is at least one time present in that page, then save count equal to page 3 value equal to 1. If it is 2 times occur in that page, then page 3 equal to 2.
Okay. Okay.
Right? So if the page not loaded successfully means that this text will not present, then page 3 equal to 0.
Okay. Yeah.
Right? So
Yeah.
that will compare in our if condition.
Okay. Okay.
If page 3 greater than 0, then pass. If not, then at least one time it need to present, right?
Page 3 equals to 0 means fails, right?
Yeah, equal to 0 means fail. Why? Because the
Fail.
text is not present in the page.
Yeah, not present. Okay.
Clear now?
So finding the text is same as what we are writing here, almost like, I mean, like the thing is like we are trying to see if it is finding the text and make it pass. So why we are finding it like once or twice or thrice, even though it finds one, it is passed, right?
Yeah, once it is passed, but we need to give some exit criteria, right? What action need to take,
Mm-hmm. Okay.
right? In else condition, we're going to add one more function called LR underscore exit. So if the
Mm-hmm.
transaction end with a failed status, what action need to take, we're going to define here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
Either continue the test or start next iteration or start
Oh,
next action, we're going to define here.
okay, okay. Yeah, got it.
Right. So LR underscore in transaction within double quotes, transaction name, LR underscore pass. Now it
Mm.
directly going to end with pass status.
Mm.
In else condition, we're going to define
Mm.
LR underscore error message. So then it will highlight in error. Right,
Mm.
right?
Mm. And then if it is failed, then the transaction will show as failed, right? In the report also.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So now we going to write LR underscore exit function.
Mm.
Right. So LR underscore exit function tell how users need to exit from this place.
Mm.
How to exit. Right. So we have LR underscore exit user. If you put LR underscore exit user means it exit without any condition, directly go to end action.
Mm.
So if I give LR underscore LR underscore exit user, comma. So if I give this condition, it directly go to end action and then it will exit from the test.
Okay.
When that user will exit from the test. That is nothing but about user.
Mm-hmm. Without showing any failed or anything, it will just
No,
exit.
it will just highlight the error in red color and it will exit from there.
Okay.
Okay, as of now, we give valid text. That's the reason the transaction passed.
Mm.
If I give invalid text, like it is account information or
Mm.
then as of now, if you see save code variables, value equal to at least one.
Mm.
So we insert one variable name page 3 save code, right?
Mm.
See the number, how many times the text present. See page 3 equal to 1. One times the
Mm.
text present. So condition
Mm.
satisfied. Then it going
Mm.
to end with pass status.
Mm.
Now the text not going to present. Why? Because edit account information as I mentioned.
Mm.
It going to fail the text page 3 equal to 0 now.
Okay.
See it end with failed transaction page 3 equal to 0.
So it will abort the user during the execution, right? Not here,
Right.
like.
It will just abort the user. Right.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to abort, if you want to
Mm.
continue, then you can
Mm.
define exit action and continue. If you put exit
Mm.
action and continue, stop current action and go to the next action. So inside the script, you have multiple actions. Assume that we have multiple actions here. So
Mm,
users failed in the first action. So I
mm,
don't want to continue. I just want to exit from here and go and start the next action.
mm,
Then you can define exit action and continue. If I give
mhm,
exit iteration and continue means it will stop the current iteration and it will go and start the next iteration. So if I
mhm.
give number of
Okay.
iteration equal to 2, if
Mm,
users fail in this first iteration, it will exit
mm.
from that point and they will go and start the next iteration.
Okay. Yeah. Got it.
And similar to that, exit user after the iteration. So if you have
Mm,
if users failed in middle of the transaction, so I don't
mm,
want to exit from that point. Just let them log out and go
mm,
and exit from the test. Right?
mm,
Then you can
mm,
give run until end of the current iteration and then exit.
mm,
Right?
mm. Yeah.
So this is for just like functionality error. So if users
Okay.
fail, like they are not able to get the confirm ticket, then will also the text will fail, right?
Yes.
Let them continue and log out from the application.
Mhm. Okay.
User exit after the action. If you put after action, if you have multiple actions, so first action fail, then it will go to
Mm,
the second. Just complete that action, remaining transaction, then it will exit from the test.
mhm.
Exit main
Yeah.
iteration and continue. Stop current global script running iteration and go to the next iteration. So it's all depends upon the application need. So if your
Mm,
application allowed to replay with error, then you can continue
mm,
with that. If your application won't allow, then you just need to reinitiate user to start the next iteration. Like
mhm,
let's say
mhm,
we have three tab in our application. We just need to navigate to all the tabs. Like one is flight ticket booking tab, train ticket booking tab, and bus ticket booking tab. So each and
mm,
every tab don't have any dependency. So
mm,
directly you can choose any one tab from that home page. So if you are getting error in bus ticket booking tab, even though you
mm.
can able to view train ticket booking tab and this flight ticket booking tab. In that case, there
Got
is no
it.
dependency. You can allow to continue with error, right?
Yeah.
If each and
Understand.
every
Yeah.
page have some dependency, then if you are
Mm,
getting error in the first page, then you cannot
mm,
view the second page. Means you just need to reinitiate users,
mhm, mhm. Okay. Okay.
right? So now we just write
Mm,
if condition for one transaction. The same thing we have to follow for other transaction also. So always we need to write if condition before end transaction. We just need to command this auto and we're
mm,
going to directly end with pass status or else directly end with fail status.
mhm.
So now
Okay.
copy this code
Mm,
and write it for all other transactions also.
mhm,
Before end transaction, I'm going to paste here and command this Elan underscore auto,
mm,
copy the transaction name and update here.
mhm.
So we no need to write this logic every time, just copy paste.
Okay. Yeah.
So here I'm going to update variable page 2.
Two. Okay.
And in this web bridge find function, I'm going to insert variable
Mm,
uh, page 2. Right?
mm,
So
mm,
this is going to count how many times this email address present in that page.
mm,
If it is at least one time, then condition will satisfy.
mm.
If not, then it will go to else condition.
Okay.
Clear,
Yeah.
Srilata, how to handle
Yeah.
this?
Yeah. Yeah. This is clear.
So now automatically script going to verify the errors. the
Mm.
page loaded successfully or not.
Mm.
We just run in Vusion with one
Mm.
user multiple iteration, and we
Mm.
can understand how we are getting a response. But whenever you run the test in controller,
Mm.
you don't know which transaction failed and how many users failed in
Mm.
middle. So if they failed in the login statements, they cannot able to search view product and log out. So your test will get multiple much errors, like in all the transaction it will show error. But
Mm.
actual error happen in login. So we just
Mm.
going to stop users in that point and reinstate them. Then we will come to know, right, which transaction
Mm.
failed and how many time it failed. If
Yeah.
allowed to continue, then other assertion also going to fail. Then we will consider that each and every transaction is getting error.
Yeah. Okay.
So similar to this, we have one more option, that is status code verification. So now we verified by using the text, right?
Mm.
So you can also verify using status code. So every page successful status code is 200. So if
Mm.
it is equal to 200, that means the page loaded successfully.
Mm-hmm.
So first I'm
Yeah.
going to declare one integer variable into
Mm.
status. Then I'm going to assign status equal to web get init property HTTP info return code. If I
Mm.
write this function, it's going to get the status code of that response.
Mm-hmm.
It
Okay.
will assign to this integer variable. This integer
Yeah.
value I'm going to comparing my if condition. If status equal to 200, then end with pass status. If
Mm.
not, end with fail status.
Most of the APIs, I think it will be easy if we have this.
Right. So API it will help, but in
Yeah.
web application it won't help. Why?
Mm.
Because so I just define an integer value in status. So this status code I'm going to compare. First I'm going to write if status code here equal to web underscore get underscore init property. So within that HTTP info return code. So this
Mm.
function we need to write before this web request. So it's going to get the response code of this page and it will assign
Mm-hmm.
to status variable.
Mm-hmm.
Right? In
Okay.
in transaction, I'm going to give same if condition. So here I'm going to give
Mm.
status equal to 200.
Mm-hmm.
Status equal to 200. If condition satisfied, then it going to end with pass.
Okay.
But to know which value it receives, I'm going to use one LR underscore output message percentage D comma status. So now it's
Mm.
going to print the status code. If it is 200, then condition will satisfy.
Mm-hmm.
Transaction.
Error message associated with
Syntax error. WebGetting property HTTP info return call. Okay, it went -1 here.
mm-hmm.
Status code percentage D, comma status.
Request one maybe. Upgrade in secure request one, right? Is that no?
So the status code, it is getting the property one. Once again, let me remove from here and add it in the next page.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to add it in this view product page.
Mm.
So here it is saying 204 error.
I mean 204 response, right? That's why.
Yeah, 204 response code.
Okay, that's why it's failing.
Yeah, that's the reason it's failing. I just added it. So we have multiple web functions here, right?
Mm.
I think my network is slow. Hello. Yes,
Mhm.
let one second. I restart my reagent.
Okay.
Okay, now it ended fast status.
Mm-hmm. So
If
what is the
you
response?
status code 200, then only it will get passed,
Okay.
right? So
Mm.
this status code verification is recommended only for like
API.
APIs. Why? Because in web application, if you use status code verification,
Mm.
so it will not find any functionality errors. It will
Mm.
find only server related errors. Whenever it is non 200, then
Mm.
it will fail. Like if I'm going to log in my Facebook with invalid credential,
Mm.
for that I'm going to get response code 200, but transaction that application will give some warning message invalid user ID and password.
Mm.
So that page will response that page response code will also 200, right? If
Mm.
it is successful, then will also it will give 200 status code. If invalid credential, that response will also come with status code 200.
Mm.
Then tool will assume that page loaded successfully and it will try to do some other transaction,
Yeah.
but actually it failed,
Right. Correct.
right? But if you put text verification, then it will
Mm.
validate functional errors as well as server related errors.
Right.
If 404 error also, the text will not present in that page. If
Mm.
login failed also, then the text will not present in that page,
Mm.
right? So
Yeah.
always recommend to go with text verification
Yeah.
for error handling,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Similar to this, here we put a web init, webget init property, right? Similar
Mm.
to this, we can also get download site, webget init property, http info download size,
Mm.
right? If you
Mm.
put http info download size, then it will get the size of that response.
Okay.
So I just put http info download size. We're going to get the size of that response. We can compare that size if page
Mm,
loaded with all the content or not. So this is
mm,
recommended to go for static page. Like if you
mm,
go to generate any PDF or you're going to download something, so every time you want to verify that data downloaded or not, we
mm,
can verify by using this HTTP info download
mm.
size.
704.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that is the size of what?
So this response,
Okay.
704 bytes actually, we just kept in the sub request.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
now if you read this definition, it will give more meaning.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever any runtime error occurs during the test execution, we will like to continue the users with next iteration execution to
Mm,
maintain concurrent load on the server. Right?
mm,
So we just ran with 1,000 concurrent. So client want to run 1,000 concurrent users load for 1 hour.
mm.
During that load time, 100 users failed in the login script. So if 100 users fail in the login means they will not do other transactions also, right?
Right.
900 users load will run on the server, right?
Mm,
So if you reinitiate that failed users to start the next iteration means they'll just go and launch again and they'll try to do the same operation.
mm-hmm.
Like in that way, we can able to bring back that 100 users also in that test load, right? So we can able to maintain concurrent load throughout the test.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Clear?
Yeah. Clear.
Okay. So till now we completed scripting phase. So we
Mm,
just record and automate the scenario and we alter the runtime settings for think time, place time, definition, and we parameterize the user inputs and we correlate the dynamic values and we handle the errors by using this error handling.
mm,
Now our script is ready for execution, ready to run with multiple users.
mm,
So same way we just need to complete scenario for all scripting for all other scenarios also. Just now we just completed one script like
mm.
register, place the order, cancel the order, view order
Yes.
system. So we need to do scripting for all other scenarios also.
Mm,
So once scripting completed, then we will move to control. Controller
mm,
is for design and execute the test. Okay, we going to see topic called controller, right? Till now, we record and automate one scenario and we completed scripting. Like we alter the runtime settings, we parameterize the input, and we correlate the dynamic values, and we handle the errors, and we define some think time and paging time in our script. Right now, our script is ready for execution. Right. So we're going to upload our script in controller, and we're going to run test now. So we already completed scripting, so I'm just going to open that script in controller now. So before that, I'm just going to verify that script in virtual user generator once. So if it is having any error, then definitely it's going to fail in the test, right? So
yeah.
I'm going to open our script and we're going to verify that. So in runtime settings, I'm going to give replay think time as recorded. So okay, as of now, I just give ignore think time and replay now. Okay, I'm just going to run with one iteration now to make sure the script is running fine. Okay, just check here. So are you able to hear me, right? I have some network issue today.
I can
Vanita
hear.
and Srilata.
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, sometimes voice is breaking, but most of the time it's okay.
Okay, okay. Actually, I connect through my mobile data. That's the reason the script is running very slowly, having some network
Okay.
issue. Okay. Yeah, it replayed successfully. So now this script we can take for execution. So script name Srilata.
Mm.
So now I just close my vision and I'm going to open controller now. So controller is open, right? So while so whenever we open controller, in the first page we can see select scenario type, right? So we have two type of scenario. One is manual scenario and another one is goal oriented scenario, right?
Mm-hmm.
So controller is for design and execute the multiple users test. So in virtual user generator, we can able to run one user multiple iterations, right? In controller, we going to design and execute the multiple users test as per the test plan. So this component, we can apply the different type of performance test like load test, stress test, spike test, endurance, volume. So we're going to upload our script and we're going to design the scenario and we're going to achieve the load, right? So whatever test we want, like load test, stress, spike, endurance, whatever we want, we can design in controller, right? So when you come to the first option, manual scenario, a manual scenario is static, which gives more control over the situation. You can decide which transaction need to execute and how many times and how long it need to execute. So here we have two options, right? Here we have two options. One is manual scenario and goal oriented scenario. So manual scenario means it will give more control over us. So we can define how many how many users need to run and how long they need to run and how many iteration it need to run in manual scenario. We're going to design everything manually and we're going to run the test, right? So based on the composite, the test mix, you can see the application behavior such as number of hits per second, response time, transaction per second, etc. Right? So manual scenario is just like we have more control. We only going to define how users need to ramp up and how long they need to run the steady state, how users need to ramp down. So it will give more control to us. So based on that, we're going to see the application and server behavior, how it respond for this situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if it is goal-oriented scenario means we're going to define the goal you your test want to achieve. So we just going to define some goal. Then automatically LoadRunner build the scenario for you based on this goal. So if you define the goal, automatically LoadRunner going to design the scenario and it will try to achieve that goal. The goal may be number of hits per second, number of transactions per second, etc. So if you define your goal, then automatically LoadRunner will increase and decrease the load to achieve the goal. So manage users automatically to maintain and achieve the goal. So it will automatically maintain the users and it will try to achieve that goal. But in real time, 99% industries will go with manual scenario only. I never use this goal oriented scenario in my real time application. Why? Because so we only going to define how users need to ramp up, how long they need to run the test, and how users need to ramp down.
Based on that mix, our application and server behavior we're going to monitor. Like in production, how application going to get the load, the same way we're going to design and run the test, and we're going to see the performance. We will not give control to tool, right? This
Okay.
option is there, but we will not use in the real case. So in real time, we will use manual scenario, right? Manage
Mhm.
your load test by specifying the number of virtual users to run. So we only going to define how many users need to run and how long they need to run. If you choose goal-oriented scenario, allow roadrunner to control to create a scenario based on the goal you specify. So we going to give control. So we will not do that generally. Clear,
Okay.
Vanita and Srilata?
Yeah, Arun, it's clear.
Okay. So in manual scenario, we have one more option. Enable this checkbox. If you use this option, use percentage mode to distribute the user among the script. So if you enable this option, if you add multiple scripts, percentage wise, it will assign the load. Like if I have two different scripts, first script I just want to assign 40% of users. First, we need to give the total number of users. Then you can give some percentage for first script and the second script. So if I define 100 users, total 100 users, and assign 40% to script 1, 60% to script 2 means 40 users will assign for script 1, 60 users will going to assign for script 2. So this will assign load in percentage wise. If I disable this, directly I can give the number. So like 40 users or 30 users for script 1, 70 users for script 2. So number wise we can define the load. Right? Better go with without this option. Why? Because if you have multiple script, it will confuse. We need to calculate the percentage and we need to distribute the load among the script. Right?
Yeah.
Percentage mode means in this mode you define total number of users to be used in the scenario and assign load generator a percentage of total number of users to each script. So we just need to give percentage for each script. So sometimes it will confuse. So better go with without that option. Directly we can define the number for each and every scenario. So clear these two slides, manual scenario and goal oriented scenario.
Yes, Arun.
Okay. So next we're going to select the script. So here we have option to choose and add the script. So our script name is Srilata, right? So automatically it will come in this list, Srilata. So I'm going to add. Automatically that script will include in our scenario. Right?
Mhm.
So you can select multiple script and I'm going to choose one more script, that is Vanita script. So I just add one script from here and I'm going to add another script through different way, right? So also here we have option to run our JMeter script also. If you can also upload your JMX file and you can run here. So JMeter script also you can run in
So
LoadRunner.
LoadRunner supports JMeter?
Yeah, JMX file it will support. So we need to do
Okay.
scripting in JMeter. That JMX file you can upload in LoadRunner and you can run here,
Mhm.
right? But we go to run LoadRunner. So this
Okay.
system or unit test, I never use this option, but LoadRunner I tried. That is also for one POC purpose only. But this one I never use. Unit test, maybe developer they'll do the unit test integration testing, right? They might
Mm.
do this.
Okay. So did you ever run JMeter script in LoadRunner?
Yeah, I run JMeter script. I have JMX file. So I just upload
Mm-hmm.
that script and then run here. So
Mm-hmm.
it just run in the same way. But JMeter LoadRunner we have 50 user license, right?
Yeah.
JMeter we have unlimited. LoadRunner license utility, you can
Oh.
see JMeter unlimited.
Mm-hmm.
JMeter community unlimited. But LoadRunner we have 50 users license.
Oh. Okay.
So I just select one script from here and I'm going to click OK. Then automatically it will add in the scenario list. Okay. So it is coming in this scenario list, right? Also, you can add script from here. So here also we have option to choose the script. So now I'm going to select one more script, Vanita script. Just click OK. Then automatically that script will come under this scenario. So assume that we just completed scripting for two different scenarios. One is create account and another one is view product. So, but both are same scenario only. Just we need to do scripting for all other identified scenarios also. So during requirement gathering time, we saw list of scenarios, right? Like frequent access, business critical scenario, time dependent scenario, resource intensive scenarios. So all scenarios we need to script in the same way. Each and every script we're going to do individually. Once scripting completed, we will move to controller and we're going to load all the script together. And we're going to distribute the load among the script. So and we're going to run the test parallelly. So we can assign some load for script 1, some load for script 2, and we can run the test. So both script will run parallelly. So all together it will achieve the production load. Clear, Vanita?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm just going to run with two different script now. So already we validate Srilata script. So I just want to review Vanita script. In controller also we have option to open the script in view engine. Just select that script, right click, go to view script. So if I click view script, then automatically it will open that script in virtual user generator. So if you want to change something or if you want to add something, then you can directly open the script from controller. It will open in virtual user generator. Right now the script open in view engine. I'm going to review the runtime settings once. Okay. I'm going to replay and see now. Okay. So this script also running fine. So in parameter settings, I'm going to give unique username column. I'm going to give unique each iteration. Right? If I give unique each iteration, if I try to generate 5 users load and 5 iteration, okay, but I'll go unique once. So if I give one unique once, so first user have value, second user have value, third user have value, fourth and fifth user insufficient user parameter, right? Only we have 3 user ID, password and search keyword, right? To create some error, I just give unique once in my script. In controller, I'm trying to generate 5 users, then fourth and fifth users going to fail. Clear, Srilata and Vanita?
Yeah.
What I'm giving you.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah.
To create some error in our test, I just give unique ones. Then it's going to fail during execution time.
Okay.
I just save the script. So I just make some change in my script, right? If you make any change in your script like VueGen, just right click on the particular script in controller, go to details. Here we have option to refresh the script and refresh runtime settings. So if you make any change in VueGen, you just need to refresh here. Then only that changes will apply to your controller,
Okay.
right?
Mm.
And if you make any change in your VueGen runtime settings, you just need to refresh runtime settings here. Right?
Okay.
So now I just alter the runtime settings and make some change and refresh here. So that changes will apply to controller script also. And also from here we can able to alter the runtime settings. So just right click, go to runtime settings, right? Or else you can directly go from here. If you press this button, it will take you to runtime settings. Right? Here also we can alter the runtime settings. So I'm going to disable this extended log parameter substitution during execution time. So this is recommended to go only during scripting and debugging time. So during load time, load testing, we just need to switch to standard log. Why? Because if we enable extended log parameter substitution, for each and every user, each and every iteration, it's going to collect more information in the log. So it will be extra burden to my local machine, right? You
Yeah.
just need to switch back to standard log and always need to run with some think time. If you run without think time, your application will crash, right? Replay think time as recorded means it's going to take your whatever think time function you have in your script, that time it will take, right? If you want to slow down, then you can define some pacing time also, right?
Yeah.
So now I make some change in runtime settings. So number of iteration I'm going to give 1, but I'm going to run with duration. So like 5 minutes, 10 minutes or 1 hour, you can give the duration. Then it will repeat the scenario till that given time completed. So now I just make some change in Srilata runtime settings, and also I'm going to alter Vanitha script runtime settings. Just right click, go to runtime settings. Here also I'm going to switch to standard log, replay think time as recorded, like that whatever think time we have, that think time will apply here. Pacing time, no pacing. So now I make some change in runtime settings, right? And also I'm going to, if I open this script in Vugen, these changes will not reflect in my Vugen script. Why? Because whatever changes I make in controller, that will only for controller file. It will not make any permanent change in Vugen script, right? But if
Yeah.
I open Vugen script and if I make some change and refresh the script here, that will apply to controller. So Vugen changes, runtime settings, all changes is permanent. This controller is temporary, only for controller file.
Okay.
Clear, Vanika?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay, Srilata. So now we just alter the runtime settings and we upload the script here, right? Here we have option called schedule by scenario and schedule by group. So first we're going to see what is schedule by scenario. Schedule by scenario means this mode of scenario design is commonly applicable for all the script. So if you choose schedule by scenario mode of scenario design is commonly applicable for all the scripts. See here we're going to define how users need to ramp up and how long they need to maintain the steady state, how users need to ramp down. So both script users going to behave in the same way. So whatever changes, whatever design you give here, it is commonly applicable for all the script. Both script users will behave in the same way, right? So in schedule by scenario, I'm going to give initialize users. So it's going to initialize the users simultaneously. Initialize one users every 15 seconds or just before it run. So just go with before it run. That is nothing but it will just initialize the user before running the test only. It's going to initialize the users in our test. Right? Or else you can give one users every 15 seconds. So every 15 seconds only it's going to initialize one user. Right? Better just before it run. Apply and go to next one. Then it will come to start user. Start user is nothing but ramp up. So how users need to ramp up, we're going to define. So here you need to give the total load. If I give 10 here and apply, equally split the load to all the scripts. See, 5 will assign to script 1, 5 will assign to script 2. If I give 5 here, then 3 will assign to script 1, 2 will assign to script 2. So it will equally distribute the load. Why? Because this mode of scenario design is commonly applicable for all the script. Right? Whatever design you give here, it will commonly apply to all the script. Now simultaneous is nothing but 6 users will simultaneous ramp up simultaneously within 1 second. All users ramp up in the application. This is nothing but sudden ramp up. So if I want to slow ramp up, then I can give one users every 15 seconds or two users every 30 seconds. You can give some delay. See, every 50 seconds, two users will ramp up in the application. So first two
Mm-hmm.
users ramp up. After 15 seconds, second set of users ramp up. Again after 15 seconds, the remaining users ramp up and reach 6 users load. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If I
Yeah.
give 8 here, then one more step it will ramp up. Right? If I give one users every 15 seconds means one user is going to ramp up in every 15 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
So this is nothing but slow ramp up. Come to the next one, duration. Duration is nothing but how long we need to maintain that load. So run for duration, run until completion. So if you go with run for duration, you just need to define the hour or minutes. So
Mm.
if I give 5 minutes, the load will maintain for 5 minutes. If I want to run endurance test means more than 8 hours we need to run the test, right?
Mm.
Then this test will maintain for 8 hours. If I want to run load test, then gradually increase the load, maintain the load for 1 hour. Right? This is nothing but load test,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay. Step stress test, how is that going to be?
So stress test is nothing but we just going to define some load and we're going to keep on increase the load till reach the break point,
Yeah. How
right?
to set up
We
that
will not go
scenario?
to. So in the load itself, you just need to give some more load, like 1,000 users or 1,500 users. Every
Mm.
20 seconds or every 30 seconds, you can ramp up to two users. So once
Mm-hmm.
it reaches the maximum load, it will crash. We will not maintain the steady state there, right?
Mm-hmm.
So during ramp up time itself, we will come to know that.
Yes.
Right?
Okay.
So if you go with this option, run until completion, then it will take your runtime settings. So if you go run for duration or days, you just need to give hours or minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If you choose this option, infinite, see it's
Mm-hmm.
not showing any duration here. Why? Because it will take your runtime settings run logic. In
Mm-hmm.
runtime settings, if you give iteration equal to 3 or iteration equal to 10, it will just repeat 10 times and it will finish the test. And it will
Mm-hmm.
ramp down the users. Whenever it finishes, automatically it will ramp down the users,
Mm-hmm.
right? But if you
Okay.
choose this option, run to 5 minutes. After 5 minutes completed, then we can define how users need to ramp down.
Mm-hmm.
Srilata and Vanita.
Yes, Arun.
So what about Vanita?
Yes, Arun.
Okay. Okay. So better. So go with run for days. So you can give some time, and you can maintain that load for some time.
What is
Now
capacity test? How to set up that scenario? You have any idea?
capacity also like stress only. So
Yeah.
we that is also like what is the maximum load we accommodate in on that server,
Mm-hmm. So,
right?
so we are going to see the breakpoint for capacity, or how it's going to be?
Yeah, we going to see the breaking point only capacity also. Like what is the maximum load we can able to accommodate in that system, right? And how much throughput
Scenario.
we can able to serve. Yeah, how much throughput we can able to download during that time,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Okay. Your voice
Next one.
was breaking in between when you were explaining it.
Oh, is it okay now?
Yeah, now it's fine.
Okay, okay. So stop user is nothing but ramp down, right? If you give simultaneous means all users will ramp down simultaneously.
Mm-hmm.
If I want to ramp down slowly, then I can choose this second option. Every one users or every two users, 15 seconds or 20 seconds, you can give some ramp down period. Right? See, first two users ramp down. After 15 seconds, second set of users ramp down. After 15 minutes, third set of users ramp down.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We just gradually increase the load, maintain the steady state, and decrease the load. So this is scheduled by scenario mode. Scenario design is commonly applicable for both script. Both script users going to behave in the same way. They will ramp up in the same way. They're going to maintain the load for same duration, and they're going to ramp down in the same pattern, right?
Okay.
But now my requirement is, so I have fund transfer script and my mini statement script. Fund transfer script I just run with 50
Got
users,
it.
ramp up simultaneously, and maintain the load for 1 hour. Mini statement script I just want to ramp up gradually and maintain the load for 30 minutes and ramp down gradually. So I just want to maintain different load and different timings I want to run the script, right?
So on the same scenario, I mean, like you're trying to set up two different scripts with two different scenarios.
Right. In the same scenario, we have to define two different ramp up, two different steady state, and two different ramp down. So each and every
Okay.
script we're going to define individually now, right? Then go
Okay.
to schedule by group mode. So in schedule by group mode of scenario design is applicable for each script group individually. So mode of scenario design is individual for each and every script, right? So now I just select scenario schedule by group. Now select first script and initialize the users just before return. And I'm going to assign load for first script. First script I'm going to run with for 5 users and ramp up one user every 15 seconds. So now you can able to see two different color. So this blue color indicates Srilata script and green color indicate Vanita script. Right. So
Okay.
first script run with 5 users. Every 15 seconds I'm going to ramp up one users, and steady state I'm going to maintain 5 minutes and ramp down one users every 30 seconds. Just
Okay.
finish this. Now select Vanita script and now I'm going to define the load. This script I'm going to run with 4 users, 2 users every 15 seconds, different ramp up, and second script I'm going to maintain 4 minutes and ramp down one users every 15 seconds or 30 seconds. Right now we can see two different scenarios pattern, right?
Yeah.
So two different script going to run in the two different way. So
Did
based
you
on
ever
the
use this type of setting when you are executing?
I used it in the
Okay.
application. So in real time, if client want to run the different script with the different timings, means like assume that we have let's take e-commerce application, right? So search and view product load will come simultaneously, right? And we need to run order cancel script gradually. So users will come to the search and view product. They frequently they'll do search and view the product, right? But cancellation will happen very rare. That will not run throughout the day or throughout the test, right? So we just need to ramp up some users gradually and need to run cancel order scenario. But search and view product, we need to increase the load simultaneously and we need to maintain that throughout the test. So if they give some real-time scenario, then we can design it this way and we can alter the load, different script for different timing.
Okay. So
Clear?
what happened in my real-time scenario, in one of the script, I have to terminate users. So they have given volume just 10 users. So I can just have a separate scenario for that and run in this situation, right? What I have given is like I've just given 10 users and then about the script. So in that case also I can use this type of scenario, right?
About the script means
Yeah, users, I mean just 10 users, I mean like there is only one user, I believe. I have to terminate using the script. I have to terminate those 10 users. Yeah, something like that. It's not search or it's not generating anything. It's like we are going to terminate the users for that particular, like if it is a bank, we need to terminate those users.
Okay.
I'm
So
not sure.
if
Yeah,
you
that's
want,
fine.
okay.
Yeah.
So Vanita, you clear, right? This schedule by group mode and scenario mode. You understand this topic?
Yes, Varun.
Okay. Okay, Shweta.
Yeah.
So next option we're going to see run mode. So define the type of the run mode to be designed to maintain different volume of load on server. So now we have two options to define the run logic. Basic schedule, real well schedule. So whenever we use basic schedule, right? Basic schedule means single ramp up. In this mode of in this mode, we can design the scenario with single ramp up, single duration, and single ramp down. So only one time we're going to ramp up the users, maintain the steady state, and we're going to ramp down the users. That is nothing but basic schedule, right? So I'm
Mhm.
just going to choose basic schedule now. Okay, better go skip schedule by scenario, basic schedule. I'm going to ramp up the users now. One users every 15 seconds, right? Next duration 5 minutes. Next ramp down one user every 15 seconds, right? So now I just increase the load, maintain the steady state, and decrease the load, right? Again, I want to increase. So if I want to run spike, then I need to increase the load and decrease the load, again increase the load and decrease the load simultaneously, right?
Mhm.
Right? If I want to increase and decrease multiple times, this schedule by this basic schedule have only option to increase, maintain the steady state, and decrease. If again I want to increase from this point, I don't have option, right? See here, if I select this one and go to add action, this option is grayed out. We are unable to add any new action here, right? So this schedule by basic schedule is nothing but in this mode we can design the scenario with single ramp up, single duration, and single steady state, right? But if I want to increase again, then I can use real well schedule. If I go to real well schedule, this mode we can design the scenario with multiple ramp up, multiple duration, and multiple ramp down to maintain different volume of load in different timing, right? Like my real time scenario is like my application morning 10 to 12 it will reach the peak load, and after 12 to 2 the load will come down to normal. Again 2 to 4 it will go to peak, right? In that case we need to maintain different load and different timing, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Right. So I just want to maintain different load in different timing. So if you go with the basic schedule, we have option to increase, maintain, decrease. But in real world schedule, we have option to insert new action. So just insert one more action. You can define what action you want, like start user or duration. Start user, you can give some value like 5 users, one users every 15 seconds. Then it will ramp up the users again. And you can add another action called duration to maintain that load. So that load going to maintain 5 minutes again. Then I'm going to add one more action for stop user, right? So this way we can able to maintain different load on different timing.
Okay.
So now clear difference between these basics and the real world. The name itself you can understand. Real world means in real time application load will differ, right? So throughout
Yeah.
the day we will not see the same load. So morning 10 to 12, it will reach the peak. Again, lunch hour, that load will come down to normal. And after office hours, then that load will come to peak during banking sector or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basic
Yeah.
schedule is nothing but single ramp up, single main steady state, and single ramp down. We cannot alter the load multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
It's all
Okay.
depends upon our business need. So how our client want to maintain the load, based on that we can go with these options.
Okay.
So this real time schedule also you can go with group mode. So if you have two different script means you can select how this first script need to maintain and how many times it need to ramp up and ramp down, and separately you can define for second script, right?
So you are selecting two at the same time? Schedule by
No,
group and then
now it is
runtime.
group. Group is nothing but individual.
Okay.
I just select Vanita script and I can add one more action, right? And I can add one duration for this and ramp down this users simultaneously, right? So the same way I can select Srilata script and again I can add one more action to ramp up the users. Clear, Vanita and Srilata?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Arun.
So this way we can able to maintain different load in different timing,
Okay.
right? So before run the test, we just need to include load generator in our test, right? So here we have option to select a LG machine. So as of now, it is pointing local host. Local host is nothing but my local system. It's going to generate load from my machine, right? If I want to generate load from some different machine, then I need to configure that LG in my controller. Just go to load generator, right? So you can see local host. So initially it will be in down state, right? So just click connect button, then automatically it will become ready. That means it is ready to generate the load, right?
Okay.
If I want to include LGs in my test, just go to add button and give your LG machine IP address here. So just get that LG IP address and enter here. So I'm going to give some dummy IP and click OK. Then automatically it will come in this list. Just click connect. Then it will become ready when it is in the same network. So it will communicate over the IP. So IP will communicate over. So LGs will communicate over the IP address, but that IP should be in the same network. So if you are connected from your home and if you're trying to connect your office LG machine, it won't connect. So you need to have
Mm-hmm.
LG in the same network. Then only it will communicate over the IP address. So it is dummy. So that's the reason it failed. If it is actual IP, then it will become ready, right? You can add multiple LGs. Then automatically that LG will come in this list. You can select the LG and you can assign for the script. Clear, Vanita and Srilata?
Yeah, yes, Arun.
So if you want to connect any system as load generator, if you want to use any machine that is load generator, you just need to have this agent process running on that machine. LoadRunner agent process. So just go to Windows, search and type agent process. So this need to run on that LG machine. Then only it will communicate over the IP and it will allow to generate the load,
Okay.
right? So clear, right? How to assign the LG and how to
Yeah,
configure
understand.
LGs in our test.
Yes,
Okay.
Arun.
Yes, sir.
So once again, let me delete this sections. Okay. So we just design the scenario and we're going to execute the test in next session. So now we design the scenario and I'm going to save this separately in controller. So just go to save. So just save separate in controller file. It's going to save in LRS. LRS means load runner scenario file. So if I fail to save this and close controller, I cannot get back this. Again, I need to upload the script and I need to alter the runtime settings and I need to define ramp up time, steady state and ramp down time, right?
Okay.
But we already saved, we can directly load that scenario file in controller. So if you want, if you just plan today, you just have plan to run the test tomorrow. So today itself you can design and you can make it ready, and tomorrow you can execute that.
Mm-hmm.
So clear so far, Vanitha and Srilata.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is clear, Arun.
So I just going to cancel this and I'm going to open our scenario file directly.
Okay.
Vanitha.lrs. Automatically it will load the script with all settings. Right.
Okay.
So in the next session, we will move to run tab and we're going to run the test and we'll see the user status. During execution time, users will move to different state and we're going to get some transaction, past transaction, failed transaction and error transaction, and we can see the error details here. So we'll see that.
Yes.
So we're going to run test now.
Okay.
So we will move to run tab and we're going to execute the test now. So just upload the script and we distribute the load, right?
Mm. Yeah.
Now directly I'm going to open that LRS file, load runner scenario file, and we will move to run tab and we're going to execute the test.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So during execution time, users will move to different state. So we're going to see the states we use as states now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If I get, I will forward that to you.
Okay, okay. Srilata.
Yeah.
So I'm going to cancel this and I'm going to open LRS file.
Mm-hmm.
So vanitha.lrs. So we already load the script and we design the ramp up,
Yeah.
steady state and ramp down, right?
Mm.
So everything is ready. So we alter the runtime settings. Make sure we run with think time and pacing. Think time. Why? Because without think time, if you run the test, your application will crash.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So before move to run tab, we're going to see one more option called rendos. So here we have one status called rendos, right? RENDES, rendos. So in scenario tab, you can able to see this option is grayed out, right? We are not able to use this option. So rendos is nothing but I want to gather users at particular point and release all users at same time. Like I'm going to launch and log in and do this operation, search and view product, right? I'm going to ramp up with the 7 users every 15 seconds or every 20 seconds. We just define some slow ramp up, right? So that means first, once we trigger the test, first user going to launch, login, search. During that time, after 15 minutes, second user going to launch. So during second user launch, first user might be in login page or search page, some different transactions, right? So these all users going to do login in different timing now. But my requirement is I just want to gather some users at particular point and allow to hit the request at same time. Like more users, like 10, 20 users going to log in, send the login request at same time. How my application and server respond for that? So now we're going to stress the particular scenario or a particular functionality.
Okay.
During offer time, like Amazon is giving offer, during offer time, more users will try to hit that offer page, right?
Yeah.
So before that offer, they'll just do some other operation. They'll just update the profile information or a shipping address, right? They'll do some different operation. But once the 12 o'clock happen, once they open the offer, all users will try to hit that offer page. If application not able to respond, then it will crash, right? Like Tatkal ticket also same. That IRTC Indian Railway Reservation site, exactly
Yeah.
11 o'clock they will open the Tatkal ticket. So more users will try to access that Tatkal page, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
now users going to ramp up slowly and they'll reach login in different timing. Now I want to gather some users at login and release all users at same time. How my application going to respond that we can find out by using
Okay.
this resource. Clear, Vanita?
Yes, Arun.
Okay. So as of now, this option is grayed out, right? So if you want to get this option in script, we need to insert one function, right? So I'm going to open one script in virtual user generator view script. Okay, so it opens script in virtual user generator. So now in login transaction, I'm going to insert one function. So just go to login. Okay, so here I'm going to insert one function. So just go to design, insert in script, right? So I'm going to insert one function called rendos, RENDEVOUS, rendos. So or else you can directly type LR underscore REND first 3 letters and press control plus space, you can get this function. Like LR underscore REN, you can get from here,
Okay.
right? So just give some name, can give any name, like I'm going to give user. This is user defined, you can give any name. So I just insert this function in this login request. Before this login request, user ID and password. So I'm trying to gather some users at this point and release all users at same time. Different timing users going to launch, and when they will come to this transaction, it going to gather users and it will release all users at same time, right? So I just save this changes. Now I'm going to close this virtual user generator. Now go to controller scenario tab. Still this option is grayed out, right? If you want to enable that, then refresh your script. Just right click on the script, go to details, refresh script. So now go to scenario tab. See, this option is enabled. So whatever change you made in Vusion, you need to refresh script in controller. Then only the changes will apply to controller's file. Now go to this windows. We need to see what we define one variable, right? So automatically it fetch that name here, the user. Now we need to define policy. Just go to policy. Here we can define release when 100% of user arrive at that point. So 100% of user means total we run with 7 users, right? So once 7 users come, then only it going to release the users at same time, right? This is nothing but percentage 100% of users. And here second option is release when 100% of all running users arrive at that point. That means failed users or error users will not include. It will just include only running users, right?
Okay.
Third option is release when you can give number like 7 total is 7, but I just want to gather only 5 users. Directly we can give the number 5 users I'm trying to gather here arrive at this point. So when 5 users reach this point, then it will release 5 users at same time, right? So blindly we cannot wait more time, right? So we need to give some timeout, right? So I cannot wait long time for each and every users, right? So here we can define some timeout. So this timeout is nothing but just so once first user gather, then it going to wait for second, third, fourth, and fifth users for 30 seconds, right? But if 30 seconds timeout happen during that time, only 2 users or 3 users at that point, then it won't wait for the remaining users. Why? Because we already give some timeout, right? If before the time, before 30 seconds, if all 5 users gathered means, then it will not going to wait the remaining time. It will release the
Okay.
user. Let's say, so we are waiting for the bus. So bus arrive. So bus have 10 seats. So 5 users already occupied. Only 5 seats are available. So we going to wait for 30 seconds to users to occupy that seat. Within 30 seconds, if all 10 users came means, we will not wait for the remaining seconds. We will start the bus, right? But
Yeah.
30 seconds timeout happen. But during that time, only 8 users or 7 users at that point means, then we will not wait for the remaining users. Why? Because already timeout happened. Clear, Srilata and Vanita?
Yeah, clear.
Yes, Arun.
Okay. So I just I'm trying to gather 5 users and I'm going to wait 30 seconds or 40 seconds timeout here and click OK, and we define one policy, right? Now we will move to run tab. So in the run tab, you can see the user status. So down status, pending, init, ready, right? So we're going to see about status now. So down status means initially all users are in down state at load generator before start test execution. So before running the test, all users will be in down state only, right? Okay. Before that, just go to design tab, go to LG and make it ready. It became ready, right? Okay. So now users before running the test, users will be in down state. So once we trigger the test, users will move to pending state. So when it showing users in pending state means user status is showing in the user status when script copy from controller machine to LG machine. Like if you run with multiple LGs, during execution time, LoadRunner will automatically copy our script from controller machine to LG machine, right? During that time, it will show the users in pending status. Let's say we three are in the same office. I'm trying to generate 1500 users load. So I'm going to generate 500 from my machine, 500 from Srilata machine, and 500 from Vanita machine. So once I trigger the test, automatically LoadRunner will copy script from my machine to Srilata machine and Vanita machine. During that time, it will show users in pending status. So whenever it's showing users in pending status means it's copying the script from controller to LG. right?
Okay. Yeah.
And next, init method. Init method means it show the user status whenever users running init method of the script. So as of now, we kept everything in action, right? If you kept launch my account login in init method, so when it start running the test, it will just execute launch and login on my account, right? So during that time, it will show users in init. Then we can understand users running init method of the script, right? But
Yeah.
as of now, we just kept everything in action. Then our script will not go to init. Why? Because we don't have any code in init.
Mhm.
Clear, Vanita and Srilata?
Yeah, it's clear, Arun.
Yes,
Okay,
Arun.
okay. So next, it will move to ready state. Ready is it wait the users between init method of the script execution and action method of the script execution. So users will move from init to action, right? So in between, it will show users in ready state. So whenever it's showing users in ready state means it completed login transaction. Soon it's going to start core transactions, right?
Okay.
So in between init and action, it will come to ready state. So whenever it's showing users in run means it show the status users are running action method of the script. So that means it is running core transaction. But in our case, it's going to show users directly in run. Why? Because we did not have any we don't have anything in init method directly, and also we going to run from our local. So we are not running in LG, right? So already we have script. So directly it will come to ready state, sorry, run state. Clear, Vanitha and Srilata?
Yes, Arun.
Yeah, Arun.
So next it will come to windows. In action only we kept that windows point, right? So users will meet at the windows to hit the next immediate page by all users at same time. So it will just gather users and it going to wait some time. So you can see the users in windows. That means first user will come to windows point, second user will come, third user will come. So once 5 users gather, it will again go to run state. Why? Because it just hold the users at this point and it going to release all users at same time, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Next, paused state. Paused means it shows the user status whenever user successfully executed all the given iteration in run until completion method. So once user execution completed, the transaction successful, then it will show users in paused state, right? So if it is showing users in paused statement, it's just execution completed. So then we can assume that these transactions are paused. You can see paused transactions and failed transaction list here. So if you click this number, then you can see the transaction name and pass or fail, right? Next, failed statements. It shows the users who failed in middle of the test. So whenever users any transaction fail, then our WebBridge find function will find that errors, right? So if error happen, so what action we need to define? We already define in error handling if else condition. So if the transaction failed, then the text will miss in that page. Then it will come under failed transaction, right?
Okay.
Clear, Vanitha and Srilata?
Yes, Arun.
Yeah, yes, Arun.
Okay. Next, error state. Error state means users will come into the error state without running the script. Possible reason like compilation error, LG disconnect. Like compilation error means if in code if you have any compilation error or syntax error, then it will come under error. If your LG disconnected during execution time, it won't generate that code, right? Then that users will come under error. And in our case also, we just give unique ones, right? In one script, we just update value unique ones. But we have only 3 user ID, password, and search keyword. Then we're trying to generate, I think that is Srilata script. So we trying to
Yeah.
generate 7 users, but we have only 3 user ID and search keyword. So it will generate only 3. The remaining 4 users will come into error state. And next, gradual exist. So after this paused transaction or failed transaction, users will come to gradual exit. So whenever it's showing users in gradual exit means after the given duration completed, users will gradually exit by completing the remaining all transaction. Like we just define 5 minutes steady state, right? And we're going to ramp up users gradually. Like every one users every 15 seconds we ramp up, and we're going to maintain that load for 5 minutes. So once 5 minutes completed, some users will do login transaction, some users are in the search transaction, some users are in logout transaction, right? So if timeout complete means it won't forcefully stop users from that point. So it will just allow users to complete the remaining transaction. So if users are doing login transaction means they will search, view product, and then they will come to logout and they'll come out from the test, right? If it is showing users in gradual exit means given duration completed, they yet to finish the remaining transaction. So soon they will complete and they will come out from the test. Right? They are in the mid. If they are in the middle means we cannot forcefully bring ram down that users, right? So let them do the remaining transaction. Once they complete this logout, then they will come out from the test. Clear, Srilata and Vanita? Gradual
Yes,
exit
sir.
means
Yeah, understood.
okay. So next exit. Exit means user has finished running the test, right? So users finish running the test means it will show users in exit status. So then they will come to exit. Finally, they will come to stopped state. Stopped state means after the test execution, users will come to stopped state. Stopped state means like how initially they are in down state, right? Like that, finally they will come to stopped state. Stopped state means execution completed.
Okay.
Clear this state?
Yeah.
Yes,
It's
sir.
clear.
Okay. So here we have option to start scenario. So once I click start scenario, you can able to see running users graph. So active thread. So how many users running, how they ramp up and how they are maintaining the steady state, we can able to see in this running users graph. And also you can see transaction response time for each and every transaction. Hits per second. Hit is nothing but number of requests made by the users. So how many hits and how hits are increasing, we can able to monitor from this graph. And also you can add some other graph from here. So here available graph, you can pick whatever graph you want, like error static. You can drag and drop. So at a time, as of now, we can able to see 4 graph information, right? If you want, you can customize. Just right click, go to view graph. You can choose 1 graph or 2 graph or 8 graph at a time. So then you can directly drag and drop whatever graph you want.
Okay.
So maximum we can able to add 16 graph. Just go to customize and you can give number 16. So in this way you can able to monitor 16 graph in this window. But most common used one is this running users graph, response time graph, transaction per second, hits per second. So these graphs only we going to monitor.
Mm-hmm.
So I just add 4 graph now. So I'm going to start running this. So see users are coming to pending state. So directly they are coming to run state. Why? Because we don't have anything in init method. So in between init and action only they will come to ready, right? So directly it comes to run, right?
Okay.
See in this
Mm-hmm.
step start gathering users in reduce point. That means they are doing login transaction now. It going to wait for the remaining users.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So first script we ramp up like simultaneously, right? But second script slow ramp up.
Mm-hmm.
So now I think now it will come to error. See Vanita script start getting error. Why? Because 3 users ramp up, 4th, 5th and 6th users don't have value. So now we are getting error here. Just click this number. You can see the reason. Insufficient record for parameter username. Right?
Mm.
So now two users getting this error. Why? Because we have only 3 user ID and password, right?
Yeah.
So from here also you can access your script. If you click this, then automatically it will open the script in virtual user generator. See now, if you click this one, you can see transactions. So how many transactions passed? My account login, search, view product logout. So we can see the transaction name here.
Mm.
Right? So total it is running 10 users. But we run 6 plus 7, right? We try to run 6 plus 7, but only 3 users from this script and 7 users from this script. 3 users directly went to error state. Total 10 users running. And you can see the elapsed time. Elapsed time is nothing but total test duration, including ramp up time, steady state, and ramp down time. 1 second, Srilata.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you can see the hits per second. Like per second, how many hits happening, you can able to see here. See, when users increasing, so this is script 1. How that users ramp up and how they are running the steady state, we can see here. When user increasing, hits also increase. When users decrease, then automatically hit will also decrease. So now users gather in Renduo's point, then again it will go to run state. So we trying to gather 5 users at that point, right? But
Yes.
only 3 users are running the test. So it gather 3 users and immediately it will come to log. They will log in at same time and they'll do the remaining transaction. Again it will come to login and it will gather here. And you can see transaction response time. Launch, login, search, view, product, logout. Minimum response time, maximum response time, and average. So one script going to run 5 minutes and another script going to run 4 minutes, I think. Okay, total 8, 10 minutes it's going to run. So as of now, there is no error in this test. If any transaction fail, then it will come under this error. So now we just run with less users, right? Then there is very less possibility to get error. If you generate much load, then if the application not able to respond, then our WebBridge find function going to
Okay.
find the error. So we just insert one function called WebBridge find, right? So it will just search given text is present in that page or not. If that page is loaded with some error, then the transaction will come under failed transaction. Clear, Vanita?
Yes, Arun.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
So you can see the user status here. So in middle also you can include the load, right? So I just include again some users to this script, right?
Mm-hmm.
During execution time, if you want to include the users, then you can directly come to here and you can give the number and you can click run button.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Now it's showing users in gradual exist. That means given duration completed for one script, right? So now during that time again we ramp up the users, right?
Mm.
So duration is completed, so they are completing the remaining transaction, and soon they will come to exit and they will come to stop state.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the user status here. So and also you can add
So
user.
I have a question. Like for my script, I have only 3 users, and 3 users will ramp up, right? And for Vanita script also 3 users, right?
No, your script we define 6 and Vanita script 7. But Vanita script only 3 users passed, remaining 4 users failed.
Okay, and for my script also 3 users will pass, correct?
No, your script I gave sequential each iteration. So
Mm-hmm.
all users going to take same value for first
Oh.
iteration and second iteration it will update the value. In Vanita
Mhm.
script I give unique once,
Oh, okay, okay.
right? So now your script is reusing the data,
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
right?
Hmm.
Hi Arun, I have one more question.
Yeah, Vanita.
So if here we are giving only 2 scripts. In case if we add 4 or 5 scripts, in the scripts one script user keep on failing. I want to stop it in the middle of the runtime. I want to continue remaining scripts. Just I want to stop it with failing users. That one is it
Yeah,
possible?
yeah. Here you can. So you can during execution time, just come run or stop user, right?
Okay.
Here we have option to select the script and stop the users. So but now it is completed. It's showing active 0. So automatic now our given duration completed, test finished. But if you want to stop in the middle, you can add by clicking this run button. You can stop by clicking by click value to that script and stop.
Giving value means 0
Number.
or
How many users you want to stop, then you can define that number and click stop button, then it will stop that users during execution time. So you can see the
direct,
script.
directly we can't stop the script, or do we need to give the number, or
Yeah, so
do you have any?
total 5 users running means you just need to give 5 and stop.
Okay.
Right? For this Srilata script, if 7 users running, you just want to stop all 7 users, then go to run and give 7 here and click stop button. Then it will stop the users.
That number keep on changing, right? So if I give 7, again it changes to 6 or 5. So it won't, will it work, or
No, how
what?
it will change? We just stop all the users, right? The total users
Right.
7, we just stop total 7 users.
Okay, so I thought running users like that. Got the point. Okay.
Yeah. So if you want to stop only failed users, then in virtual user generator error handling, we have option LR underscore exit function about user, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the transaction failed, then it going to abort that user. So directly you can define in your script.
Okay.
So you don't want to continue, failed users don't want to run the test means you can give LR underscore exit function about the user. Clear, Vanita?
Yeah, yes, sir.
So here we have function LR underscore exit the user. It exit without any condition, go directly to end action. So you can directly give in your script. If that particular transaction failed, that user will come out from the test.
Okay.
So clear, Srilata and Vanita, how to design the scenario and how to run the test.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
yes, sir.
Okay, see total hit showing 8 minutes 7 seconds. So here we define include that 8 minutes 7 seconds is including ramp up time, steady state and ramp down time for both, including the both script.
Yeah.
So now test is completed. So here we can able to see the basic graph like running graph, hits per second graph, right? If I want to analyze and generate the report, then we need to load this result in analysis component. So once test completed, just go to result tab, click analyze results. Or else if you enable this checkbox auto load analysis, whenever test completed, automatically it will load the result in analysis component, right? So now I'm going to click analyze results. Then it will going to open the third component analysis and it will generate the summary. Okay. See automatically it generates summary report. You can see the total running users and throughput, hits per second, total hits and average response time, minimum response time for each and every transaction, right? And also you can see running user graph, hits per second graph, throughput graph, transaction stack graph, response time graph. All these graphs you can able to see in this analyze result.
So what is the difference between hits per second and throughput?
So hit is nothing but number of requests made by the user. So we going to send the request, right? So that will go and hit the server. Throughput is nothing but transaction per second.
Mm-hmm.
And we can also refer bytes, download bytes. So if you send one request, we're going to download some information from server, right? To load that response, it's going to download some MB of data. So during load time, this is the maximum throughput we download.
Mm-hmm.
So this point only we download the maximum throughput. So here throughput bytes per second. So per second, how much throughput it downloaded, right? So in summary, you can see total throughput. So this much data we download from the server now. So in this test, we just download this much bytes from server.
Okay.
So we'll see this in detail in next session, analysis session. So now we just run the test and we load the result in analysis. We're going to save this result separately. So this is going to save in LRA, LoadRunner Analysis file format,
Okay.
right? So if you fail to save this, again, we need to run the test and get back, right? So now I
Yeah.
just saved in third component. So I can close this. So and I can directly open this third component and then I can open that result file. So we can able to load that result here. Clear,
Okay.
Vanitha?
Yeah, Arun.
Yes, sir.
It's clear.
Run one test and create one report, right?
Yeah.
So now we're going to open that file in third component analysis and we're going to generate the report now,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
Okay, by using this component, we can analyze the results which are collected during the test execution.
Okay.
Now I'm going to open that result file directly in this third component. So already we opened that file in analysis and we separately saved in LRA format, right?
Right. Right.
Going to open that file directly now.
Mm-hmm.
So now just go to open folder.
Mm-hmm.
So I just already put save as. So that time we saved in Vanitha name, right? So just
Yeah.
open that save as in Srilata name. I'm just going to open this report now. Oh. So here we can able to see the summary, right?
Mm.
So this summary report including overall execution summaries like execution period, test duration, and throughput, transaction summary, the hits per second result path, and maximum running users. So all this information we can see in this execution summary. See here you can see the execution period. So we just ran the test on 13th August
Mm-hmm.
2020, and this time we start and we finished in this time. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And scenario file name is vanitha.lrs. That result is res.lrr. So this file will overwrite. So this is controller result file. So we already opened that result in analysis and we save it in LRA file.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm.
And total duration is 8 minutes 7 seconds. 8 minutes 7 seconds is nothing but total elapsed time, including ramp up time, steady state, and ramp down time.
Okay.
Right? So if
So
it is low test,
okay, I have a quick question. Like today, I was trying to understand end-to-end flow, how much time it took, the total response time. So what we did is like we calculated duration here, 8 minutes and 7 seconds, right? For my test, it took just only one transaction, it took 1 minute and some 20 seconds. But in when we run that script, it took only like 20 seconds. So which one is correct? Like, is this one we need to look for that, or this
no,
is
this
just
is
for calculate matrix you told me, right? That for that reason I'm trying to get this response time.
no. Actually, this time is elapsed time. So total running duration. So we're going to
Okay.
define some think time, ramp up time, steady state, and ramp down time, right?
Yeah.
So that time we can see in this summary,
Okay.
right? So if
Hmm.
you run load test, then 1 hour. So we're going to gradually increase the load, and we're going to maintain that load for 1 hour, and we gradually decrease the load. So that is load
Mm-hmm.
test. So if it is endurance test means you can see 8 hours or 10 hours here.
Okay.
Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So we cannot compare this with our response time.
Okay. Yeah, that
So
makes
this one
sense.
we design, right?
Yeah.
How users need to ramp up and how long they
Yeah.
need to run the test and how they need to ramp down.
Yeah. Correct.
Right?
Yep, yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. So when I'm calculating in perf matrix, so when I'm trying to look for pacing, it's giving me minus pacing. I don't have to, like give any pacing, otherwise I will not reach the transaction. But when I looked at transaction response time, TPS calculator, there it is
Mm.
showing you can give pacing and you can reach these many transactions. So that was a little confusing. And today I was just going through that. And how come like a pacing calculator not showing me that I will reach those 20,000 transactions per hour, but TPS calculator is showing me with even with pacing it, I can reach 20,000. So will that be accurate? Like I can go with that?
No, if your response time vary, then this pacing will also differ, right? Like we just run with one user, one iteration, so we are getting response in
Hmm.
120 seconds or 60 seconds like that. But with load
Yeah.
that response differ,
Hmm.
then we cannot see expect the same transaction during that time, right? Why? Because of load, if your application not able to perform well, then it will throw some slow response. Then automatically it will wait in that page. Then it will go to the next page, right?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, like in perf matrix, yeah, the two calculators are showing differently. That's where I'm like, is it correct or not? Tomorrow I'm going to do a dry run, so I mean,
Okay,
like
so
just
it will show correct only, but might be your load is like sufficient to generate the load without pacing. If you put pacing, it will not generate that load. It will not achieve the transaction.
okay. So if you go pacing calculator, uh, so yeah, let's go to the pacing calculator and see what I'm showing.
So how many
So
threads?
here I'm giving number of users, 80 users, and
Okay,
end-to-end transaction response time is 20 seconds.
okay,
Iterations per hour, not 20,000 iterations. And
okay.
total think time I'm giving around like 5.
5
Yeah.
for each transaction, or
Yeah, each transaction.
then every transaction
So
1 second.
that's what I'm confused. Like total think time. What is this think time? After each transaction, we are giving that think time, right? That is the
Right. So you need
yeah,
to
yeah,
sum all the same time.
yeah. I'm giving like 5 seconds think time.
Total how many transactions you have in your.
Oh, okay. Total 9 transactions I have.
So each transaction you are giving 5,
Yes, 5.
9 5 are 45 then.
Oh, okay. So I'm just giving 5 and then I'm calculating.
Okay. So now
Oh,
it's
but
showing
still it's
minus
going to
50.
minus 50.
Right. Why?
So
Because
that means I cannot achieve. Okay.
if you yeah your test will not achieve. So either
Okay.
what you can do,
Okay.
so just increase the load.
But if they have requirement for only 8 users, is that okay if I increase the, or I need
Okay,
to
then just
ask
keep
them?
it the same. Reduce the transactions.
So if I don't reach the TPS, then it will be okay.
Yeah. Why? Because we cannot
Okay.
let's take an example.
So,
So you you're going to book some ticket, right? For booking, it will take
yeah.
15 minutes, right? To book one ticket,
Mm,
15 minutes. So within 1 hour, you
mm,
can book only 4 tickets,
okay.
right? But if I ask
Mm,
you to achieve 6 tickets in 1 hour, means is it possible?
No, that's what
No.
I was also
That's what
surprised.
you're trying to do here. Yeah. Like if you have,
Okay.
like if you want to achieve only limited transaction, only 15,000 transaction only you want to achieve with 80 load means
Mm,
you will get some pacing to slow down that process. But
okay.
already
But
your
how?
transaction, yeah.
Yeah, in production they are achieving. So how they are achieving in production and we cannot achieve in QA? Hmm.
So production, their achievements, production environment and your QA environment are same or
I mean, they replicate the production environment, but I don't think it is 100% uh,
okay.
same.
Maybe they
Okay.
have different configuration there.
Okay.
If 45,000
Hmm.
itself, your application.
Oh. So if we remove the think time, at least we can gain some.
Yeah, think time you just gave 5 seconds only, right? That is
More
enough,
TPS, right?
right? So only 4,000 iteration.
So this is how it is showing. Right? Okay, with pacing calculator, I'm not able. Oh, sorry, your voice is coming little late to me. So,
Okay, okay.
okay, so with pacing calculator, we are not achieving, but with the TPS calculator, we are able to achieve that load. That's the difference I'm seeing.
Okay, TPS calculator is nothing. Number of threads, 80 threads.
So,
In 20
yeah,
seconds.
80 and 20. Yeah.
And iteration. So pacing here we
9.
need to
Yeah.
define, right?
Yeah, pacing we need to define.
Okay. So how much pacing you define here?
Maybe 50 or 60, I believe. 60. Think time I have given only 5, so that's the
If
difference. Okay. But still I can able to achieve C 22,000 if I give think time 45.
so this is per hour 22,000 transactions per hour. If we put zero pushing,
Yeah, transaction per hour increased now 39,000.
right?
So yeah.
Number of transactions in one iteration. So if you put one transaction in one iteration, entire scenario as one transaction, you can see 4,000.
Why only one transaction? We are having like in one iteration we have 9 transactions, right? In the script.
9 transaction, but this pacing time calculator we just give one transaction, right?
Oh, pacing we have to give only one transaction.
So
Okay.
iteration per each between each iteration only we're going to give pacing. So here if you put number of transaction in one iteration is 9 means, then it will calculate 9 into this transaction.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So 9, if you put each transaction separately, then 4430 into 9, nearly this value. That's the reason it's showing more transaction per hour. So each and every transaction it will consider launch, login, search, view product, logout. But in this scenario, we consider the entire scenario as one transaction.
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
So here we
So
calculate the
I will
entire
not be able to
scenario.
achieve that.
Right. Why? Because
Okay.
here, if you put 9 means 9 into this value,
Mm-hmm.
right? 39,000.
Mm-hmm.
But here we consider the entire scenario as one transaction. Here you are calculating each and every
Mm-hmm.
user action as an one transaction. Like launch is one transaction, login is one transaction, search is one transaction, view product is one transaction, right? So each and every transaction, each and every user action is going to consider as transaction. Then it's showing 39,000. But if you consider entire scenario as one transaction, so that end-to-end flow is one transaction means 4,400 only. Right? That is what we
Oh.
saw here, right? If you put 4,000 users load, then 7 seconds spacing,
Mm-hmm. Okay, okay.
right? But what I'm saying that is, you understand, right? You can able to book one ticket in 15 minutes, but 1 hour you need to book 8 tickets means how come it is possible?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So if 1 hour
Oh,
I want to book only 2 tickets or 3 tickets means we can give some interval and we can do that operation,
yes.
right? But if it is already exceed the limit, so we
Yeah,
know that
correct.
yeah, even if you put zero pacing also your test will not achieve that.
Okay, so I need to explain this to the guy who asked me to generate this much load. So I need to tell him that we cannot able to generate this load. Have to get down the numbers and okay, that makes sense. That's the reason why the other guy just made only 4,000, even the requirement says 250 per hour for each user. Okay, yeah, thank you. Sorry for diverting you from the
No,
class.
no, 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 no problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So this summary we can able to see all this information and the maximum running users. So total 18 users we run.
So
Yeah.
middle of the test we include some users, right? So that's the reason it's showing count 18. And total throughputs in terms of bytes. So throughput in terms of bytes means like while running the test, we're going to send the request and we go to download some response from server, right?
Hmm.
So sending request and download. So for each and every request, we're going to get some response. So that response size in bytes here. So total response, this much bytes we downloaded from server during these 8 minutes,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
And bytes per second is this much.
Hmm.
So if you want to calculate this calculator, the total we run test 8 minutes 7 8 into, so I'm just convert this minute into seconds. 8 into 60, 480
Okay.
plus 7 seconds additionally we have 487 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
487, this value I'm going to divide it by 487, then we'll come to know per second how many bytes we download, right?
Hmm.
Divided by 487. See, this much bytes we download per second. 1000, like 1,16,000. Here 1,15,000. Nearly this value, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Nearly this. So that means per second, this much throughput we download from the server.
Hmm.
Clear, Srilata?
Yeah.
This
This is clear.
average throughput and hits per second, total hits. So throughout the test, we send 5,283 hits, right? Per second, if you want to know, again divided by 487. This number divided by 487, then we will come to know per second 10.8 hits.
Mm-hmm.
This value.
Okay. Yeah.
And also here you can able to see transactions, launch
Mm.
my account and login. Actually, in one script, I just I just did some spelling mistake. So that's the reason it's separated. If both
Mm.
names are unique means it will club all the my account transaction and it will show one single sample here,
Mm-hmm.
right? See
Yeah.
launch, one login, one search we product logout. Why? Because in both script I name in the same way. If I have different transactions, then it will come in the different row.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly launch, login, and logout is common in all the transactions, right?
Mm.
Right. You can give unique name for core transactions. So in that
Mm-hmm.
way, we can club all login transaction, logout transactions, and launch transaction, and we can get one single transaction.
Mm-hmm.
But
Okay.
if your user have different privilege like admin login, super admin login, then you can
Mm.
give different name like admin login will come separately, super admin login will come separately. Then we'll come to know how much time that login taking and how much time super admin login
Mm-hmm.
taking. Right?
Yeah.
And minimum response time, maximum response time, and average response time.
Mm.
Right? So minimum is like total 71 samples went. So from that, one user is getting response time within 2,796 milliseconds, and one user is getting response highest 8.2 milliseconds or 8.2 seconds.
Mm.
Right? An
Yeah.
average sum of all the response time divided by 71, then we'll come to know the average.
Mm.
Right?
Mm.
Next one, deviation. So deviation is nothing but first and last packet receive time. So whenever we start receiving the response, when start receiving the first packet, it will start count, and when receiving the last packet, then it will see the difference. So in network, data will transfer in packet, right?
Mm.
So if deviation is very minimum, then fine. Why? Because it's taking long time to get the entire response. Means deviation will increase.
Okay.
And 90 percentage. So do you have idea about this 90 percentage value?
Yeah, mostly we will look into this 90% value and share the results.
Right. So I will explain in one video. So just one minute video.
Mm.
So to calculate this 90%,
Mm-hmm.
first write down the values in ascending order. Like if you have 10 samples means just write down the numbers in ascending order.
Mm-hmm.
So he got write 7 number 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 13. Right,
Okay.
7 numbers he written in ascending order. Now I want to calculate 90%. So now 7 into 90%. Right. So total
Mm.
7 samples we have and we need to find 90% value. So first
Mm.
write down in ascending order and put 7 into 90%, then we will come to know 6.3 answer, right?
Okay.
So I'm just
Yeah.
going to round off this number 6. If it is 6.5, then we can consider 7, but it is 6.3, so just round out, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So now, whatever number in 6th position, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6th position value is your 90 percentile value,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So this means 90% of the response time are similar to this value.
Mm-hmm.
Only 10% of response are varying
Mm-hmm.
greater than this number, right? Why? Because we already write down in as like if I have 10 response samples. So first I'm going to write down everything in ascending order. Then if I want to calculate 95th percentile means 10 into 95th percentage. Then we will get one number. So that
Mm.
position value is your 90% value. So if it is this 6th position means 90%
Mm.
of the response are less than this value, right?
Yeah.
10% of highest value. So
Mm.
by seeing this value, we can understand. So maximum how much? So you see here, 4.5 is 4.4 is average, but 90% is 5.54.
Mm.
That means 90% response time are less than this value. Only 10% are increasing above this value.
Okay. Okay.
Right? So
Okay.
now you understand, right, why we are comparing with 90
Yeah.
percent.
Yeah. Understand. Yeah.
So also you can alter this for 95th percentage or 80 percentage value. So here we have option. Just go to this line, go
Mm-hmm.
to 90 percentage, just reduce the number or increase. Click OK. Automatically it will calculate and it will change the value here. 95th, 85th percentile now.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Right?
we can
Sometimes
change
clients ask
that.
to me,
Okay.
yeah, 90 percentile, 95th percentile, 80 percentage value.
Mm.
Right? You can alter from this way.
Mm-hmm.
Clear, Srilita?
Yeah. Clear.
Yeah. Okay. So next we going to see running users graph.
Mm.
So this graph is showing total running users like throughout the test 8 minutes 7 seconds including both script information it's showing, right?
Mm. Mm.
Now we going to see graph settings, filter, drill down, and we can increase and decrease the granularity, right? First
Mm.
we going to use filters. So apply possible filter condition to extract the graph data like script name, host name, elapsed time, user ID, transaction. So by applying filter, we can able to extract these particular data. Like if you go to booking site, flight ticket booking site, first you're going to search with from city and to city, it's going to give the list of all the flights. So from
Mm.
that list, you just want to filter only business class or first arrival, right?
Mm.
So you can filter that condition, apply filter condition, and you can get only that particular data, right? The same way, in LoadRunner also we can apply some filter condition and we can extract the particular results. So just right click here, go to set filter. So here we have possible conditions like script name, user status, down status or pending status. So whichever status users you want to filter, error status, pause status. So you can filter by using user status or elapsed time. Elapsed time is total 8 minutes 7 seconds we run, right? So I just only want after 4 minutes and between 7 minutes users information. Right? So you can expect that graph. And group name. Group name is nothing but scenario name. Srilata Vanitas. Right? So I'm just going to apply one condition. I just want to filter only Srilata script.
Okay.
So now it will show how this script went. Right? If I want Vanita script information, then I can select this line and apply. Then it will show how Vanita script went. Right?
Yeah.
So by using this filter condition, we can able to filter the particular data. So I just want only after 4 minutes. Let's see, 4 minutes to 8 minutes. This is graph which one.
Okay.
So not only for this running user graph, you can able to filter in this hits per second graph and all other graph also. Script wise, we can filter. Next one, drill down. Drill down means it will generate the graph for each user. It gets or dig more details regarding the selected graph. Right? So it will generate the graph for each user. It get more details regarding the selected graph. So by using drill down, we can get more details. Like as of now, it's showing both script information. And if you apply filter, then it will show only that particular information, right? But if I put drill down, you can see both script information in the same graph, like script name by using group by script name. So now so already we filter and we have only one script information here.
Okay.
So now it's showing both script information. So now put drill down using script name. See now it shows how Srilata script and how Vanita script ran. Right? So it gives more details regarding the selected graph. Same way you can filter in this hits per second graph also. So this is how both script hit went. Now I'm going to drill down using script name. See now this is Vanita script. And we can one second.
I mean, I have one question. Is there any way we can see which data is failed from our report? We cannot see that, right?
Which data means which transaction?
Not transaction. So if we are giving some contract ID and the contract ID is failing, we are running like with 100 contract IDs, one contract or like 5 contract IDs which are failing, and team is asking like, is there any way that you can filter those contract IDs which are failing? So it's a kind of test data, but something like that we cannot pull it from the reports, right?
No, we cannot pull, but we can see which timing it went.
But we don't know exactly which IDs that were failing. Okay.
But if you have that error report, you can see that error log in controller itself, right? So in controller result, you will get one failed transaction, right? So if you click that failed transaction, then it will take you to that line. You can open script in Vusion and you can go that line. So while running test in controller itself, we'll get update here, right side, right? Past transaction, failed transaction, error.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah. So it will show what are the errors that have been generated. When we click on the errors, it will just show what type of error it is. But how can it will show how many what IDs that are failed, like what test data that is failed?
I think you need to
Yeah, I think
generate
that.
snapshot on error.
Mm-hmm.
No error snapshot will show only that error page.
Mm. Oh, snapshot. There will be a snapshot which will show the error page from the controller.
Yeah, in virtual user generator, we have an option in runtime settings
Mm-hmm.
to generate snapshot, miscellaneous operation.
I mean, like we are running from controller, right? We are running scripts through controller. From there, we cannot.
Yeah, we can
We can.
enable that option.
Oh, okay.
So if you enable that option in runtime settings, that runtime settings it will take and it will generate the snapshot.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I should enable that next time probably. Yeah.
Okay. See now you can see both script information separately. So how Srilata script went and how Vanita script hits went.
Mm-hmm.
So by using drill down, we can get more details regarding the selected graph.
Okay.
Next, we're going to increase the granularity. Like granularity is nothing but this measurement points. Right? If you want to alter this point, just right click, go to set granularity. So default 16, right? You can increase or decrease. So this measurement point will differ. See, every 30 seconds, it will put on measurement point.
Mm-hmm.
Clear, Srilata?
Yeah, clear.
So next, we're going to use merge graph. Apply the graph merging to get two graph information in a single window or graph. So as of now, we seeing each and every graph separately. Running user graph, hits per second graph, throughput graph. So each and every graph we seeing in a separate window, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now we can merge the graph and we can get all graph details in single window. So two
Mm-hmm.
different graphs. So now I'm going to merge hits per second graph with running user graph. So this both information will show in the same window now
Mm-hmm.
for comparison. So if we compare these two results, graph we can understand, right, how users increase and how hits went. When user decrease, how hit, what happened to hit, right? When user increasing, throughput need to increase. When user decrease, throughput also need to decrease. So by if you
Yeah.
compare this graph, then we'll come to know which point we have performance bottleneck, right?
Correct.
So by using merge graph, we can compare the graph. Like we have four different options: overlay method, tile method, correlate, auto correlate.
Mm-hmm.
First, we're going to use overlay, right?
Mm.
Two graph will merge as it is by sharing common x-axis, right? So overlay
Mm.
method means two graph will merge as it is by sharing the x-axis. Just right click, go to merge graph. So now I'm going to merge running user graph with hits per second graph.
Mm-hmm.
Overlay method.
Okay.
Just click OK. Then you can see both script information in the same window.
Mm-hmm.
Now we can understand. So I'm just going to disable Vanita script. See, Srilata
Mm.
script user increase, hits also increased. When user wrap up again, then hits also went peak. When user decrease, hits also decrease.
Mm-hmm.
The same way I'm going to enable Vanita script now. See, user increase, hits increase, and user decrease, hits also. This test went fine. Sometimes what will happen, user increase, it will increase, but at one point hits became stable.
Mm.
It will not increase. When user, it will just increase the users. That means something went wrong in web server,
Mm-hmm.
right? So this will come by experience. So hits is directly proportional to users, and throughput also directly proportional. When user increase, they'll do more transaction and they'll download more data from server,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
So sometimes what will happen? User will increase, but hits will decrease.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to drill down this graph by using script name. Now I'm going to merge user graph with throughput graph. User increase, throughput also increased. User decrease, throughput decrease. Right? If user increase, throughput became stable means we are not able to download that throughput. It used the maximum bandwidth.
Mm-hmm.
So right, Srilekha,
Yeah. Yeah, understood.
so this is overlay method, right?
Mm.
Next we going to see tile method. Tile method
Mm.
means two graph information will display one above another. So it just
Mm.
split the graph in two different windows. Go to merge graph, tile method.
Mm.
So I'm just going to merge throughput graph with running user graph. See, first tiles it's showing running user. Second tile is showing throughput.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It just split the graph. But
Okay.
overlay method, it just share the common x-axis.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
Next one correlate. Correlate means it displays the y-axis of two graphs opposite to each other. So it just generate the graph opposite to each other. Now
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to merge graph in overlay method. So remove this filter condition.
Mm-hmm.
See here it is showing number of users and bytes per second running user throughput. Running user with throughput.
Mm.
So 18 users running and throughput in y-axis opposite to each other.
Mm-hmm.
So x-axis is showing running user graph and y-axis is showing throughput bytes per second. So
Mm-hmm.
this point only it reached the maximum load. So when 16 users using the application, that time it reached the maximum.
Okay, okay.
So
Yeah.
now we just merge only two graphs, right? So we have one more option called auto correlate. By using auto correlate, we can able to merge multiple graphs together.
Mm-hmm.
So merge more than two graphs at a time, specific time range. So you can use merge graph auto correlate option to merge multiple graphs like running user graph, hits per second graph, throughput graph. So all the graph you can merge in one single graph. So just go to auto correlate and
Mm-hmm.
correlation option. Just select whatever graphs you want to merge.
Mm-hmm.
Throughput graph, hits per second graph, response time graph. So just click OK. Then it will merge multiple graphs in single window.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
So here
Clear, Srilata, how to merge the graph and compare?
Yeah, this is clear, Arun. Yeah.
So next, we just compare the graph and we just separate each and every graph, merge, and we overlay the graph, right? Now, if I want to generate report, just go to report tab. Okay, before that, we have one option here called analysis, SLA status. So now it is not defined, right? If you want to compare and analyze your results automatically, just go to SLA configuration wizard. Here we have option to define the SLA, service level agreement. So during requirement gathering time, client will define the SLA, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to compare that SLA with average response time, transaction response time. I'm going to compare. So client said login should not take more than 3 seconds. Launch should not take more than 5 seconds. Like that, they define the SLA. So whatever transactions I want to compare, I'm just going to add those transactions here, and I'm going to give number. Click next. So load criteria. So I'm just going to compare with running users graph. So less than 5 users, what is the response time I'm expecting? Greater than or equal to 5 users. You can give condition there between these two range. So which time the transactions limited with. So I'm going to give some SLA here. So within 5 users load, less than 5 users load, I'm expecting response time in 1000 seconds, like 1 second. 1000 and above, I'm expecting in 1500. So like that, we need to define for each and every transactions. So I'm just giving some high number for this. Just next. If you want to define another SLA, you can define, or else you can just close this. Automatically, it will analyze and it will say which transactions are fast and which transactions are fail.
Oh, this is nice.
So this one I gave high number, right? Like 9. So this is within SLA, but these transactions are exceed the SLA. So I gave 2 and 2.5, but the average is 2.9.
Okay.
So now we just analyze and we have results. To
So
generate,
it will not compare the 90th percentile. It will only compare minimum and average.
yeah. Why? Because during SLA definition, I give average response time, right? So if you want to compare with throughput or as 90%, then you can give that number.
Okay. Yeah.
To generate report, just go to report tab. So here we have option to generate report. So it will ask first name, last name.
Yeah, I get this.
You know, right?
Yeah, I generate the report that it will generate PDF and then I'll save as. That's it.
PDF, right. So
Yeah.
this is one way. So we can also generate HTML report. So if you go to HTML report, it will ask one folder. HTML, and automatically it will generate report in that location. automatically generate and open in browser. So you can
Yeah.
see now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, Lisa?
Yeah, clear.
Yeah. If you want to share this report, just zip this HTML folder and you can share,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
Directly you cannot share this, you need to zip this folder.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay, so that's all about this analysis, Sridhara. So next topic is web service. Right?
Oh, okay.
So, so it will take another 10 minutes. Can we finish it now?
Yeah, sure, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay. So testing web service is very, very simple. Do you have idea about SOAP UI?
Yeah, I have idea.
Okay, okay. So if you have script ready in your SOAP UI, so in SOAP
Mm.
UI they'll give all request input, right? Like
Yeah.
JSON code, XML data, so everything they will give. So we
Yes.
just going to copy and pass it in our SOAP request, then we'll get some response.
Right.
Right? LoadRunner also same. So only thing going to differ here, we're going to send the SOAP request with load. So we can able to generate load here.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take one website, dneonline.com, right? So this
Okay.
website have calculator web service, addition, division, multiplication, subtraction, right?
Mm.
So I'm going to choose addition web service. So here they give all request input, XML data. So we're going to pass this XML data in our request. So in this XML input, we're going to give two different integer value, int A and int B. In the response, we're going to get sum of these two numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm.
First, I'm going to create one new script, but we have separate protocol for web service.
Yeah, web service.
But we're going to use web HTTP HTML protocol only. Why? Because web service separate license we need to purchase.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to use same web HTTP HTML protocol.
Mm.
Just create a new script. So here we need to write one custom request. Right? Just place your cursor here. Go to steps, step toolbox.
Okay.
Just search web underscore custom request.
Mm.
Right? Just
Mm.
double click this. It will ask get method. So get method or put method or post method. What type of request we need to specify. So our request is post method.
Mm.
Just make it and URL to this service. So URL is this one dneonline.com.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to give this domain, right?
Mm.
And target frame, so just leave it empty.
Mm-hmm.
So in body, we need to pass the XML data. So here we have XML input, right?
Mm.
So just copy this XML input and paste in body.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to give value to this integer value 20 and 30. 20 plus 30, 50 will come in response.
Mm.
So now we just copy paste the XML code here, but
Mm.
LoadRunner will understand the basic. It will support C, right?
Yeah.
Select all the value, all the XML code,
Mm.
right click, convert to C format.
Mm-hmm.
Automatically it will convert this in C.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Just click
Okay.
OK. Automatically it will insert one function, web custom request.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
So
Yeah.
it will pass to different integer number. So in top of that we need to add one more function, web add header. So we need to pass information like soap action, content type. This information we need to pass in the header. So my soap action is http://template.org/. So just copy paste this information here. Soap action value is this one. Alright. So one more header for content type. Add one more header function. Content type equal to text/XML character set UTF-8. So
Okay.
this information we can get from application, right? They will give the XML input. Okay. Now I'm going to replay this. See in the response, we're getting 50.
Yes.
The testing website is very, very simple. We just need to do copy paste.
Okay.
Right? If I want to generate load, then parameterize this value. Just create on CSV file, replace with the parameter. Right? In this way, we can give different input to this request, and you can move this file in controller, and you can generate load.
Yeah.
Clear, Srilata?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the same way, API also very simple here. I'm going to take example from this testing well.
Usually, what I have seen is like they will send me a SOAP project, and once that API call is working fine, like request and response is working fine, then I will just open the tool and then go and record the execution and API, and
Okay,
from
you just
there,
convert. Yeah, you just
yeah,
convert that. That is also a very simple way.
yeah. So which one is?
You know, whatever one, which one you are doing, that is easy compared to this manual custom, manual
Okay,
request, right?
okay, yeah. So what are we trying to see now?
Testing well, the API
Mm-hmm.
samples we can get from here.
Okay.
Yeah. So just into this testing well website.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what is this all?
So
This?
these are just like API calls,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if I want to test API performance, so they will give all this input, right? So I'm going to get student details now. So
Mm-hmm.
just go to LoadRunner. So create one web HTTP HTML protocol.
Mm-hmm.
just go to design, insert script, press API. So if you want to automate API, then just go to design, insert script, press API call. Just give this URL to hit that API.
So how
Right.
we get this? This is the URL for the particular API request, right? Okay.
API calls information they'll give, right? So if they want to automate, they'll give this API information.
Okay.
I'm trying to fetch student information, API/student details. So it is get method. If they want to pass any key or header information, you can copy paste that here and click run step. So automatically it will run and it will fetch the student information. So it have a lot of data. So it will take little more time.
If it is on UI, we can able to use this. But what if it is SOAP tool?
Yeah, API you have Postman, right?
Yeah.
So if you have script in Postman, you can record and capture the same way you are capturing for SOAP.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I haven't used Postman. I mean, like I have used when I'm doing manual testing, but I haven't used LoadRunner for Postman.
Okay.
So if we want to use like Postman API script, then we have to use this, go through this way.
Right. No,
Okay.
Postman script if you use directly you can record and capture, but we are doing manual request.
Okay. Okay.
See, just I give the URL and you can see all student details here.
Okay. Yeah.
Student ID, student first name, last name. So it just fetch from that URL. Student ID 2939, right? 2939 is Camoleo. Camleo. Right?
Camilo. Okay.
Camleo. Camilo. Something.
Camilo.
So you can just click insert step. Then automatically it will create one API request. So we just remove and right. So if I replay this, then it will get the response. Clear, Srilata, how to create API request. The
Yeah.
API and service is very simple. We just need to copy paste. So if you go to output panel, so you can see all the details. Right,
Okay.
Srilata, you
Yeah.
can able to get all student details. The same way, if you want to extract only particular student details, just go to design. Here's my cursor here. So I just want to extract one student information. So URL / student ID. So this is get method. So you can select whichever method. So I'm going to give student details, student ID 2939. Just click run step, then it will fetch this student information. question.
No.
Okay. One second.
Mm,
Below.
right.
Right? If you put insert step, then automatically it will create function to fetch the data.
Yeah.
You can parameterize this value with different student.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Srilata.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay,
So
Srilata.
where did you go to insert that step? Can you show me
Design.
design? Okay. Insert. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, REST
Or else you
API.
can directly, yeah, you can directly go to step 2, type web_rest.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. This I know. I thought for API it will be a different way, but okay.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
that's all about this course training.
Thank you
Srilata,
so
how
much.
was that
Yeah.
course?
Yeah, this is really good. I learned a lot. I will try all this when I'm working.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Okay, Srilata.
yeah, thanks, Arun.
Yeah, thanks, Srilata.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Okay.
joining.